Hey, it's Conrad Thompson, and you're listening to Something to Wrestle With. Bruce Prichard. Bruce, what's going on, man? How are you?
All right, man, make it fast. Let's go. You got your 10 minutes. Ask a question. This is ask Bruce something. One thing. Two things. Okay, I'll give you two. What you got?
All right, is that your blood mango orange, whatever the hell you asked our listen? No, it's not.
No, I'm rehydrating. I'm hydrating.
Rehydrating? What happened? Did
I unhydrate?
That's what I'm wondering. Did you relieve yourself? Did you freebird?
I went out to dinner last night, and when you eat a little yakiniku and Korean barbecue, you tend to
you wash it down with cold beer.
Yes. Ice cold beers.
Yes.
And then
what flavor are you kicking these days? Back in the day, we were strictly Miller Lite, but I heard a rumor that you ventured out a little bit into Coors Light land recently.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, that's what I did last night. Yeah, I was a little bit of Coors Light last night. But then a friend of mine showed up and stopped by to say hello, and then next thing you knew, it was well into the later evening hours with my family and this person, and we were drinking and I still went to, again, I stayed out really late, man. We didn't get home till like 11.
Oh, and your time, don't get me wrong. You'll leave the office sometimes at 1 a.m., but I
left the office at 3:35 the other night. So, hey.
Yeah. But on those days where you leave at 3:35, let's say you get home at 3:50. Here's a sneak peek into your pillow at 3:55.
No. It takes me like about another hour to unwind. I'm moving shit. Sorry.
It sounds like a lightsaber. What you just did. Do it again. See if you can make the lightsaber sound again.
Wait.
Oh, you did
it. That one little spot right there. Okay.
Oh, that's kind of cool. I kind of like that.
Yeah, see? Yeah, okay. See, I can't do it with my mouthful area, but hey, whatever.
My mouthful area. So listen, we're on the heels of 2 remix episodes. I should follow my sword. Last week, we had to do a remix because I couldn't record. So I'll take my lumps. It's always you, but last week it was actually me. So
it's not always me.
What?
Most of the time I just take the hit.
It's always you. Last week it was.
Look, I'll give myself 73%.
Okay. Listen, I'm not going to argue semantics, but I do want to mention we did something kind of fun with those remixes. We did a Jeff Jarrett episode and we had Jeff on the show. And then last week we did a Michael Hayes episode and we had Michael Hayes on the show. So we found a way to sprinkle a little spice on those remix episodes.
Well, see, there you go. It helps.
No, it doesn't.
You didn't know that like remixing could be so much fun.
No, it's not fun. I still prefer what we're doing. And what we're doing today is a show.
Talking.
Yes.
Is that your question?
Yeah. Thanks for tuning in, boys and girls. Appreciate you all very much. I'm excited about this one.
I need to examine that Wahoo headdress you got up there.
Well, it's not moving, so you're welcome to anytime.
It is moving though. I can see it moving right now in the wind. Yeah, you got the fan on in there and it's moving a lot of little tassel headdressy gimmick thingies.
Okay. Do you want to rain on some people's parade about all that Bosch stuff? You and I had a private conversation, or should we not?
Well, which part?
Well, so I mentioned to you, because there was this crazy bonanza on eBay where people were just buying absolutely everything from that auction. And I know you had to burr up your saddle thinking, hey, I bought all the wrestling stuff, everything out of his office. This should have been mine. But as I'm scrolling through, I've got some buddies who I've done some deals over the years for like Ric Flair robes or whatever. And they were sending me screenshots of, hey man, I'm the top bidder on this contract. And I would zoom in and I realize, that's not actually Rick's signature. And I showed it to Megan and I said, hey, look, somebody's selling this on eBay for, I don't know, over $1,000 as your dad's contract from Houston Wrestling. And she looks at it and looks right up at me and says, but Beth signed that. So I sent it to Rick and I said, hey, whose signature is this? And he replied, Beth. The concept being, a lot of people got all excited about, I got a Ric Flair autograph so-and-so. And well, I mean, it did have his name printed there. And I guess in cursive writing, it does say that, but that's not actually his autograph. And then you made fun of me for being excited about the Junkyard Dog Crown and said, Conrad, I'll let you take it from here.
Yeah, I might have. I mean, we had a few of those.
So what does that mean?
Well, it means, okay, there, first of all, it's the same spot that Jerry Lawler got all his crowns, Southern Imports in Houston, Texas, down off, I think it was on Main Street or Fannin or something like that. But it was a great place. It was a costume place that people from all over the country, this was like the number one source for a lot of unique, pretty cool shit like that. And they had a ton of those crowns. Lawler got all his crowns there, but it was blocks from the office, and there was a little run there where Dog, JYD, had a crown in Houston, and it was with the Bockwinkel time. But we went through those crowns pretty much, and usually they'd get smashed or left behind and lost. So we just had a bunch of those crowns in the office, in Paul's office. Had like 3 or 4 or 5 crowns in the office, and the likelihood of any of those ever reaching JYD's head and returning to the office was slim to none. Because most of the time either Dog would take them or we would trash them, and he would leave them somewhere, and you'd never see the light of day. But we had backups in the office, so you could get them for, I think they ran like maybe $15 at Southern Imports at the time.
Yeah, and it sold for thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars.
Good for them, man.
When I mentioned that to you, you were like, well, if Paul had it, that means Dog never wore it. But still.
Yeah, kind of, sort of.
Well, let's just use that as a disclaimer, I guess, if you're a collector, to be careful out there, boys and girls. And
yeah, and again, I'm not, look, I thought I was getting all that stuff. I didn't know that, some of that stuff that ended up being there even existed, even though I thought I was getting it. And I got a lot of it. I did get a lot of good stuff. And to those that got it, man, I hope you enjoy it. And I hope you enjoy the history of it all, because coming from Paul's, to me, it was sentimental, and it wasn't about selling shit off. So.
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to sell stuff off. You're going to display it and celebrate it and memorialize it. And that's what we're going to try to do today with In Your House 7, Good Friends, Better Enemies. I'm so excited to talk about 1996 with you. This was originally supposed to have happened, I don't know, about a week ago, but because of the remix, here we are. So I'm excited to cover this one.
You were out.
Yeah, I was.
How was Mom and Dad's anniversary?
It was great, man. Yeah, we celebrated their 41st anniversary, and their favorite thing in the world is to go to the beach. So we rented a house on the beach, and when you were available, I was out of pocket and not near any recording opportunities. So we had a backup plan, and I thought it turned out okay. We got to pay tribute to Terry Gordy on what would have been his 60th birthday. That's when our Michael Hayes remix dropped last week. So it was a nice little touch.
Yeah. Love me some Boom Boom.
Let's get into this one.
Big things.
April 28th, 1996 is when In Your House 7 went down. Omaha, Nebraska is the home here. It's a sellout. 9,563 fans. So we're running smaller buildings, but that may be a big building in Omaha. 8,273 paying fans. Had a gate of $120,668. Check this out. Doesn't sound like a ton of money given the Attitude Era that's right around the corner, but this is the largest wrestling gate ever in Omaha. And it's a show that sold out about 5 hours before match time. This is an interesting year for the company. I think, we could talk about 96 and 97 forever here on the show because, we're, as JR likes to say, neither fish nor fowl. We're not exactly flopping around losing money like we were in 94 and 95. But we're not exactly in a boom like we would have been in, say, the mid to late 80s or just a couple years after this. Would you agree with that 96 and 97 are two of the more critical and pivotal years in company history?
I think they were building years, and they were years where we were making a foundation for the future. So a lot of things were changing, and it was neither good nor bad. Wasn't great, but it wasn't earth-shatteringly bad either. So it was a foundation building time that you just took to create and do what you can for the future.
Talk to me about, excuse me, talk to me about the tagline. This is the first time that it In Your House is marketed with the tagline. As we said, it's In Your House 7, good friends, better enemies. Previous In Your House events would just be In Your House. And if they, added a name to it or a tagline or whatever, it would have been after the fact. Were you starting to experiment more with In Your House? Were you thinking that every show needed its own identity? Maybe they started to run together and have a sense of sameness to them.
Yeah, I think basically that was it. It was In Your House. Okay, well, what is In Your House?
Right.
You understood what WrestleMania was. You understood what Survivor Series, Royal Rumble, and SummerSlam were. King of the Ring. But In Your House was just In Your House. And to differentiate one from the other, instead of just a number, hey, In Your House 22 and a half, or whatever the hell it is, to be able to put a subtitle in allowed you to go, oh, hey, this was the one. And fill in the blank from there.
Yeah, it's interesting that you say that because I've often felt that way about the UFC. As you and I are recording, there was a UFC last weekend, and it was UFC 261. But to me, if you were to say, don't get me wrong, numbers like 100 stick out, or 40 when it was Tito and Shamrock for Vendetta, those sort of stick out. But randomly, hey man, who could forget UFC 172? Like that does sort of run together. But I think that the UFC, and I know you don't work there, but it feels like they sort of borrowed a page out of the WWE because boxing had always been, name versus name. That's the way it was promoted. It was Tyson Holyfield 2. We're putting them first. With this, we're just selling what the experience is. So it feels like maybe, perhaps, the UFC borrowed their naming after what you guys were doing with WrestleMania. The difference being WrestleMania happens but once a year. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, and it just distinguishes what that event is, and you can keep those phrases in your mind a lot easier than you can remember. Well, shit, was that 21 or was that 22? Oh,
Right.
well, actually, it was 47, and it helps. It just really helps.
We're coming off a big event, of course, WrestleMania 12. The boyhood dream has come true. Shawn Michaels defeats Bret Hart in the Iron Man match to win his first world title. It's also going to be notable, this In Your House, for being the last pay-per-view appearance for both Diesel and Razor Ramon. They're going to finish up on May 19th. So just a few weeks after this. And of course, that show, May 19th, will be the famous curtain call incident. The pay-per-view here does a 0.65 buy rate. In hindsight, it's a sellout, so you got to feel pleased with that. But isn't it a little weird? I mean, I guess during a pandemic, everything's a little weird, but $120,000 is a sellout, not in 1986, but in 1996. Were you having to be very aggressive on your ticket prices to fill those seats at this point?
Well, I think also, you have to take into consideration the market. And when you look at Omaha, which was actually always a pretty damn good market for us, and this was you look at the area, you look at what they're paying for entertainment, and you adjust. So I'm not really remembering what the hell all the ticket prices were.
Right.
It wasn't something that we did, hey, all seats $1. That wasn't it. It was pretty much similar to what we were doing elsewhere. But at the same time, it was different. And they came out. I think it was an attraction people wanted to see.
Were you ever a part of a promotion that did a all seats $1 type promotion?
I've been a part of promotions that have done, like dollar balcony seats. We've done all balcony seats $1 in Houston, different things. You go back, and this is one of the things that Paul Bosch used to just get tickled. Oh my God, he would laugh. Was when Jim Ross came on into Mid-South Sports with Bill, and JR started getting more and more involved with things that Bill was involved with. So Bill was a part owner of Houston, and Jim would always want to do these marketing gimmicks in Houston as well. And Paul, whatever it was, like, 25 cents off all children tickets. Well, we were already doing half price kids tickets in Houston. Houston was a different animal. And it was not run under the same guidelines, if you will, of the rest of the Mid-South mainstays. Okay. They did their thing. We did our thing. And Jim would come up with sometimes things. And Paul would always go back to this one gimmick that he used to just chuckle at. And he'd go, oh boy, what are we doing? Women's slack night tonight? Because in the 50s and the 60s, it wasn't customary for women to go out in public in slacks, pants.
Wow.
They wore dresses. And there would be gimmicks and promotions sometimes that all women in slack night, all women in slacks, half price. So if the women came to the event in slacks, they got their tickets for half price, night of the show. And so every time that JR would come on, and it didn't matter whether it was good, bad, or indifferent, Paul would go, oh boy, let's just have slack night. and do that. And it was one of those things that I have no idea how the fuck I got off on that tangent, but
it was great. Yeah. It was great.
Yeah, it was slack night, promotional gimmicks, marketing shit. Oh, fuck you. Just goddamn kids are half price. Buy your tickets in advance. You save $1 on your tickets if you buy them in advance, and they go up $1 at the door. How fucking hard is that?
Let me circle back to something we talked about earlier about 96 and 97 being really such a pivotal time for the company. That's easy to look back in hindsight, with the benefit of hindsight, and say, boy, a lot of stuff was changing here. When it's happening here in late April 96, did you feel like the company was at, I don't know, for lack of a better word, a crossroads? Like you had to make a decision, like you couldn't continue to do things that you had been doing. Brett's on hiatus, and Razor and Diesel, they're leaving, and we've got this new babyface champion who is probably the best in-ring performer in the world. But who are we going to let him wrestle? I mean, we just signed this big monster Vader, but he's not really up and going yet because he came in hurt. Did you feel like, oh shit, man, we got real competition on the other channel and it's just getting steeper? We're at a crossroads.
Change was in the air.
Yeah.
And you felt it. So no matter what anybody wants to say, when you look back at it with hindsight being 2020, you have to understand that being in it at the time, you're fighting, and you are in some ways just trying to stay alive, and you're trying to be competitive, because now it's at a point where, well, wait a minute, there is another game in town, and there's somebody that has got an awful lot of money, and someone that is going to be aggressively coming after us. So you have to view your business in a different way. And I dare say that advice to anybody in business, regardless of whether you're the only game in town, you should never look at your business as being the only game in town. You should always look at different ways to reinvent and different ways to change what you're doing to stay with the times. And at this time in the business, you could feel the change coming through, whether you liked it or not. You could feel that change coming through because people were talking, people were buzzing about what ifs, and there were a lot of what ifs out there in that atmosphere.
Let me ask, in terms of, and I know we've talked about this a lot in the archives, but I just want to bring it up. I guess we should mention, you can do our whole Razor Ramon show, which is a marathon. And we recently did part 1 of Diesel. You can enjoy both of those in the archives on YouTube, somethingtowrestle.com. Chat me up though. When you've got sort of a lame duck talent where we know he's leaving, he's working out a notice, we got to sort of go along to get along, but we're not really happy about it. You are in the middle of a war, so you don't necessarily want these guys hanging around your other talent, potentially trying to poach them. I'm not saying that's the way you think, but I'm sure that's the way some management people would think, like, oh, I got to keep them separated. Don't need them talking, blah, blah, blah. What was that mood like with Hall and Nash, where they're here, but they're leaving and they're not changing their mind?
Well, I think you have to look at it with your business hat on and realize that you made an investment in the talent and you want to get as much out of your investment that you possibly can. So you bite the bullet and say, okay, you know what, we're going to get everything that we can out of you, and you move forward and you keep your head down and you do the very best that you can with the talent that you have at the time. And sometimes guys are going to go and they're going to realize that maybe the grass isn't as green on the other side of the hill. However, you know what? Maybe sometimes it is, but always isn't manicured as well. And when you don't manicure your lawn real well all the time, then sometimes you realize weeds start popping up and it takes forever to get that, or it all just goes away. So, yeah, it is what it is.
Is this a transition for a Manscaped spot? Because I don't have that in my notes.
I was thinking that exact same thing as I was there but that's a whole nother conversation.
Let's talk about WrestleMania 12. Meltzer would say it appears that WrestleMania 12 did approximately the same level of buys as last year's show, although that level actually remains a subject of widespread discrepancies. However, the WWF did shatter a record 1 week later by drawing a 4.7 rating unopposed for the April 8th edition of Monday Night Raw, which featured the television return of the Ultimate Warrior, plus Shawn Michaels versus Jerry Lawler and Vader versus Yokozuna. The latter figure, which amounted to 3.05 million homes, was the second largest audience from start to finish average to ever see a pro wrestling television show in the history of cable TV, trailing only the 1988 Royal Rumble, which averaged 3.2 million homes and an 8.2 rating. By the way, that's because there's so few homes that have cable back in 88. But still, here we are saying, man, things are changing, but then you bounce back with such a strong rating. And again, it's unopposed, but a record Raw rating, that's got to make you feel good. In hindsight, where does the credit belong on that? It feels like it belongs to the
all on me.
It feels like it's a combination of
I did it.
There's no competition and the Ultimate Warrior's there. Would you say that, or internally, are you guys saying, well, it's really Shawn?
I think it's a combination of all the above. It was new. It was the return of the Warrior, and people wanted to see what he'd been gone for a while. So yeah, I credit the Warrior a lot for that because it was new again.
Let's mention that Meltzer wrote, the WWF took excellent advantage of its largest Raw audience ever with one of its best shows ever. The company shot angles to heat up the upcoming Shawn Michaels versus Diesel match and Ultimate Warrior versus Goldust pay-per-view matches on April 28th. They also built farther into the future for an eventual pay-per-view match with Vader versus Yoko, which we expect to take place in May or June, and Ahmed Johnson versus Davey Boy Smith, which will be a house show program for May and no doubt hit pay-per-view at some point. I do want to mention the April 15th show did a 3.1 rating and Nitro did a 2.8. So you're still winning, but it's not nearly the runaway that it was before. Let's talk about some news and notes, because even though we're saying, oh, it's an interesting time, when you compare it to 95, my goodness, business is so much better. Your average attendance in May of 95 is 3,440 fans. It's up 71.2% the following year to 5,890 fans on average. Not only is the attendance up, so is the gate. Your average gate in May of 95 was $43,250. We're up 120% to $95,214. And television ratings are actually down just a little bit, going from a 2.3 to a 2.2. But if we've learned anything from listening to Eric Bischoff, he says a tenth of a point is a fucking rounding error. But there's no denying, 71% more people, 120% more money. Business is turned around from 1995.
And it was. And, that's where I go back to the foundation, and the foundation kind of being built, and it was shifting. It was changing. The movement of Diesel and Razor at that time, it forced a bigger change on the backside of that. But even when, you look at the ratings war and what have you, oh my God, business overall they weren't putting us out of business at that point. It was, in a lot of respects, and again, if you want to compare books, I would say that the profit and what have you would probably go in our favor because WCW was spending a lot of money. And even when you look at it, that side of it, and I don't know that side of it as much as, say, an Eric Bischoff, but when people would bitch and moan about the kind of cut Hulk Hogan was getting on his merchandise and what have you, and you look at it and go, compared to what? They weren't doing shit.
Right.
Hulk being there and actually selling merchandise and getting them to see and participate in other things is like, okay, he created something and created this that had not been there before. It wasn't like, no knock on Ray, but Glacier t-shirts weren't flying off the shelves.
Right.
So, it was just a unique time in the business, and things were changing, and we were trying to keep up with that change without, going head to head, trying to match bank accounts with Ted Turner.
Let's talk about, the whole Bret Hart, Shawn Michaels saga. We mentioned briefly that Shawn beat Bret at WrestleMania to win the world title. After that match, Bret's going to go on like a 7-month break, I guess. He does come back for that one tour of Germany where he wrestled a few times. And Meltzer reports this: the WWF plan was for a Shawn Michaels Bret Hart rematch for SummerSlam in Cleveland on 8/18, and they had even suggested a ladder match. But in any case, wanted Michaels over clean, and at least at this point, Hart has no intention of returning at any time in the foreseeable future, particularly to put Michaels over again. So I got more on this, but I want to take a timeout right now. To the best of your recollection, was that ever even remotely discussed? Bret and Shawn?
For SummerSlam?
Yes.
Not to my knowledge, because Bret was going away for a while. Bret wanted to do his Lonesome Dove and Sinbad stuff, and Bret was looking to get away for a while. I think if Bret in a perfect world could have gone away for a year, he probably would have.
Well, it's just funny, but I've never really heard that. I mean, I think we've all heard, and we've discussed here a lot on the show.
Are you saying that Meltzer was ill-informed or just lying?
No, I'm not saying that at all. He's even acknowledging it's not going to happen. No, he says it's not going to happen.
Yeah, because but then why does he print shit like that? Hey, you know what? You know what I heard, Conrad?
What'd you hear?
I heard that Tyson Fury is going to fight Conor McGregor.
Okay.
They're going to do it and it's going to be bare knuckle fighting
on Triller, and
they're going to be able to. No, oh hell no.
Showtime.
No, bigger than that. They're going to create a new network to do it.
Okay.
Yeah, it's going to be really big.
Can we talk about real stuff?
Oh gosh, but you know what? They may not do it.
Okay, this just in: breaking news. Plans change, Conrad.
Yeah.
So listen, the thing that I really wanted to hang my hat on here: Hart has no intention of returning at any time in the foreseeable future, particularly to put Michaels over again. Now, this is before, as far as I know, it was like a real issue between the two. What was this just competitiveness or rumor and innuendo?
100% rumor and innuendo.
Okay.
And again, as I said many times, coming out of WrestleMania 12, the plan for Bret was for Bret to create animosity, for those guys to create animosity in Bret's absence by Bret not saying anything. And then Bret had his little thing in the Calgary newspaper, a column that he would write from time to time, that he would like put little hints out there and say little things. All that was, at the time, all that shit was work.
Speaking of work, I want to ask about Bret's column in the newspaper. This used to get a lot of coverage back in the day, the Calgary Sun. He wrote...
When you say a lot of coverage, you mean Dave Meltzer wrote it and then he wrote about it in his dirt sheet?
No, I mean the internet would just...
There was no internet then.
In 96, yeah.
No, fuck. Okay.
Are you just going to be in a fucking ill mood the rest of the goddamn day?
Yes.
You just ate 900 oysters and ate a bunch of Korean barbecue last night. What the fuck else do you want?
I know, and it's all I had today. God, it was delicious.
And so now you're satisfied eating your favorite food, drinking your second favorite drink, talking to your 132nd favorite person. What's the problem?
What makes you think you moved up on the list?
Oh yeah. So
You realize you're the only person I talk to outside of
the bubble,
like 4 other people.
I have my wife, my kids, those 6 people at the office, and you.
I don't talk to my wife and kids.
Yeah, there's no time for that.
Yeah.
Meltzer would write, although Hart rarely breaks storyline in the column, he did say that he doesn't like Michaels being a role model for small children, and said that somebody should ask why Michaels was beaten up in Syracuse, and suggested it was because a lot of the time Michaels behaves like a jerk. He also made a few barbs about the Ultimate Warrior, saying he received a tremendous response, but he said Warrior was more tired after his match than Brett was after going 62 minutes. Quote, Warrior will fade fast, especially if he hasn't learned any more than throwing clotheslines and shaking the ropes. But hey, he looks great. How much of this is Brett just going into business for himself? How much is him trying to create interest for future matches? Does any of this ever annoy Vincent Kennedy McMahon?
No, I think it was all, Brett trying to stir interest. Brett did all that shit calculated. Every single bit of it to just point to his return. That is exactly what he was doing. Also, it was the newspaper in Calgary. And contrary to the people that read Meltzer's dirt sheet, or it wasn't that many people that got to see that other than the smarter fans, if you will.
I got you. We also wanted to mention the tour that Brett worked. We mentioned briefly that even though he's on a 7-month break, he did work this tour of Germany. My understanding is when Vince gave him this time off, it was, hey pal, you're over in Europa. So we need you in the headline spot on some of those, or at least the co-main events. And Brett agrees to come back and work the tour. Is that pretty much the gist of it?
I think that was agreed upon beforehand.
Yeah. So here's what Wade Keller says. There's a lot of heat on the Germany tour between Tammy Sitch and Shawn Michaels. Also, a rib was played on Sunny where someone put a turd in her meal. She left the tour early. Also in Germany, Michaels blew up at WWF officials when he wasn't told about a bus ride to a gym for a workout, yet had been under tremendous pressure to make a ton of charity and promotional appearances during the tour. There's more to this, and we'll just take a timeout for now. This is, I believe, if we've pieced together everything after the fact, when Tammy and Shawn were, shall we say, having a good time, and maybe they had a flare up over there. But I also know that somewhere along the line, it's been suggested that perhaps another member of the clique, took a poo-poo in her meal. And this was a bad PR scene. Obviously it's not normal behavior. I don't know why poop keeps popping up in wrestling, but here it is. Does X mark the spot here, or what can you tell us about this?
Thank God I didn't make those tours.
Well, what's the word you're getting? You pull into the office, you park your car, you get up the elevator, you take a seat, and somebody brings you a memo. You won't believe this.
I can guarantee you there were no memos.
Can you imagine if there was a memo on like Wade Keller even spelled turd T-E-R-D. And I was like, man, I got to rethink it, because my whole life I was T-U-R-D. I guess in a memo, you need to know how to spell turd.
Yeah, well, thank God I didn't.
What can you tell us about this Sunny incident?
Again, not being there, you heard all the rumors that I've heard, and to me, it's all rumor, and it just unfortunate when that kind of stuff blows up and takes on a life unto itself.
Meltzer would also say, or Wade would say rather, because Nash and Hall had nothing to lose because they realized the WWF needs them more than they need them. They were said to be flagrantly violating all company rules during the tour. They were late for the bus, as well as every other infraction. The feeling among many wrestlers and officials is that once Hart, Hall, and Nash are gone from the road shows, the locker room tension should decrease quite a bit. That is thought to be especially the case for Shawn Michaels, as Bret is his top rival and Nash and Hall are his, as others see it, bad influences. How fair is that assessment? That these guys knowing, I'm not sticking around, so fuck it, we'll do what we want.
Yeah, I'm sure there was some of that, and again, that's why I just thank God I wasn't on those tours. And Brett wasn't coming back into the fold anyway, so to me, that's kind of a non-issue. And looking for Brett to come back when he was finished with all of his other obligations, and then we'd move on from there.
There's some controversy about Goldust too. The Connecticut Post runs a front page feature on the Goldust portrayal, and they had local gay groups react to it. Quote, what they're doing is horrendous, particularly when gay men are being beaten and even murdered in real life. They have this man dressed in drag, showing he's less than a man, coming on to other men who then beat him up. So they're saying that this is obviously a slippery slope, shall we say. I never, I'm a kid at the time. I don't know, 14, 15 years old. I didn't see any of that. And I don't know why I didn't. I guess, I don't know. I wasn't as sensitive to this as maybe I should have been. In hindsight, do you regret any of the stuff that you did when you see pushback like this, or was this time and place? I don't know.
Again, you have to put yourself back in the time 30 years ago.
Right.
And it was a different time and a different place, and trying to portray the Goldust character as outrageous and a flamboyant character, an androgynous character that obviously people didn't understand what androgynous was and what we were trying to do with the character, and went to the lowest common denominator,
Yes.
regardless of what side that they were on the issue. So could things have been done differently? Possibly. I don't know that it was, I don't know. To that one, I say that we did try to be very sensitive, on a lot of fronts with Goldust, and felt that portrayal of an androgynous, outrageous, over the top character was the controversy in the character. And I don't know that, I could see where other people, I guess, could look at it when you put on both hats and try to look at it and you try to see things from other people's viewpoint. So they're going to see it the way that they want to see it, and other people are going to see it the way they want to see it. I think it was in the middle.
Let's talk about, oh, by the way, if you want to hear more on Goldust, it's over at somethingtowrestle.com. We did a marathon episode. But another guy that we covered very early on is Brian Pillman. And in this era, he's probably regarded as being the hottest free agent in wrestling at the time. He's not only being sought after by you guys, but WCW is attempting to re-sign him, which, boy, that's a comedy of errors. He's actually spent some time in ECW that I'm sure a lot of people remember. But the real news is he's in a horrible auto accident. He's thrown 40 feet out of his Humvee on April 15th, and he's hospitalized in Cincinnati, and he's in a bad way. And when this is all happening, what are you thinking about? Because at this point you knew Brian Pillman, you had met him before, right?
Yeah, no, we'd already negotiated with Brian by this point.
But you hadn't actually worked with him at this point, right? I
had never actually worked with Brian at this point. No, I'd met Brian on several occasions, and we had talked, done some business at this point, talking about him coming in, but hadn't worked with him yet. No.
Let me ask, when you work with a new guy like that, do you maybe call up some of your old pals? Like, would you call Dusty and say, hey man, what can you tell me about Brian? Or do you play everything sort of close to the vest instead?
No, I think that Brian had enough people around that were singing his praises, and there were a lot of people that were very high on Brian as far as, an athlete and a human being. So, it wasn't, the loose cannon gimmick was a gimmick.
Right.
And Brian worked that gimmick in and out of the ring. But I don't know that I ever experienced Brian being crazy and too hard to handle and being a real life loose cannon.
Wait, hang on. I want to follow up on something there. Are you saying that Brian, even in his meeting with Vince, was working the loose cannon gimmick, or not? Is that not the
No,
case?
no, no. I'm saying that to the boys he would.
Right. But I mean, he's not sitting down in Vince's office and
No.
being a goof. Okay. Um, when the Humvee accident happens, you guys still move forward with the offer. But this is happening at a time where, you know, Razor wants a raise. He's not getting one. But Brian Pillman is coming in for a decent sized contract, and we're not even sure that he's going to be able to wrestle. Or had you guys sort of convinced yourself, oh, he's going to be okay? Or did Vince just think, well, this is the right thing to do and he's worth it?
Define decent sized contract, and who said Brian Pillman was coming in for anything more than what other people were already making?
Well, I don't know what everybody else
That's
is
rumor and
making.
innuendo. Now, his agent was out there telling everybody that would listen,
I say.
trying to get WCW to bump up their price. Sure, they were negotiating. But I could tell you that it wasn't extraordinary what Brian was making coming in. He had a downside guarantee like other people did.
What's the concern? I mean, obviously there's a million different ways you could go with this just in your head. But when you see a guy have a serious accident like this, and I mean, it's just natural to have concerns, right? About how will he recover from this? Will he be
Sure.
able to return to his old form? I mean, he was known before this as Flying Brian Pillman, and what's that going to look like now, right?
Well, I don't think anybody was interested in Flying Brian at this point anyway. You know, the interesting character was the loose cannon character and
Yes.
this unpredictable, outrageous Brian Pillman. And nobody was looking for I hate to say boring, but Brian didn't have a lot of personality.
Right.
Loose cannon, unpredictable Brian Pillman sure as hell did. So, I think that you're looking at, okay, how can we utilize his talents? And you can utilize his talents with his mouth and his personality. He doesn't need to be Flying Brian anymore. That was just people out in San Francisco, California that really like that.
Let's move on. Pat Patterson is going to make the news here. He's moving back to Connecticut in May. And it's written here by the Observer. WWF sources say he won't be going back to work with the WWF and that he was simply a guest at WrestleMania. I know you addressed this at WrestleMania, but did you ever get the sense that Pat, he means at this time, he's really retiring?
Pat didn't move back to Connecticut.
Okay.
Yeah, Pat stayed in Florida. So that would be completely incorrect. Who reported that? Was that a Meltzer report?
Wade Keller.
It was, wasn't it? Answer a question. Was it Meltzer report? Yes or no?
I don't know how we're going to be able to keep doing this show if every time I say his name, we get sidetracked.
Well, because I need to point out facts versus just blatant bullshit rumor.
Every time?
When it's blatantly wrong and you talk about Pat moving back, Pat didn't move back.
Wade Keller would say Kurt Hennig's insurance policy with Lloyd's of London either recently expired or expires soon. There was apprehension about returning to the ring after the policy expired because it could cause problems with the insurance company if he, quote unquote, just happened to get better as soon as the policy stopped paying him for his injuries that prevented him from wrestling. He also didn't want to return too soon from injuries in general. As of now, it appears, especially with the angle on Raw, that he'll be incorporated back into storyline soon, probably sooner than otherwise expected, because they want to fill the gap left by Diesel and Ramon come June. And Hennig is a major league name that keeps the WWF from looking small time after Ramon and Diesel leave. Now, we've done a whole episode on Mr. Perfect in the past, but I do want to just take a sidebar here and talk about the Lloyd's of London thing. How in depth are your conversations or Vince's conversations with Kurt about possibly coming back here and getting in the ring?
Again, it all comes down to whether or not they can. And we don't get into whether or not they've collected insurance or anything like that. That's on them.
Yeah.
And they've got to pass the physicals. They've got to be able to prove to us that they can perform. and we're not going to get into anything with any kind of insurance company one way or the other. Not our place, not going to do it.
Let's get into the show itself. Before we get there though, I want to mention there is a dark match and Meltzer didn't love it. It's Miro and the 1-2-3 Kid. They go 7 minutes and 17 seconds. He gives it a star and 3/4. And this is something you almost never hear. Meltzer would write, Kid physically looked bad. His work was sloppy and he was way down in weight, appearing to be in the 165 to 170 range. And then of course, he breaks down the rest of the match. But man, that really stood out to me in a major way. That 1-2-3 Kid looked bad. When did we ever hear that? Was he hurt? Was he working hurt? Did you guys have concerns about Waltman in this era?
No, not particularly. I think that, look, sometimes you may not look the greatest, but I don't know the kid looked terrible.
The match comes to a DQ finish when Hunter interferes and, leaves Miro laying with a pedigree. Of course, we remember Miro really just debuted a few weeks earlier at WrestleMania 12. And it's been said that newcomers would often be thrown in there with Sean Waltman as almost the measuring stick to see how good of a performer he was. So whenever I see very shortly after a guy makes a debut, he's got a match with Waltman, I wonder, is this more of that where we're trying to see, hey man, where we at? Thumbs up, thumbs down, thumbs in the middle. Was that existing here with Waltman?
No, I think it was more a case of looking to give Merrill the best match that you could possibly get out of him.
It's also been said that Miro, for lack of a better word, may have had a little bit of heat on him because he came in with a quote unquote big guaranteed contract. Now, whether or not that was true doesn't matter. The perception amongst the boys, if you will, is that he's coming in off the other TV with a better deal than they might have. And so when a match is said to be not good, it makes me wonder, does some of that get into the guy's brain? And then maybe, and I'm not saying Waltman did this, but it wouldn't be above maybe a Hall and Nash to say, hey man, maybe you ought to sandbag this guy. Do you think that's possible?
I would hope not. I would hope that somebody wouldn't want to do anything like that because it's not professional. And if they did, then they'd be unprofessional. I don't think that I would hope not. I would certainly hope not.
During the pregame show, they have the Ultimate Warrior do an interview, which ends with Goldust blowing the dust in his eyes, which Meltzer said was poorly done. They show Jose Lothario talking to Mad Dog Vachon to set up that Mad Dog is in the building. And then Diesel does a quote unquote fake shoot interview, teasing that since they're live, he can say or do anything he wants. And he called himself the baddest mother trucker in the WWF. And he threatened to do something to McMahon on the pay-per-view. And they start dropping hints that Diesel is pulling a shoot and leaving for WCW, without directly saying so, sort of like a Japanese style angle. And Doc Hendricks announced that Goldust ran away from the Warrior, slipped on water and hurt his knee. But they never acted as if he wasn't going to wrestle on the pay-per-view. And they also had Sonny pretend to flash Phineas Godwin backstage. A lot to unpack here. Do you remember this edgy interview from Diesel?
Yeah, and it was, just that. It was to garner viewers and hopefully get last minute viewers go, oh my God, he didn't do anything on that because it was free, but on pay-per-view he'll do something. And what we were alluding to was the Mad Dog spot.
Right.
Was holy shit, you won't believe what the hell is going to happen here. And then when you see him rip somebody's leg off, that's kind of a holy shit moment.
Let's talk about the first match here. It's Davey Boy Smith teaming with Owen Hart to take on Jake Roberts and Ahmed Johnson. They get 13 minutes and 47 seconds. Meltzer said this was made into a tag since Smith's knee wasn't ready, so they needed to add Hart to the show to save the match. Before the match, Roberts pulled out the snake, Jim Cornette fainted, and Smith pretended to give him CPR. Even though Johnson's work is still pretty bad, he shows a lot of fire and potential to get over like a big dog. Roberts was in most of the way and looked bad because he's so out of the shape. It was really a one-person match. And of course, as we know, Davey Boy and Owen Hart get the win. Chat me up here. Why is Jake Roberts teaming with Ahmed Johnson? Because he is a recognizable babyface and the snake's going to get a pop. Is that it?
Well, also part of it is hopefully Ahmed would be able to learn from someone like Jake too.
I see.
That probably more than anything is the main reason that you want to have those two guys in there, from Jake's psychology to be in the ring with somebody and be able to try and help them. Um, Watch me understand why I'm doing the things that I'm doing, and hopefully for Jake to be able to coach Ahmed through this whole damn thing. And that's the reason for it. And you put him in there in the ring as well with two great workers like Davey and Owen, and watch them. It's different from sitting there and you can watch tapes and all this other stuff all day long and try to figure out why guys do what they're doing. When you're right there and you're in the moment and you can understand and you can listen to them and you can also hear what they're hearing from the audience, it's all of a sudden it's like, okay, are you guys hearing that? And then you watch what the pros do in the ring. And Jake was a master at that, always has been. Owen and Davey. Oh, God, masters at that. So you take the Ahmed Johnson that you're trying to teach, you want him to learn. When he's in the moment with guys like that, you better learn. You got to learn something.
Let's just pretend for a minute. It's fun for me to sort of fantasy book. We know that Ahmed Johnson was considered to be, one of the next great big projects from Vince McMahon. And I think Bill Watts was high on him, et cetera, et cetera. Is there an alternate universe where he picks up on this a little better in a year or two, maybe even the next year, considering we don't really get the Shawn Brett rematch? If Ahmed would have progressed quickly, could there have been a chance where he's in the main event at WrestleMania 13?
Absolutely.
That's fascinating to me because I know they called the Chicago Street Fight the co-main event. It didn't feel like it to me. It's still the main event of that show will forever be Brett and Austin, even though it didn't go on last. But Ahmed Johnson versus somebody, man, that's just fascinating that could have been a WrestleMania main event.
Yeah, I mean, Ahmed was one of those guys that we looked at and said, this guy could be WWE champion at some point. I mean, had all the charisma in the world, had the personality, and unfortunately just didn't have that feel and was dangerous in the ring.
I can't imagine him appearing on Regis and Kelly though.
I could. I mean, I really could. He wasn't stupid.
Oh no, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying his promos were not exactly, I don't know. He's not the brand ambassador that, the Miz would be. You know what I mean?
And nobody's what Miz would be.
That's
But
true.
I think we could have gotten Ahmed there. But I say that it takes two to tango.
Right. He's also got to have the right opponent too,
Yes.
and that's a whole nother story. Let's talk about, the next match here. This is something else, man. Warrior's going to beat Goldust by a count out of 7 minutes and 47 seconds. It is for the Intercontinental Championship. Goldust comes out with a new bodyguard who wasn't given a new name. And, they're reminding us here in the notes that this is actually Mantar. Meltzer would say, "This was horrible." Warrior grabbed Marlena's cigar and began smoking it, sat in her chair and put on Goldust's wig. And Goldust mainly complained and was barely in the ring. It would have been okay for 2 minutes, but it never ended. Finally, Warrior burned Goldust's hand with the cigar and clotheslined him out of the chair, which was the first body contact of the entire match, and Goldust walked out for the countout. Not only a worst match of the year candidate, but a worst match of the year, or worst match of the decade candidate, minus 3.5 stars. It's not really a match. It's a spectacle. Goldust is hurt. Was there not an opportunity to call an audible, or did you feel like the old adage of we've just got to get it in the ring?
Well, we wanted to be safe and get whatever we could in the ring and just do something that Goldust felt comfortable with and be able to get both characters out there and tell a story, not have a match, not looking to have a match because Goldust couldn't have had a match, but to be able to give both participants that people wanted to see and do something with them as best they could.
Meltzer would say Goldust clearly couldn't work the show, and unfortunately, being wrestling promoters, even when they make a policy of trying to be honest with fans after some memorable bait and switches of the past. What were you saying?
Well, you left out Mantar.
Well, please elaborate on Mantar.
He had hoofs.
Well, not here on this show. I love that's your go-to though. And by the way, you're doing it like as if anyone will ever see the video. You hold up to the camera your knuckle.
I'm showing you hoofs.
It's hilarious.
Like, hoofs. Like fucking hoofs. Yeah, Mike Halleck trying to salvage something there and be a bodyguard for Mantar. That was one of those that, God damn. Mike was such a nice guy. That gimmick was horrible. Sorry.
Yeah.
Half man, half tar. I mean, what the fuck?
Hey, let me ask. I know this is crazy, but somebody asked me the other day and I honestly had never thought about it. And I was almost disappointed in myself. You have sometimes, I'm going to put you on the spot here. You may not like this, but you have sometimes come on the show and talked about the president or whatever his title was of WWF Canada, Carl DeMarco. And you would sometimes refer to him as old Bison Head. Was the Mantar gimmick a rib on Carl DeMarco?
Oh God, no.
So Mantar's head did not remind you of Carl DeMarco's head.
Oh God, no. Carl's head was much larger.
Okay.
No, absolutely no. God, no. Not even remotely. No.
When somebody asked me that, I never thought of it, and it was like,
yeah,
it was right in front of us the whole time.
No, sorry.
Let's talk about the Ultimate Warrior getting a column in the WWF magazine. This is real. By now, all the rumors have been laid to rest regarding the return of the Ultimate Warrior. No more hoaxes, no more teases, no more pathetic imitations. Hang up your boots, Renegade, and find a gym. I know I speak for everyone in saying that it's a great time to be back home. Whatever differences in the past between Titan Sports and me, I have never forgotten the World Wrestling Federation is the birthplace of the Ultimate Warrior. Warrior University is the only full-scale training facility for developing real pro wrestlers and sports entertainers. Everything from fantasy camps, lifestyle changing camps, to technical and character development camps for those who wish to become the next superstar in the world of professional wrestling. So we get a little plug in here for Warrior University. Did you ever meet anybody who went to Warrior University?
I don't know that Warrior University ever actually opened.
I'm disappointed to hear that.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that shortly after, everything was done, that Warrior came in the gym one day and just closed everything down.
I mean, it looks as if I'm looking at a facility. I feel like I've seen pictures.
Oh my God, it was an unbelievable facility. It was beautiful.
So you saw it?
Oh, I saw it, man. It was one of the nice. It was a really super great, nice gym.
But
and to this day, and I'm not. He came in one day and basically fired everyone, closed the gym, and just shut it all down, shut everything down. He was going to restructure. I don't know. He left shortly thereafter too, but no one really knows. I mean, I'm sure he did, or maybe not. But it was this. I mean, when you talk about an impressive facility, it was a very impressive facility.
Well, and here's the thing: if you're talking about, diet and exercise and getting your look right, and being crazy presentation, he's probably got all that. But boy, it tickles me. We're going to teach you the technical aspects of being a professional. What now?
Yeah, well, I don't think he ever got one student, to my knowledge. But shortly in this time, he went and just shut everything down.
Well, Razor Ramon's about to shut it down too. But first, he's got to put over Vader. Vader's going to pin Razor in 14 minutes and 49 seconds. Meltzer would say Vader dominated early, but Ramon got a strong comeback, and Vader looked to have put on another 15 pounds or so, and it works against him in long matches. Still, it was a good match with some good near falls and solid psychology. The finish saw Razor go for the Razor's Edge, but Vader flipped out of it and gave him a hip drop for the pin. 3.25 stars. Believe it or not, these guys have known each other a long time. They were both in the AWA, like, I don't know, 10, 11 years prior to this, with Vader known as his real name, Leon White, and Razor Ramon also going by Scott Hall. Why was Vader the right opponent to beat Razor Ramon here? Clearly he's going to do the favor for somebody. Let's just get Vader a big win over a big name. Is that the thinking?
All the above. It was somebody that give Razor some credibility and be able to have Vader. Did I say Razor? Give Vader credibility in beating someone like Razor, and it was the right opponent. Plus, they had chemistry, and I thought they gelled well together. And you do go back from the time that, God, I think it was like when Leon first started in the business with Vern in the AWA when Scott was there. And he wasn't just Scott Hall; he was big Scott Hall.
Yes, he was.
Yeah, that was his gimmick. I'm big, and he is Scott Hall is another one. We talk about deceiving motherfuckers.
Oh, he's Hulk Hogan size, and nobody talks about it.
I mean, Scott's huge.
Yes,
Scott's a big man. And it's very deceptive because, he's got this damn chiseled body, but I saw him the other day and I was like, man, he's still he's Scott Hall. He's that's what I said. Big Scott Hall. That wasn't a gimmick. That was a gimmick. You know what I mean? He was big. He was Scott Hall.
What'd you think of Vader's performance here? He's been the top guy, the top heel over on the WCW side of things for quite a while. You're excited to get him. You do the big angle with him in Gorilla Monsoon in January. He's really getting up and going now. Meltzer says, hey, he looks heavier and it's probably hurting him a little bit. But this is one of his sort of coming out performances on pay-per-view. Of course, he was on the WrestleMania card, but I don't know if that counts. There's a bunch of other guys in that match. But here, one-on-one, a top talent, a guy like and trust in Razor Ramon. What did you and Vince think of Vader's performance here?
I thought it was a little underwhelming, personally, because you have to. There were so many things when you look back on some guys that would come in from other places that were top guys. When they get into our rings in general, the ring's a little bit bigger. It's got ropes instead of cables. Some guys can adapt, some guys can't. Some of that threw Leon off because Leon was used to working in smaller rings. He was used to working with cables for ropes instead of actual rope. And I think that there were just little things. His timing was off. He had put on weight. And you put on weight, now you've got an extra step and a half or an extra 2 steps in the ring that I'm not used to. Those little things add up.
Yeah.
As a performer that's used to doing things one way, then you come into, you're the big fish in the small pond. Now you come into the ocean and wait a minute, there's sharks in here.
Right.
And you're a whale, but you're not a killer whale. And you have to adapt. And I think Leon wanted to come in and be the great white shark. And he just wasn't.
Coming up next, your brother is going to strut that ass out here with Chris Candido. They, of course, are the Body Donnas, and they're going to retain their tag titles, beating the Godwins in 7 minutes and 17 seconds. Slightly better, but basically along the same lines as their WrestleMania match, according to Meltzer. They're pushing the angle where Pig, which is Phineas Godwin, is infatuated with Sunny, and Sunny uses it to her team's advantage. Sunny gave Pig an autograph photo of her, and he concentrated on it more than the match. Finish saw Hog, that's Henry O. Godwin, use the slop drop on Skip, but they did the switch behind Hog's back and Zip pinned him with an inside cradle. Hog got mad and put the picture of Sunny in the slop, but Pig took it out and wiped off the photo and left with it. Star in 3/4. What the fuck are we watching right now?
The Goblins and the Body Donnas.
This feels like 1987, 1988 level wrestling.
No, this was 98, right?
It's 96. We're close though. But I'm just saying, this feels like coming up next, the Killer Bees. You know, it's just.
No, the bees weren't on this show. It's Body Donnas and the Godwins, Phineas and Henry. Oh, Godwin.
I'm gonna
and Phineas.
I'm gonna hang up on you in just a minute.
What was Phineas's middle name?
I don't know. Ignorant.
Ignorant. You're ignorant.
I feel ignorant even talking about a Godwin's match with you. Like, why was this? Did y'all ever feel guilty? I feel like at some point you and Vince are on headsets and he looks over at you and says, "God damn, can you believe this shit? We got 2 hog farmers. One's pig, one's hog. And we got your brother to cut his hair."
I like Tom's haircut.
I'm sure you did. More than he did, probably.
Yeah, it made him zip. Skippy and Zippy.
You know, he knows where you live.
Yeah, I know. He's been here.
So chat me up.
And yes, he can kick my ass now. He could kick my ass then. I've had my ass whooped many times by him. Yeah, it ain't like he's getting a cherry.
This is not good stuff here.
He's beat my ass so bad he's put me to bed.
Oh, he'd beat you up and then tuck you in?
My bed and put me in my bed and pulled the covers up on me and told me don't get up again. And then I got up again. And he whipped my ass again, put me in bed again. Third time he did it, I stayed.
And by the way, folks, we're not talking about when they were in high school. This is about 3 or 4 years ago.
Liar.
Any remorse about this silliness?
None whatsoever. Entertaining shit.
You know, when we've got Vader and Razor before and we got Shawn and Diesel on the other side, it feels like, damn, there's some hitting shit on here. But then there's like Body Donnas and the Godwins and Goldust. It was
fun. Come on, it's a let up. You can't go goddamn serious all the time. Have some fun. Lighten up.
Okay.
Lighten up, Francis.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, sassafras, sure. Body Donna, thug. Bullshit. But you got a former NWA World Heavyweight Champion and one half of the Smoking Mountain Champion Tag Team of the Year against 2 fine. Mark Canberra's a stud. I ain't got much to say about Tex, but goddamn. They're going to have ha-ha and bullshit, sassafras, goddamn, disgusting. Phineas Godwin, oh, fuck me, sassafras.
Have you heard how Red Ass JR has gotten over on the podcast?
How what?
I call it Red Ass JR. He's just mad about everything.
Hey, goddamn clouds. Fuck you, clouds. Sassafras in your clouds.
He asked me the other day, he says, Connie, you ever put Kahlua in your coffee? And I said, no, sir, I don't drink coffee. And he says, I'm tired of your goddamn rhetoric. It's useless. I'm like, I don't even know what happened right there. You asked if I put liquor in my coffee, and I said, I don't drink coffee. Yeah, you corrected me on the fucking air, Connie. Okay. Sorry about that.
Here, what's the point, Connie? I'm just asking. I'm giving you a goddamn life hack here. You take the Kahlua and you put it in your coffee, Connie. I don't give a fuck if you don't drink coffee. You put Kahlua in the coffee, and then you drink it.
Anyway, check it out.
I'll give you a goddamn life hack, though. Here's what you do, Conrad. This will get you drinking coffee, though.
Okay.
You should take the Kahlua, like you get the little airline Kahlua.
Yeah.
This is what I have them do, like on the airline. I say, okay, I want one of them little bottles of Kahlua, and I want one of them little bottles of Bailey's. And then you top that shit off with coffee. So you basically got more liquor than you got coffee. You got Bailey's and Kahlua. And then you top it off with the coffee. You stir it all up. Motherfucker, goddamn, that is the sweetest, greatest shit in the world. Now you're going to start going, well, you know what, man? Maybe I don't want to drink all this Kahlua and Bailey's today. I'll just have some coffee. Put a little sweet and low there. And then you can become a goddamn coffee drinker, Conrad. You would love it. Folks, try that at home. Shot of Kahlua, shot of Bailey's, then you top it off with your coffee.
And try grilling JR. It's on Thursdays. Yesterday.
Fuck that shit.
We're Red Ass JR. It's funny. Come on.
I'm sorry. I've lived Red Ass JR for 40 fucking years.
Well, I haven't. It's still fun for me. Red Ass JR is over. I'm even trying to convince him he needs like a spicy barbecue sauce and just call it Red Ass JR's barbecue. But he thinks it should be a hot sauce. Would you try Red Ass JR hot sauce?
No, I would.
You wouldn't try it?
I wouldn't touch anything concerning his ass.
What's happening right now?
I was talking about, goddamn, you got a former NWA World Heavyweight, Dennis Corluzzo, picked this young man to be the NWA World Heavyweight Champion. That goddamn body done a fuck.
I love that you just sprinkle in Michael Hayes right there at the end. Hey, Dennis Corluzzo, that's a name I don't hear you dust off very often. You got any Dennis stories you can share with us?
No. Well, I do, but I really shouldn't tell them.
Okay, the next match is the main event for the world title. By the way, you can find out more about the sauce over at jrsbbq.com.
Yeah, fuck that.
Will you stop it?
Fuck him. Fuck that. Fuck everything.
Oh, this is Red Ass Bruce.
Yeah.
Okay.
Goddamn right it is.
Okay. Shawn Michaels and Diesel's up next. It's a rematch from WrestleMania 11, except this time, Shawn's the champ. So Diesel retained his world title at WrestleMania 11. Of course, it's not WrestleMania, but still, they're going to put on quite the show here.
Can I give an insight into this real quickly, Conrad? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Read the first line of that thing up here after the 1753. Read that first line.
Okay, so Shawn Michaels retained the WWF title, pinning Diesel in 1753. And the next line you want is, Michaels did an Orihara moonsault, which is a moonsault from the top turnbuckle outside to the floor. Yeah.
I mean, I had an Orihara roll the other day.
Will you stop it? You're not allowed to talk like that.
I did at Oishi.
You can't talk like that.
They got one. It's got like the lobster and the crab, and they top it off with the raw tuna and spicy tuna on top.
Let me just say, I did type in Orihara, and I had to type the whole word moonsault. It didn't just automatically do it for me, but it does say his finishing maneuver was a moonsault. So he just had a preference in his style of moonsault, I assume. But yeah, Meltzer describes it as a moonsault from the top to the outside of the ring to the floor. So the next time you see it, when Charlotte does it, maybe we could have Corey Graves.
Yeah, no, I like mine with a little Tobacco on top.
You can't say that.
Why?
So Diesel pulls off Hugo Savinovich's boot and uses it. And Michaels does the Ray Stevens flip in the corner and crashes into the guardrail. Diesel took over, chokes out referee Earl Hebner with tape, pulls the belt from his pants and starts whipping Shawn Michaels. He hangs Shawn over the ropes and he's tying him to the ropes by the belt. And then Diesel is throwing Howard Finkel out of his chair. He gives Shawn 2 chair shots to the back. He goes for a third chair shot, but this time to the head. Shawn moves and Diesel's chair shot hits the ropes and rebounds into his own face. Let's take a timeout right there. Everything so far sounds pretty badass, but this cartoon spot of I'm going to swing the chair and miss, and now I hit myself in the face. That's a little silly, is it not?
Not until you do it.
As Michaels went to use the chair, Diesel hit him with a low blow. Meltzer would say Michaels' selling was tremendous. Diesel powerbombed Michaels through McMahon and Lawler's table with the monitors flying. Michaels made a comeback by spraying Diesel with a fire extinguisher that was under the ring. He used 2 chair shots before Diesel cut him off with a foot to the face. He went for the jackknife, but Michaels fell on top of him and came off the top rope with an elbow drop. As Michaels goes for the super kick, Diesel blocks it and hit a clothesline and sent Michaels over the top rope with a second clothesline and then dropped him on the guardrail. And here's the big moment. Diesel then goes after Mad Dog Vachon, pulling him over the guardrail and taking off his artificial leg. Before he could use it, Michaels hit the low blow and used it with Lawler's headset being wrapped up in the leg. That's a sentence. Michaels then used the super kick for the pin, 4.5 stars. My God, what a match. There's so many gimmicks here. We're taking a dude's shoe off, another dude's belt off. We're using chair shots. We got fire extinguishers, power bombs through tables, and we took a motherfucker's leg off. This is a great match, but heavy on gimmicks. What'd you think?
Heavy on gimmicks.
I'm just saying, you sometimes hate, I hate all that garbage bullshit, all that ECW tables and chairs. Oh, fuck you. sell a hole, put on an arm bar. Let's see a knee
Okay,
bar.
but hang on. That's what every goddamn match is that way.
Okay.
This was the only match that was this way.
Okay.
This was one match.
I love the match. I think it's legitimately, I think this and the Bret Hart, Diesel match are the two best matches that Kevin Nash ever had for me that I enjoyed. Not that maybe other people liked different matches. Those are my two favorites of his.
I'd be up there with that. I thought this was tremendous.
A lot to unpack here in this era. I know that everybody, especially Sean, really liked leaning on Pat, and Pat took a lot of pride in helping put together WrestleMania 12's main event. Was Pat involved with this match?
Yeah, he was. Absolutely. And, we were there. Mad Dog, lived in Omaha and was always there, and had lost his leg in a horrible accident where he was out cutting his grass along the road and someone hit him.
Oh,
and
shit.
He lost his leg, like left him on the side of the road to die. And they had to amputate his leg. And so Mad Dog had a prosthetic leg, but we were I don't know how to describe the building, but if you've ever been to it like a stadium, and you know how like on the corners they have those big ramps that you just go down.
Spirals.
In Omaha.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's just like a zigzag kind of thing. And Mad Dog was sitting kind of like in between one of those things there. And we're talking to him, and I always had a real good relationship with Maurice through the years. Brother Love, he just was really, really a classy, great guy. And Maurice it was actually Maurice's idea. And why don't you take the leg? You use the leg, and they rip it off of me. I don't give a fuck. And we're sitting there and we're laughing about it.
Wait, who is we? He's pitching this to you and who?
Pat and I are sitting there bullshitting with Maurice.
Okay.
But we're laughing about it.
Sure.
And then we start to think about it, and ran it by Vince and said, "Hey, what do you think?"
Oh God.
If he goes, well, Maurice is good with it, run it by the talent, then ran it by the talent. And of course they fucking loved it. And it was unique. It was a different spot. It was, way ahead of Zach Gowen. And it just was sitting there and watching, with the leg. And it was, oh my God, they just took his leg off. And for those that don't know that Maurice had a prosthetic leg, it was
It's
pretty
quite
shocking.
a visual. Yeah.
Yeah. And I thought it was cool as shit.
Do you think Kevin Nash wanted to listen, he's a controversial figure. You and I both like Kevin Nash, by the way. He's a witty, funny, entertaining, hell of a guy. But he can also be a shit disturber, and in this era maybe he could be known for undermining things. But he's not going to dare try to fuck up his buddy's push here. He's going to pull out all the stops to help Sean be as over as he can be on his way out, right?
Yeah, I think that Kevin was there to do just that, make Sean look as good as he possibly could.
So there's no pushback from anybody, Sean or Kevin, about all the different stuff that we're going to do in this match, including the leg. Like, I know this sounds crazy because I feel embarrassed even having to ask, but do you have a walkthrough about how to disconnect a leg? Like, in my head, that feels like something I'd want to make sure I had down pat. I don't want to hurt the guy, and I've never fucking taken a leg. I don't know how to do this, right?
Yeah, all Mad Dog had to do was unlatch it. He had like a thing that straps onto.
Okay.
And he just had to make sure that all that was undone before they came for the leg.
Do you remember the moment when the leg disconnects? Are you on headsets in the back in Gorilla for this?
And we didn't tell everybody what was going to happen.
So what was the response backstage everywhere?
Oh my God. People, just popping like crazy because first of all, you're wondering what the hell just happened.
Yeah.
Like oh my God, everybody unanimously thought it was great.
It is.
And even the audience, you could hear the audience almost like in horror of what has happened, but then it's pretty cool. And then you realize for the people that were there locally that knew who Mad Dog was and had kind of grown up on Mad Dog, I think that they got it instantly and were happy that would understand the joy that Mad Dog got out of that spot.
Oh yeah, he had to love it.
Qu'est-ce que c'est?
Do you think Mad
He
Dog's?
spoke Pat too.
I was wondering if they went to the same school together.
Oh, yeah, they spoke gimmick, yes.
Do you think we'll see that leg on that A&E Hidden Treasure show next year?
Oh fuck! Now see, that's something I would like to see. Yeah, definitely.
Overall, what'd you like better, their match here or their match at WrestleMania 11?
Oh, this match here was much more fun.
It was so much fun. You know, this is silly, but we got a lot of questions about it on Twitter, so I got to ask. After the match, Vince comes into the ring with Shawn, and Shawn kisses him on the lips. And I don't know, that's not something that you often saw in this era. What'd you think?
Yeah, I don't even remember that.
Michaels has said about this match, it was all I could do to get through each and every day back then. You begin to realize, okay, so now you're going every month. I'm the champion. Yes, I've got an opportunity here to really solidify myself as a top-notch performer. One of the first In Your Houses was me and Nash coming off my title victory of the championship and getting into a no-holds-barred match with Kevin, which I just feel was a wonderful opportunity. He was leaving. It was the kind of match that at the time WWE wasn't going to do a lot. It was a chance to showcase myself in a little rougher, tougher way. So I certainly looked at each and every performance from anything that was going to make it on TV or be televised. I always thought of it as an opportunity to do my best to set myself separately from everybody else as a performer as I could. How big of a notch in the belt is this match for Shawn? Because coming into this match, Shawn had been ridiculed on promos by Brett, and in the magazines and articles and things like that. The idea being that he's not exactly what a WWF champion should be. He's a pretty boy. He's this, he's that. We're not necessarily doing a shoot brother yet, but you get the idea. And now we're sort of showing a harder edge of Shawn, right? I mean, this is not just bell to bell. We're swinging chairs and tables. Oh my.
Yeah, but I think that this was one of those that kind of put Shawn into that next level, and just he wasn't just the pretty spot worker guy. And this was an opportunity to see Shawn sell, see Shawn make a true babyface comeback, if you will, but put him in a different light, and to do it with his friend Kevin Nash, and to do it the way they did it, it was believable. It made sense and felt good.
He talked about the whole leg thing. He said, like, oh my goodness, you want us to do what? You rarely even get the green light for something like that, but usually it's you as a talent suggesting it. So when one of the guys in charge is suggesting it, we're like, oh my gosh. On the one hand, you go, oh my goodness, that's brilliant. But then on the other hand, you go, oh man, is lightning going to strike me after something like that? Where does that fall on the whole karma thing? I hope the good Lord knows that it's all just pro wrestling fun. Look, it turned out great. It was memorable. I think that whole match was well timed as well, considering what was ahead for the WWE in the future. That's sort of hard to dispute. I mean, we're not quite to the Attitude Era, but the very next month, or I guess 2 months after this, is the whole King of the Ring thing with Austin 316. And this could be like, I don't know, a step in that direction.
I think so. I think unbeknownst at the time, though. I don't think that anybody saw it that at the time. It was just appropriate for that match, that issue on that night. You know, you had all of the right pieces coming together to make the puzzle whole.
I want to mention the show goes off the air, but there's 2 dark matches after this for the live audience. So Helmsley pins Miro using his feet on the ropes in what was supposed to be a so-so match, according to the reports. And then Undertaker would pin Mankind with a tombstone and what was said to be a terrible match. But the next night on Raw, during the intro of the show, Jerry Lawler is going to tell Vince McMahon that Jim Cornette is going to explain that Shawn Michaels is a womanizer and a homewrecker. So we're starting our course for Bulldog as the next opponent. Is this sort of the old, what would we do if he were Hulk mentality? You and I've talked a lot about the transition, if you will, from Hogan to Brett, and internally the marketing department and the different divisions within the company would have a question of, well, how do we do that for Brett? And you would always come back to, what did we do for Hulk? And in those days, you had a heel factory. So it was just one after another. Is that what we've got to do here for Sean? Okay, Diesel's out. Next up, Bulldog. Next night. Here we go.
To a certain extent, but not so much with Sean. And we realized we needed a little bit different approach with Sean, not to go the Hulk Hogan route, because that had been done. And I think that in some ways, I don't want to say it was a failed experiment with Brett, but it didn't always work with Brett. We realized we had to present Brett in a different way than Hulk, because he was different than Hulk. So that playbook, sometimes you go with what's familiar and try to adapt, and we needed a new playbook.
This night, the next night after this pay-per-view, we see Mankind beat Bart Gunn, and Jim Ross is going to interview Bart Gunn after the match. Of course, Mankind won with the mandible claw, and Bart is gasping and talking about the paralysis that the hold causes, and Mankind attacks him again, and they go to commercial break. We also see Steve Austin beat Scott Taylor in 2 minutes and 38 seconds. Of course, they're talking about setting up the Caribbean strap match here with Austin and Vega. And then Bulldog comes to the ring with his wife, Diana Smith, and Sean follows, and they've got a whole in-ring thing here where essentially we're setting up the angle with Bulldog and we're using Diana. Cornette's going to call Sean a sexual deviant because he says that, Sean backed her into the corner and propositioned her. And he, I don't know why this is funny, but Cornette says that Sean wanted to sully and corrupt and desecrate her. And he concluded, Diana, look at him and tell the man who tried to lay his hands on your most private parts and call him a fornicator. God, this is so funny to me, dude. You fornicator.
Are you calling me a fornicator, motherfucker?
Well, I mean, I've met your kids. Once upon a time you were.
Well, okay.
And then Diana says, Sean, I know you want me. The fans ooh and ah. And then Sean says, Mrs. Smith, with all due respect, please do not flatter yourself. Of course, she slapped him. And he says, well, I guess we know who wears the pants in the Smith family. And here we go. Pull apart brawl. The matches are going to be great, though. We also get the Godwins and the New Rockers. Hey, as a rule of thumb, if you put the word new in front of something, is it instantly dead?
Oh my God, no. It takes off like a rocket.
Give me some examples of that.
New gain now with scrubbing bubbles.
Oh, I meant like, you always say that. I love you for that being just your go-to. The New Rockers, New Midnight Express. Just, you know.
New Tide with Occident.
Well, we needed some Occident for what's next.
What is Occident?
You know, let's go with it. It seems like something Isaac Yankem would use, and you guys weren't putting much thought into that, but Warrior's going to pin Isaac Yankem. Oh God, Warrior Isaac Yankem. Let's talk about the pay-per-view. Overall, the Wrestling Observer readers gave it 64.9% thumbs up, 21.6% thumbs down, 13.5% thumbs in the middle. What say you, Bruce? Thumbs up, thumbs down, thumbs in the middle.
I thought it was a fun show. And again, I think you remember what was on last, and that's where you judge.
I mean, it's not really a one-match show, but it doesn't feel like it's that far off. I mean, this was a really good show.
It was a good show. And again, I emphasize, it was a fun show. Especially,
when you can consider a couple of the matches, specifically that main event. Go out of your way to see it. If you're going to watch one thing here, that's the one. The best match poll, it was pretty much unanimous. Razor and Vader got 11 votes, but Shawn and Diesel got 246. Worst match, everyone agreed. Warrior and Goldust was the worst match. The highlight, though, for me, I think will always be the leg spot. Do you think to a younger, I'm not saying overall, I want to be clear about that, but to fans, I don't know, in their 30s, maybe early 40s, is Mad Dog Vachon's most memorable thing going to be this leg spot?
Maybe to that audience, but if you did a little research and did a little digging, Mad Dog Vachon was hardcore before they knew what hardcore even meant.
For sure.
So, probably to this audience, but Mad Dog was Mad Dog. Qu'est-ce que c'est? Je te paie.
All right, boys and girls. Bruce is getting fussy. It's time for us to put him to bed, just like Uncle Tom used to do. I don't wait, no, Brother Tom. We'll figure that out next
The
week,
hell are you
though.
saying?
Well, if you're like, he's your brother, and y'all.
You know.
Well, okay. Trish Stratus is something I have notes for, and I also have notes for Backlash 2006. Bruce, I'm going to put you on the spot. What do you want to talk about next week?
Okay, well, you got to you know how you have to give me more information than that. It's
Okay,
like, hey, Bruce, we want to talk about May 19th, 1964.
Okay, all right,
Okay.
Here we go. Backlash 2006 is a triple threat main event with John Cena, Triple H, and Edge. Or we could talk about Trish Stratus. Oh, wait. Did you think I forgot the best part of Backlash 06?
Yeah, well, I don't know. I thought you gave it to me already.
Well, I told you the main event, but I really just did that as a tease because it's Mr.
Right?
It's Mr. McMahon and Shane McMahon against Shawn Michaels and God.
Oh, let's go there.
I knew you'd want to do that one.
Yeah.
So there you go, boys and girls. That's what's coming up.
A lot of Leave It to Beaver, and there are a lot of God references in there. Well, Beaver, people are always watching you, and sometimes it may not be people that are like, near. And he goes, "You mean like God, mommy?" That's exactly what I'm talking about, Beaver. Yeah. So I like that one. Let's talk about that one.
Backlash 2006 coming your way. Well, what's going on in our lives right now? Well, we're excited to talk about when Vince McMahon wrestled God.
Undefeated.
Well, I don't know. I feel like God got his heat back with that rain delay this year, but we'll talk about that another time.
Did he?
Maybe they're going to go the distance. Maybe we need a rubber match one day.
Yeah, you never know.
Hey, I know we don't usually talk about current stuff, but hey, kudos to you guys on the stuff you've done on A&E. This past week, we saw the Roddy Piper biography. How fun was that to participate in?
Yeah, they've been fun. It's been an interesting ride, and I think that thus far the product has been tremendous and worth checking out.
So if you haven't already, check it out. Sunday night, of course, 2 weeks ago was Austin. This past week was Roddy Piper, and there's a lot more still coming your way. But next week we'll be back with Backlash 06. The full card, by the way: Carlito and Chris Masters, Umaga and Ric Flair, Trish and Mickey, Rob Van Dam and Shelton Benjamin. It's a winner take all for the Intercontinental Championship and the Money in the Bank contract. We've also got Big Show and Kane. Your main event we mentioned was a triple threat, but really it's about Vince, Shane against Shawn and God. It's Backlash 06, and he is Bruce Prichard. I am at Hey, it's Conrad, and we'll see you next week right here on Something to Wrestle with Bruce Prichard.
Rock on.
That was weak. You normally have some sort of fun follow-up at the end, like some sort of silly voice. Are you really that fussy? Are you not hydrated?
Why not be fussy?
I don't know. Just feels like
how the fuck am I fussy? I'm the most unfussy motherfucker you deal with in your entire life.
That's not true. Well,
it is too true.
What about Red Ass JR? You got all Red Ass Bruce on me today.
Oh no, well I'm not fussy like him. I'm not a goddamn prima donna like that.
Oh, I'm still recording.
Okay.
Okay, well you called him a prima donna.
Well, okay.
Those are hurtful words.
Are they? Why?
I don't know. I just thought y'all were pals.
We are.
Okay.
Got no problem with that. You're a prima donna.
How am I a prima donna?
Look at you.
What does that mean?
You know what it means.
We'll see you next week.
You know what this is?
Hey, do that lightsaber thing before we get out of here.
Wait, hang on. Let me try it.
There it is. It is. What are you showing me? What is that?
Yeah. Can you see that? Can you make that out?
What is that?
That's like the top of a New Guinea spear.
Why do you have such weird shit in your office?
I got all these spears from New Guinea that were in Paul's house.
Oh. You know what you don't have? A Ric Flair contract signed by Beth.
Yeah, there you go. You don't have a Indian headdress from Intercontinental Airport.
Oh, is that where that's from? Well, tell me now, you motherfucker.
Let me look at it.
You're looking at it right now.
Yeah, I don't think that's yeah. Does it look worn? Or does it look pretty new?
it doesn't look pretty new. I mean, it does look worn, but I mean, it doesn't look beat to shit like you would assume. So I paid for a gimmick.
Wahoos are all kind of beat to shit.
You motherfucker, you.
You didn't ask me before. And again,
No, whoa. That's not true. You scroll through our text messages. I blew you up with pictures that day and you ignored them all.
No, I didn't. I actually tried.
Tried what? To type me back and just didn't?
No, I called the fucking guy and I said, pull that shit off and do a FaceTime with me. He told me they were already gone.
Yeah. Well, I bought them.
Yeah.
I got you something you don't have yet either, but it's probably a fucking Fugazi too. I'm over here spending all kinds of money.
Okay, hang on though. I don't think it's a Fugazi. It belonged to Paul. I don't think it was Wahoo's.
I hate you so much right now.
Don't be mad at me for that. I would have taken it because it was Paul's. You wanted it because you thought it was Wahoo's. I don't think that one was Wahoo's. Sorry.
Why would Paul have an extra?
The crown ones. Now that one, when I saw those, I was like, oh fuck, you got to fucking be kidding me.
But hang
Come
on,
people, go to goddamn Southern Imports and get them. I mean,
by the way, Southern Importers is their name, and they're still open right now.
They are. Is it on Travis or Maine?
Neither. It's like San Ricta or some bullshit.
Oh, San Jacinto.
Yeah, whatever you just said. Hey, so why would Paul have a not Wahoo Indian headdress in his office?
Is a presentation from the Boys Club.
Fuck you. We'll see you next week. Backlash 2006. God damn it.
You're not recording all this shit, are you?
Yeah. Well, you were short on story this week. We got ads to fucking play. When I finish this, it's probably like 3 more Steven Singers.
Are you going to like rip that headdress up now? Like fucking, Johnny Valentine did with Wahoo one time on TV, and he ripped his headdress, and that was a fucking angle for a match, motherfucker.
Now, here's the deal though. You got to appreciate, you're the guy who comes in here and says, yeah, this ain't the real belt. When I know it's the real belt, you're just cantankerous. You're just a heel. Like, oh, Conrad has something that brings him joy. I'm going to shit on it. Watch this.
I enjoy, but see that you are missing the point. I enjoy it because it was Paul's.
Yeah, I get that.
You wanted it because you thought it was Wahoo. Look, Paul was a working motherfucker. That shit was special to me because I enjoyed that fucking part of the work. Do you understand what I'm saying? What I'm saying? It's like in the crowns. Well, come on. Oh, we happen to have 3 crowns of fucking JYDs. No, we happen to have 3 fucking crowns that we fed to JYD. We had 5 or 6. We had a bunch of fucking crowns. We had to bring them every goddamn week because he would destroy them. Don't get hot at me.
I did wonder how Wahoo's headdress wound up at Paul Bosch's, but because it was at Bosch's, I didn't question it. God
yeah,
damn
he got
it.
presented. He got presented one from the Variety Boys Club.
I hate you a lot.
Don't hate me.
You know, I'm still going to tell everybody it's Wahoo's headdress.
Okay. And you know what, man? As far as I'm concerned, it is too.
I'm not taking it down. I'm leaving it up there.
No, it looks beautiful. It's fucking beautiful. And I swear, okay, so you think I'm fucking with you now. But there is a headdress in Houston Intercontinental Airport that every time I go by it, I go, I gotta buy that motherfucker because it's beautiful. There's anybody that goes through Houston Airport would know exactly what fucking.
What you got? What you got back there? You want to trade something? Because I got a Paul Bosch authentic headdress back here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got this motherfucker's heavy as fuck. This.
That's like a naked dude.
Yeah. A little ding dong there thing.
Why do I want that?
Because it came from Paul's office. I mean, you got a fucking headdress. It came from his fucking garage.
I'm gonna hang up on you. I hate you so much.
I got some frogs wrestling up there. I got this one right here in the middle. That's heavy as fuck too.
Hey,
I got the New Guinea swords in here. And all kinds of little statues. I showed you the wooden statue things that are carved by the famous artist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, I got a Slammy from 1987.
That's cool. And you got them from the guy then you got them from the place where they made them from originally.
Yeah, I showed you the sticker on bottom, right?
Another fucking place, and
yeah. So I got to get that up there so you can. Actually, I'll bring it with me when I come visit and get you to autograph it for me.
Okay. I can show you the place where I can show you the address where that used to be.
I have the address. We'll ride by. We'll have lunch. It'll be great.
Show you the place.
When I come up, are you going to try to feed me some of that hot oil pizza bullshit y'all do up there?
That was a Ben Brown thing.
It is.
I like hot oil pizza though, Colony. It was good.
Yeah, it's okay. But I'm just saying, I didn't know that was like a Connecticut thing. I was glad to have it. I'm not arguing that.
Now you're bitching about Ben Brown's fucking.
No, I love Ben Brown.
You like oysters?
Yeah, I like oysters. Remember, you had so many oysters here in Huntsville, you had a heart attack.
Yeah, I know.
So yeah, I like oysters.
There's a good oyster place I can go to.
All right. Well, pick my Tuesday and I'll see you then. But we'll see you next week. I recorded all this. I left it all in. We'll see you next week. Backlash 06. God versus Vince McMahon. What a business. What a world.
Special fries.
Yeah, we got to talk about that. That felt like there was some real heat there. I don't get it.
I ain't got no heat. I ain't got no heat with anybody.
Well, we'll work on that between next week. Somebody somewhere hates you.
Yeah, well, more than somebody.
See you next week, folks. Right here.
Rock on.
Something to wrestle with.
George, oh goddamn, it's terrible. He was sick, and we took him to the vet. George died, and the nurse sat there, and she put little breaths in George's mouth so he could breathe and continue to breathe through the operation, through the surgery. Right now, we've got him in the freezer. Well, fuck yeah, what would you do if it was one of your loved ones? Fuck you, goddammit, I'll kill you, motherfucker!
Welcome to Something to Wrestle With.
Something to wrestle with.
Bruce Prichard.
Bruce Prichard. Well, you know, that's not a rib. She booted. No, yeah, there's no box of gimmicks.
Rumor and innuendo.
I don't deal in rumor and innuendo. And was he there? I was there. I don't give a shit. I ain't scared.
Hey, it's Conrad Thompson, and you're listening to Something to Wrestle With. Bruce Prichard. We got a lot to get to today, so we're going to get right into it. But first, let's talk about last week's episode. It was one of our best weeks ever with the Q&A episode. It was your bonus show last Wednesday, but last Friday, one of our best episodes ever, in my opinion. It was the Jim Cornette episode. Bruce, what was the fallout?
Well, first of all, I got a shout out to the superfan who did the best. Well, the photo store thing that they do, you know, where they take a picture and they make other things out of it.
Photoshop, you old fuck. Come on.
You know what I'm talking about, okay?
Yeah.
Well, they took a memorial from Monday Night Raw or SmackDown or whatever, where several of the WWE superstars would gather on stage and pay tribute to one of our fallen comrades. And they put George the Rat Cornette up on the Titantron. I retweeted the damn thing so many times in so many different places just because I saved the picture and sent it out myself that I neglected to get their name. But it is the best. Whoever did that, I got to say thank you so very much. And, you know, I heard from Mr. Cornette.
Before you do that, the fellow who did the Photoshop, he actually sent me a DM, but my DMs have already expired from then. So if you did that, man, tweet the show at Prichard Show. We'd love to go ahead and give you proper credit. What a fun Photoshop that was. But now I'm curious, what was Jim Cornette's reaction to last week's show?
Well, you understand that a lot of people asked us to break our rule and have Jim on to give his side of the story.
Sure.
But there are no guests needed on Something to Wrestle with Bruce Prichard, by God. But I'm going to break one rule, and, well, he did send me a voicemail.
Oh, okay. So this is fun. This was a good idea. So we're going to play the voicemail that Jim Cornette left you as a reaction to last week's show.
Yes.
All right.
We'll go ahead and do that. So let me cue it up here, and I'll play it for you. Hey, motherfucker! I'm just calling to see how much I need to fucking motherfuck you this motherfucking week on my motherfucking podcast, you son of a bitch! I need to know how much you bury me, if you bury me at all, you motherfucker! So goddamn it, call me back and let me know how much I need to fucking motherfuck your motherfucking ass on my motherfucking podcast this motherfucking week! motherfucker. It's corny. Bye.
Well,
So
okay.
I called Corny. I called him. No, I called him back, and we talked, and he said, "Fuck you, motherfucker." But I think overall, the thing Cornette might have been most upset about was I got his spaghetti box dinner wrong.
So it's not Chef Boyardee. Tell everybody what it really is.
Kraft spaghetti in a box, motherfucker.
That's awesome.
Yeah, he was hot about that. He actually sent me a picture of the Kraft spaghetti in a box.
Well, there you go.
Chef Boyardee sounds funnier, though, does it not?
No, yeah, if Dusty Rhodes taught us nothing, it was don't let the truth get in the way of a good story. And we had a good story there. So if you haven't already, man, go check it out. It's Jim Cornette in the archives right now. And I've got to do a little mark out moment because I'm just a fan. And this stuff is still cool to me, man. I got a direct message from Rick Rubin thanking me for the Cornette show last week and the love that we showed him. And I'm just a fan. And dude, when Rick Rubin sends you a DM, that shit was badass. I couldn't help but show everybody in the office. It was awesome. So thank you for listening, Mr. Rick Rubin. It is humbling to know that so many people are listening. And especially when my daughter shouts from the other room this week during the start of SmackDown, "Dad, you're on TV." Whoever you are, super fan with a Not a Rib shirt, front row and center, this week on SmackDown, holding up the I'm a Conrad Thompson guy, please DM us your address and what shirt you would like, because we want to load you up. We really appreciate the love, and we have a long-standing policy here. Hey, man, if you help us get on TV, we're going to take care of you. We greatly appreciate you. But you had a kind of a fun little mark out moment this week yourself, didn't you, Bruce?
Oh, well, yeah. But first of all, thanks to Rick Rubin, great guy, and glad to know that he listens, man. That's cool as shit. And thank you to the guy wearing the important part you left out. Yeah, I'm a Conrad Thompson guy. Not a rib. Wearing a Not a Rib shirt, front row. That was classic and great as well. But yeah, my fanboy moment. So I was in, as you know, Huntsville, Alabama with you. And last week on the show, we talked about my favorite television show.
Everybody's favorite television show right now, if you have Showtime, is Billions. It's the best show. It's Sunday night.
Absolutely tremendous. So you and I both, we actually, are big fans of the show. And the first season was tremendous. The second season, if it was at all possible, better than the first. And you drop me off at the airport and you call me and say, "Hey, asshole, what's your favorite show?" And I looked around looking for the asshole that you were addressing in that phone call. And I said, "Well, Billions." And you made a comment, "Well, yeah, Dan is the guy that got the poster. That's Dan." And I answered to you, Dan who? You're like, Dan Soder. Now, Dan Soder, for those of you who don't know, great comedian, does the absolute, positively best Andre the Giant impersonation you will ever hear.
And the best Macho Man.
Hey, fuck you. I do better Macho Man.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I do.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I do. So, fuck you, Dan Soder. I do a better Macho Man, but your Andre has me beat because I do a caricature. Dan does an actual real impersonation of Andre that is, if you didn't know, you would swear Andre was back alive. But I've been watching this damn show, and I watch Dan's comedy stuff all the time. I watch him with Sam Roberts, and I don't put two and two together.
Right.
That he's like in my favorite show and one of my favorite damn characters because he's such a prick on the show. And I love him. So me being me, of course, I have to pick up the phone and I call him. And he doesn't answer the phone because who the hell's going to answer when they look down and they see incoming call from Bruce Prichard. And I leave him a message along the lines of, "Hey, man, goddamn, hey, it's Bruce." And so anyway, listen, dude, would like to talk to you about my show coming up and blah, blah, blah. And by the way, I just noticed you're on Billions. And I leave this total just fanboy message. And Dan called me right back, and we had a great talk. So And I talked to him at length last night about a lot of different things, and I'm so excited about Billions, and I'm just so happy to know that my favorite comedian is on my favorite damn show, and dumbass me didn't even realize it at the time, and now it just makes it that much better to watch. I got all caught up on Billions yesterday.
Shout out to Shuley for putting that all together for me. I didn't realize that the guy that we knew from the show Billions was Dan Soder until Shuley pointed it out last week. So appreciate everybody listening, and everybody's listening even down in Orlando. Am I right, Bruce?
Oh, hell yeah. I got to share a couple stories. First of all, Abyss. Okay? Abyss finally got around to listening to the TNA episode that roughly 1 million people have already downloaded and listened.
More than 1 million.
Yes. And he sends me a text the other day, and I talked to him when we were down there just to let me know, and so I'm going to let everybody else know. On the TNA episode, you had asked me why Abyss never went to the WWF, WWE. And I said that Abyss never went because I felt that he was intimidated and that he wouldn't do well, and that the word was that he was intimidated by going there and not, up to it. And Abyss corrected me on that, said I was wrong, that he was not intimidated, and that he was simply loyal to TNA, and that he felt that he was there when it started and he wanted to see it all the way through, and that was the deal, man. So I'm setting the record straight. For Abyss to let everybody know that he wasn't intimidated, he wasn't afraid, and that's cool by me, by God. But another great story.
So wait, you're just tucking tail right now to Abyss? Just want to be clear.
I'm not tucking tail. I told him exactly what I thought, that I thought that was the deal, and that was the word that went around at the time. If he feels otherwise, then he feels otherwise, and he brought it up to me, so I'm going to bring it up to our listeners, by God.
Okay.
I like Abyss.
I just like the way you started, and you said he started there and he wants to see it.
He wants to see it all the way through. That's what he said. So more power to him.
Well,
man.
there was another word I thought you were going to say
loyal
there.
Son of a bitch.
Okay, roll tide.
Yeah.
I'll let you wiggle since you work with him. Roll tide.
No, I'm not wiggling. I mean, the guy's a loyal
right.
son of a bitch, and I'd want him in a fight, with me any day of the week. So
Yeah,
I'm not going to piss him off.
Because he would want to be there till the end. Continue.
Goddamn right he would be. So I'm sitting there and I'm talking to Magnus. Actually, I don't even think I was talking to Magnus. We were in kind of the same area, and an alarm goes off on someone's phone. And out of nowhere, Magnus looks over at me and yells out, "Bruce, time to take your damn pills." Because on this damn show, every once in a while, my alarm goes off. And Conrad, who's always around me a lot, at 5 o'clock when my alarm goes off, it's time to take my pills. And he just kind of got that, and I got a kick out of that 5 o'clock, it's time to take my pills.
How difficult was it for us to not trip in this segment?
Well,
I mean, over all the names we just dropped. Okay, 11 minutes of audio masturbation out of the way, and now it's time for us to talk about why you're really here. And it's In Your House 8, Beware of Dog. I can't believe this is a thing, but it is. And it happened on Memorial Day weekend, 1996 in Florence, South Carolina. It was at the Civic Center, and it's probably one of the more crazy pay-per-views in the history of the business. It's really mostly famous for one thing, and that's the power going out. But there's really a lot going on in the company at this time. So let's dive right in. First, Bruce, let's just address the elephant in the room, so to speak. Why Florence, South Carolina? Is this the first time you guys ran a pay-per-view there? It was certainly your last.
Well, I was just going to say, sure as fuck was our last. Probably, I couldn't tell you. There wasn't necessarily any reason other than it was booked and it made sense in the tour. And in those days, that's all that you really needed to have.
Why did it make sense?
Well, routing wise, it probably just made sense in the routing. And then Vince wanted to do these In Your House pay-per-views. So looked at what was booked. The In Your House pay-per-views were something that came up pretty quick. So if there were already towns that were booked and they made sense television-wise as far as the next two towns following up, travel-wise, in the vicinity, then he was fine with it. Let's go with it. As long as they could accommodate the set and they could accommodate everything we needed to have them accommodate television-wise. We found out that Florence wasn't the best spot in the world to accommodate without backup generators and things of that nature.
Okay, we'll get into that, but you're going to say right now the reason y'all never went back was because of backup generators.
The reason we never went back, for television, we went back to Florence, but we never went back for television, no.
You realize how ridiculous that sounds?
Why?
I don't know. It just does. I'll beat your balls up about something else, I'm sure. So Meltzer reports there's about 6,000 fans in the building. It was set up for 9,400. 4,796 paid, and there was only a gate of 63,435. To me, that seems like more of a reason not to go back. Filling up, 4,700 sold seats in a building set up for more than double that. But you're going to say that's not the case?
No, it's not the case. And the set ate up a lot of that, and I don't think that damn building was really that fucking big, quite frankly, but that would shock the hell out of me if it was set up for 9,400. It was a tiny building.
So, $63,000 is a gate you guys are pleased with?
No. Not really.
That's all you got?
That's all I got. Yeah.
All right. So
no, you asked me if we're pleased with it. No, we're not pleased with it.
The prior In Your House 7, is written about in the May 6, 96 Observer. Meltzer writes, another plus of the show was by the time it was over, the entire pay-per-view lineup for May 26th in Florence, South Carolina was announced. And here it is, 8 matches on pay-per-view with 2 dark matches. We'll go through all the details later. It's the Smoking Guns versus the tag team champions Henry and Phineas Godwin. You've also got Bob Holly taking on Isaac Yankem, DDS. Mark Merrow with Sable taking on Hunter Hearst Helmsley. Savio Vega versus Steve Austin in a Caribbean strap match. Yokozuna versus Vader with Jim Cornette. The WWF Intercontinental Champion Goldust, seconded by Marlena, taking on The Undertaker with Paul Bearer in a casket match. Jake Roberts would take on Justin Bradshaw with Zebekiah. The world champion Shawn Michaels with Jose Lothario would take on Davey Boy Smith with Jim Cornette, Owen Hart, and Diana Hart Smith. And a dark match for after the show, Ahmed Johnson versus Jerry Lawler. And this was a weird one. Owen Hart versus the Ultimate Warrior. So a pretty full card here. But to just kind of catch everybody up, Bret Hart is still with the company here, but he is not signed to this pay-per-view. And his most recent show after taking off after WrestleMania 12 was May 12th. He had already been booked to be in Kuwait, so he made that appearance, and we wouldn't see him again until late July, also on international tour, and we wouldn't see him again on American television until he was in the ring in October announcing that he was coming back. So catch everybody up again, remind everybody who maybe wasn't paying attention at the time, where was Bret during this time? Was this just normal time off? Did he ask for the time off? Was he doing outside projects? What's the scoop?
Bret had asked for the time off prior to WrestleMania 12, and I believe this was during the time frame that Bret was doing Lonesome Dove or Sinbad, but I think it was Lonesome Dove, the television series. And Bret had been on the road forever and was just looking for time off, spend with the family, do some outside projects, and it had been approved, and we knew it before WrestleMania, and it was a time that going to give Shawn an opportunity to run with the title.
Do you think some of that was by design in that you wanted Shawn to be accepted as the guy, and if you take the previous top guy out of the picture for a little while, it gives your new babyface a chance to really get the shine without people cheering in the background for their old hero?
It definitely helped, and it helped that Bret wanted that time off, but that was Bret's call. If Vince, in a perfect world, could have had Bret during this time, I think he would have preferred that, just because it's more star power. And at the same time, he also didn't want to burn him out and have him fried. So to be able to give Shawn that opportunity to run as the babyface champion without the competing Bret Hart babyface, that made life a little easier too.
Business still feels like it's down here to me, but Meltzer would tell a different tale. He would write, overall house business has basically doubled from this time last year, and the per show average is the highest it's been in many years. Although comparing with early 92, for example, in those days, the WWF ran 40 split crew shows per month, averaging 6,000 per event. And now it's 13 loaded shows per month with the same average, but it's by far the best business since 1992. So business is up. But when you go to a half empty house for a pay-per-view, when you've got the Ultimate Warrior there, this feels, and your champ, by the way, and the Undertaker and Jake the Snake, you know, and the former champ Yokozuna, it feels like a disappointment. Why do you
Probably.
Go ahead.
Probably. Yeah. No, probably was a disappointment. I think when you look at it overall, but it was also a rebuilding stage where you're coming off of WrestleMania and you're trying to build a new champion in Shawn Michaels, and the Bulldog wasn't the hottest heel in the world. So it was a tough time because you're trying to do so much and serve a lot of masters. Warrior was back for a few months. And I think that Vince felt putting Warrior in feature matches, that's all you had to do.
Right.
You didn't necessarily need to have him in a program, and you didn't have to be pushing Warrior in an angle at that point, because his return and him being back, Vince felt should have been enough. And it wasn't.
Why do you think it wasn't? Because I'm curious by that. The Ultimate Warrior, you know, had a pop when he came out, and people were certainly intrigued, I guess is the right word. Kind of catch me up. Why don't you think at this moment he wasn't drawing what people expected?
Well, Warrior wasn't drawing prior to this, so I don't know that it was, for a lot of us, wasn't that big of a surprise. And that's just, I'm going to use myself, Jim Cornette. I think a lot of us kind of felt, man, Warriors ain't all that. And Vince felt otherwise. Vince felt that Ultimate Warrior was equal to Hulk Hogan in drawing appeal, and all you had to do was put his name on the card. In this day and time, especially when we were focusing so much on trying to tell stories and trying to get Shawn over and everything else that you're doing, to just rely on that attraction star power of Ultimate Warrior, people weren't really buying it. And we had not yet really done anything with him major to make them care, other than his return. So it was kind of a throw it out there, come see the Ultimate Warrior. He's going to work against a traditional heel and Owen Hart here for the dark match. But yeah, it fell short, and I want to say it fell short most of the time.
Why not put Warrior on pay-per-view?
Because these were In Your House pay-per-views, and you wanted to save. You didn't want to put everything on these pay-per-views. You wanted to hold something back for coming up was going to be the King of the Ring and then SummerSlam. And we tried to alternate those a little bit. We tried not to put the champion on every one. And we tried to have different feature attractions because it was a monthly deal, and it was still relatively new for us.
Do you think, well, I mean, I know you don't normally talk about money, but I'm just going to ask, would Warrior have had a deal here that paid him more for pay-per-views, or was it strictly appearances for X amount of money?
No, it was, he had the same type of deal as everybody else. However, at this time, Warrior did have a downside guarantee, but he was still paid per event based on what Vince felt that he contributed to that event.
So he wouldn't have had a problem working a dark match in Florence, South Carolina on pay-per-view?
No.
Okay. Let's go across the aisle, so to speak. WCW announces on May 8th that they're going to expand Monday Nitro to 2 hours effective May 27th. That's of note because that's supposed to be the day after In Your House 8, Beware of Dog. The ratings probably have something to do with this because the May 6th Nitro draws a 1.9 rating at 7 p.m. Meanwhile, Raw draws Raw draws its second highest rating in history of a 4.1. Let's just get right into that May 6th episode. You guys opened the episode of Raw here with a graphic announcing the death of Ray Stevens and saying that you're going to dedicate the show to his memory. A lot of fans who are listening to this may not really know who Ray Stevens was and what his contribution to the business was. Can you catch everybody up as to who Ray Stevens was?
Ray Stevens was probably one of the greatest all-around workers ever to lace up a pair of wrestling boots. He was Pat Patterson's longtime tag team partner in the ring, made a ton of money in the San Francisco area working for promoter Roy Shires and also in the AWA for Vern Gagne and the old WWF for Vince's dad. Ray was working son of a bitch, great psychology, and had so much influence on so many guys. Ric Flair and Rick's bump into the corner, the flip in the corner, that was the Ray Stevens bump. And that was something that Rick did, something that Shawn Michaels did, and a lot of guys kind of as a tribute to Ray Stevens. But Ray was a bumping machine, a working heel that could work with anybody.
Meltzer says in the May 13th issue of The Observer, in the 60s, the general consensus within pro wrestling was that Stevens had followed in the footsteps of Buddy Rogers as being the best all-around performer in the business. He combined not only having great matches, the ability to make an opponent look great, but was also consistently one of the biggest money draws. He took big bumps and bounced his way around the ring to classic matches, whether his opponent could work a lick or not, and continued doing so well into his 40s. As part of two of pro wrestling's all-time legendary tag teams with Nick Bockwinkel and Pat Patterson. He did so in a career that started early, turning pro so young at the age of 15 after being a YMCA wrestler out of Columbus, Ohio, and burning the candle at both ends and in the middle as well for the next 45 years. Not only did he gain a reputation within the business as a world champion drinker and carouser in a business where those things were a way of life, a reputation as being the greatest bump taker in a business of bump takers, and gained a reputation for being fearless in many other sports and activities in life among a group of people that constantly tried to one-up each other. I know you don't agree with Meltzer on a lot, but that's a pretty good summary on Mr. Stevens. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, I'd agree. Definitely. Ray was badass.
So let's talk about May 6th Raw. We've got Mark Merrill with Sable here defeating the 1-2-3 Kid. Triple H is on guest commentary because of his feud with Mark Merrill. Of course, at the time, he's referred to as Hunter Hearst Helmsley. Up next, we've got Steve Austin with Ted DiBiase accepting Savio Vega's challenge to a strap match. And I find this interesting here because in the promo, it was taped from Superstars, and it's the Ted DiBiase treatment that he got all the time back then. It's funny because Austin ends up being one of the best talkers in the business, and he had been a talker before he got here, but it seems like DiBiase's here to cover for him. I know that we're going to talk about this a little later on a different episode, but whose idea was it to have DiBiase be the mouthpiece for Steve Austin? Is this something that Vince thinks he needs?
Yes. And, Steve did not have a reputation for being a talker by any stretch of the imagination. Steve didn't talk in WCW. He did with Pillman. They did promos, but he did not get to shine until Paul Heyman gave him that opportunity to stuck a microphone in front of him at ECW and let Steve's true personality actually shine through. And Vince, to the contrary, was of the opinion that no one would want to listen to that Southern Texas drawl accent, and that Steve did not have the gift of gab and felt that he was dull and would not be able to cut a promo. So yeah, DiBiase was put with Steve to be the mouthpiece and to be able to cut the promos and add some color to Steve Austin, the ringmaster.
Next up, we've got a mystery woman claiming that Shawn Michaels is a homewrecker. She's coming forward because of the previous week's episode on Raw. There was a confrontation between Davey Boy, Diana, and Jim Cornette against Shawn Michaels for Shawn trying to proposition Diana for sex. So now we've got the main event. It's In Your House 8, Beware of Dog. And this time, Shawn will be defending against the British Bulldog. We'll talk about that angle a little more. But first, later in that same episode of Raw, the British Bulldog defeats Fatu. The Body Donnas, who are the tag team champions here, defeat Techno Team 2000.
Oh my God.
Give me a little Techno Team 2000 action. I don't know when we'll talk about them again.
Eric Watts, and I forget what the other, Chad something or other, was the other guy's name. But two big, good-looking bastards that Vince felt, let's get them. Let's put them out there and teach them something. Get them in the ring every night, working in house shows. Of course, Eric Watts being a second-generation wrestler, but Eric just didn't have the charisma and or the working boots that his dad, Cowboy Bill Watts, had. And the gimmick sucked. The outfit sucked. The face paint double sucked. No, actually, the outfits really double sucked, even worse than the face paint. But it was bad. It was a bad gimmick and sucked. That's the nicest thing I can say about it.
The other fellow you were thinking of is Chad Fortune. And their gimmick names here were Travis and Troy as a part of Techno Team 2000. Just for fun, spell Techno Team.
Tekno. Did I do it right?
Did Vince Russo help name that, bro?
No.
I'm just curious because he would put Z on shit, so I would.
Oh yeah. No, I think that was a creative services, just total creation, outfits, everything. Did I mention that it sucked?
You did. You did.
Okay. It would actually have to improve a lot to just suck.
The Goldust angle with the Undertaker gets intense at different moments. At some point, we need to have an episode just on Goldust. He's got an anniversary later this year. I think it'll be 22 years in September. Man,
scary, isn't it? That's a long time.
Anyway, he is the Intercontinental Champion here, and he's feuding with the Undertaker. And the whole heel angle is supposed to be based on Goldust kind of being either passive aggressive or then just aggressively forward with his passes at other male wrestlers. They're kind of playing a little homophobia here. And on this episode of Raw, Goldust comes out to do commentary with McMahon, and things get kind of weird about licking up the Undertaker's boot. Lots of weird stuff going on here. Then the Undertaker in this match, of course, pins Owen Hart at around 9 minutes. And he does this by picking his opponent off the apron and hitting the tombstone right after Hart became distracted by having his ass grabbed by Goldust. As we mentioned, Goldust is here doing the commentary, and then he's scared from ringside along with Marlena after Paul Bearer brings out a gold casket. So that sets up our casket match. So around this same time, it's important to note that the WWF is actively recruiting and signing new foes to developmental. The May 13th issue of The Observer has Meltzer write, "The Punisher, who I believe his real name is Ben Buchanan, and Dwayne Johnson, the son of Rocky Johnson and grandson of Peter Maivia, were both signed to developmental contracts. The developmental deals basically pay the guys $300 or so per week to augment their income while gaining experience, which in each case will probably be the USWA. At the time, did you know who the expectation would be bigger for? Because Buchanan was a big kid.
Yeah, Bull Buchanan was a guy that Cornette had used in Smoky Mountain before, and just a big, good-looking guy that could fly and bump and do a lot of things for a big guy. But I do believe that all along the third generation, Dewey Johnson was the guy that everybody had their eye on, thinking that he just had a shitload of talent, a great look, and could be a huge star because of his pedigree.
Well, he turned that $300 a week into something, didn't he?
I think he did. Yeah, I think he did all right, man. Hell, he lived in Bruno Lauer's trailer in Memphis while he was in Memphis. And, yeah, I think he did all right for himself.
So leading up to this show, we get a mid-May tour of house shows. They run Baltimore on May 17th. They draw 6,500 fans for 106,000. It's the best non-pay-per-view gate there since 1989. The last two matches out were Hunter Hearst Helmsley defeating Razor Ramon with a pedigree, and Shawn Michaels defeating Diesel in a steel cage after around 11 minutes. The previous afternoon in Philadelphia, they drew their largest non-pay-per-view house since 92, drawing 8,300 fans for 158 grand. Again, Hunter over Razor, Shawn over Diesel. And then in Hershey, they drew 4,700 for 80,000 or so, the best non-pay-per-view house since 91. This time on top, we've got Warrior pinning Owen Hart with a flying shoulder block. Don't you hate those? And Shawn Michaels defeating Davey Boy Smith in a steel cage by escaping over the top when Davey Boy had his feet caught in the cage. Of course, the last night on this 4-city run is Madison Square Garden. This is, of course, the curtain call. We've talked about this quite a bit already, but I do want to mention that this house at MSG draws $299,000, and this is and this isn't the largest crowd, but this is the largest non-pay-per-view gate ever. It broke the record that was set the prior March. But maybe the biggest stat that I was impressed by is that they did $111,000 in merchandise there. So that's more than, they would normally do here. And it's the Garden's second straight sellout, which is the first time it happened in 11 years. There were 18,800 fans in total, 16,564, of course. So this is a really, really, really big show. And then Meltzer gives a little bit of a warning after reporting all this great news. Although business has been generally great, the advance for the pay-per-view in Florence as of press time was less than 1,800 tickets and a 9,400 seat arena. King of the Ring is about 60% sold out, however, and that's before a card has ever been announced. This has to be location, right, Bruce? I mean, how can you draw so fucking strong in New York, and then King of the Ring, you've got a really strong gate, and you don't even have a fucking card announced. But this pay-per-view here, it's just fucking dying.
Yeah, it is. And the location does definitely serve a big part of that, because it wasn't a stronghold. It wasn't the Northeast. But as I said, it was unfortunately a victim of booking. And when I say booking, of booking the towns and routing. You got to get 3 towns that are going to be compatible as far as being able to drive, get all the trucks from place to place. And sometimes you got to roll the dice. And sometimes they come up and it's the shits.
It's worth mentioning King of the Ring 96 was in Milwaukee. So if you're really playing along at home with your map, you kind of know what we're talking about. However it went down, the curtain call that is, we'll talk about it another time in long form, but at the end of it, Kevin Nash and Scott Hall are out of there. No longer Diesel and Razor. They're going south, and things change for Hunter Hearst Helmsley, which we'll get into. One of the oddest sets of circumstances, I guess, we've ever seen in pay-per-view history is the way they had to combine 2 shows here. I'm curious too, Bruce, what was the strategy, and was it something that made sense at the time, and now as time has gone on, you guys have moved away from it? Because it doesn't seem like it happens as often. The pay-per-view is scheduled for Memorial Day weekend on a Sunday, and I don't feel like we see that happen quite a bit anymore. Was this a mistake here, or was that common thinking at the time? When did the thinking change? Why don't we see more pay-per-views centered around Memorial Day or Labor Day or Thanksgiving?
I don't think that they really do that well. It's not a time that people are going to gather around the television and watch TV.
Right.
Memorial Day weekend, Labor Day weekend, man, that's a time to be outside. People are barbecuing. They take trips with the family because it's a 3-day weekend. A lot of people take Friday off, make it a 4-day weekend. So it's not a time to gather. For live event business, you might do okay in some spots. But for pay-per-view, hey, everybody, let's come inside from a beautiful day out of the barbecue and let's watch TV. It's not good for a pay-per-view because, you want people to come inside and gather and watch TV. Doesn't work. Not a good time. 4th of July weekend, another one that's just the shits.
Yeah, I can't argue that at all. And it seems like they kind of learned their lesson here on a few things. Lots of moving parts on this show. Of course, the power outage throws a monkey wrench in everything. The network has tried to do what they could. But what you wind up seeing is the show's kind of stitched together. Because if you had the live pay-per-view feed, you were treated to a whole lot of literal dark matches. And then the power comes back on for your main event. Now that doesn't happen on the network. On the network, you go from one match right into the main event. And then after the main event, they jump to the next pay-per-view, which was Tuesday. Raw would have happened in the middle. Raw is still on the network in its entirety. If you'd like to enjoy that, we're going to try to catch you up as much as we can. The only reference to the storm on the pay-per-view comes about 23 minutes and 15 seconds into the network feed. Davey Boy is on his way to the ring, and Vince says something like, "We thank you very much for your patience. Indeed, what a storm on the outside of the building here." So that's all you can kind of see now. And then when Michaels is coming to the ring, McMahon announces that in addition to the encore replay, they will be giving viewers the matches that they missed as well. So we'll talk about that when it comes up here organically, Bruce, in just a minute. But first, let's talk about what Meltzer thought of the show. The readers of The Observer gave the show 22.8% thumbs up and 77.2% thumbs down. Given the circumstances, nobody can argue this was a thumbs down show, right?
The live one or the Tuesday one?
Is there a difference?
Yeah, there really is. It pretty much sucked all around. But there were, as I watched the matches, man, I thought that Davey Boy and Sean had an excellent match. I thought Savio and Steve had an excellent match. Then the rest of it was not good. So yeah, it probably was a shitty show. And having to do it all over again on Tuesday adds to the suckiness of it.
Okay, so we've covered Sonny before, but let's get right into the free-for-all. You can hear all about some of these flip-flops with Sonny on our Sonny episode that's available in the archives. Of course, we all remember she starts with the Body Donnas. She turns on them. She eventually is paired with the Godwins, and here she would turn on them. The Smoking Guns would use that to their advantage when they captured the tag team titles here, beating the Godwins in about 5 minutes. Sonny is out in her Daisy May wear as a co-manager of the Godwins, along with Hillbilly Jim, of course. The idea being here that she had swindled Phineas into signing her up so she could get a little rub from being with the tag champs again. There's not a lot of heat in the match, and the finish comes when Sonny gets on the apron and Billy Gunn kisses her. Phineas freaks out, and that allows Bart to come from behind with a bridging back suplex for the win. Of course, the next night on Raw, Sonny is out as the new manager of a now heel Smoking Guns. Meltzer gave it a 1/4 star. The whole purpose of all of this is to get Sonny over. Would you agree with that, Bruce?
Yeah, definitely. And try and get some personality out of the Smoking Guns and be able to see whether or not they were going to make it as a feature tag team. So turn them heel, see what you got.
Did you think that those guys had a future in the company? I mean, obviously Billy went on to be a big deal. We've covered kind of the end of Bart on our Brawl for All episode, but at this moment, they're two big dudes. They're in good shape. They're good looking. Their work's not bad, but for whatever reason, they're missing it. Was there something backstage that made people think, hey, Sonny is the it they need?
We were looking for something to bring it out of them. And like you said, both guys looked great, unbelievable athletes, and their personalities outside of the ring were larger than life. They both were very engaging, and there was something there. It was just simply when the damn red light went on that they kind of went into their shells and they tried to become something else. And maybe it's our fault for, putting the Smoking Guns gimmick on them, and they felt they had to be cowboys and everything over the top. So yeah, we had a lot of faith in them. We thought that they would both be really good, and just wanted to see maybe if you add Sonny in there, who we knew could get heat, that we might be able to see some of that personality come out.
Up next, we've got Bob Holly, and he would defeat Isaac Yankem, DDS. I don't know when we'll talk about old Isaac Yankem again. Give me something on Isaac Yankem.
Oh, I yank him. That was Bobby Heenan's gimmick. It was a joke, you know. I mean, you go to the dentist. Who's your dentist? I yank him. And Bobby had this running joke with Vince, and by God, as I always say, man, you got to be careful what you suggest to Vince sometimes, because chances are it'll be on the air the next week. And that's exactly what happened with Isaac Yankem DDS, with Bret Hart and looking to do something for Glenn Jacobs. And Vince saw him as an evil dentist. And he was born, and that was it. And yeah. But Glenn was able to get away from it, man. And look at what he did, and had a great career with Kane, as people kind of forgot about old Isaac Yankem. Thank God.
Was Glenn at the time just happy to be on the big show, or was there any pushback about being an evil dentist?
Glenn was and always has been eager to do whatever was necessary to get done. So I think Glenn was happy to be on the card.
All right. So this is where we see the start of the pay-per-view, at least from the network feed. And in the voiceover, they talked about character assassination, and that's what Shawn Michaels chalked up this whole, Diana allegation to be. I'm curious, are you guys at this point just trying to do, like, what's the strategy to get him over as a babyface? He seems like such a natural heel here, in real life, and just his overall swagger and demeanor, but you're trying to get him over as a heel. And the way to do that, you think, or as a babyface, and the way to do that here is to claim that his character is being assassinated? Kind of sell me.
The most charismatic WWF champion ever of all time in the universe.
Yeah, pretty much. You got to make him human in some way, somehow. You got to be able to try and find something that someone can relate. And being wrongfully accused of trying to steal another man's wife.
You felt like that was something that the audience could identify with?
Hopefully, yeah, just something to be able to kind of throw some heat on Cornette, some heat on Bulldog, and make people feel sorry for Shawn somehow, some way.
Chat me up. What would it have sounded like, Vince being in South Carolina? Would he have been excited to be there? It feels like South Carolina is the type of place that Vince just fucking hates.
Vince is from the Carolinas, so yeah, he hates it. Absolutely hates it. That's what I was
going to say. Yeah, of course you hate it.
Yeah, why not?
Now, by the way, South Carolina is awesome. I'm a big fan. I just know that, Vince hates everything in the South. What I didn't hate watching this back is the cheesy, horrible In Your House graphic that you guys did here, with the horrible dog in the doghouse, and he runs out on the chain. These are just like the cheapest, shittiest, crappiest graphics in pay-per-view history for you guys, I feel like.
No, Vince wouldn't call them cheap. Vince would call them affordable, pal.
Do you remember the In Your House song, Bruce? Because this is one of the more exciting things I'm looking forward to us talking about today. We haven't talked about this, but the In Your House song, I feel like, needs the Bruce Prichard treatment.
We're in your house. We're in your house tonight. We're in your house. We're in your house tonight. That's all I know. We're in your house tonight. We're in your house. We're in your house tonight. That one?
I like it, but I gotta say, I feel like you should probably stick to your Jeff Jarrett original.
Spend my days working hard on the go. Hands on the clock, keep spinning too slow. I can't wait to be alone with my baby tonight.
So, Bruce, we'll talk about In Your House, the idea and its inception another time, but briefly here, what was the thinking behind doing the In Your House concept, and would you consider it a success?
Well, we just want to be in your house, be in your house, we're in your house. The idea, simply put, was to get to that monthly damn pay-per-view, and felt that he was leaving money on the table. So the idea was to try and do an affordable pay-per-view alternative instead of doing the whatever the hell they were at the time, $29.95, to do a price point that was affordable that people could participate every month.
Who would have been for it? Who would have been against it? Because there had to be a school of thinking that thought, oh, there's too many pay-per-views. We're doing it too often.
Well, there's two different schools of thought from the standpoint of, yes, okay, maybe you're doing too many pay-per-views, but those of us that came from the territory systems where you ran the same town every week, it was, well, shit, we could just program the pay-per-views on a monthly basis, no different than we used to be able to program the weekly towns. So that was the way that we approached it, was an opportunity because still television wise, we were still doing not as competitive TV, if that makes sense. We were still doing a lot of squash matches. We were still doing the television formula that had been tried and true for years. So it wasn't as competitive as it got, later on with the introduction of Nitro, what have you.
So overall, you would consider this a success?
I think that, well, yeah, I mean, but eventually we went from doing the In Your House to doing monthly pay-per-views and doing 3-hour pay-per-views at a larger cost. So yeah, I would consider it a success. And it just kind of made us think, what the fuck did we do fucking around, with the lower price point in 2 hours when we could have stayed at the same price point and just done that third hour and
do you think
be a regular pay-per-view?
Do you think Vince sometimes bought into, what a lot of people believe to be true, which is, oh, wrestling fans are poor. Oh, we're pricing them out of the market. Oh, they can't afford it. Do you think Vince ever fell into that line of thinking that he may be pricing himself out of the market, so he's a little scared to ask for the money?
At that time, the overall entertainment industry was kind of in a decline a little bit, and we always used Ringling Brothers and the Harlem Globetrotters as our barometer. If Ringling Brothers was down overall, you could go and you could look at rock concerts and everybody else. They were the barometer for a long time. Man, now you think about that. And essentially now they're not touring anymore. They're out of business. And they used to be the standard bearer. They used to be the barometer in a lot of ways. And you would look and see what the Globetrotters were doing, if they were hot, if they were cold. And that would set the temperature for a lot of things. You would look and see what concerts were doing. And business was down across the board. And there was a feeling that the big concerts, they were lowering their prices. Ringling Brothers had gone in and done this big push for family-friendly pricing to get the whole family to come out. And so there was concern with that. Yeah, there definitely was. I think Vince always felt that they, especially on pay-per-view, if you had the right attraction, they're going to pay whatever you ask.
Well, I'm curious at the time, what was the cost of a Ringling Brothers pay-per-view?
Ringling Brothers didn't have pay-per-view, Conrad. Fuckwad. Just telling you, in entertainment, it's a goddamn barometer. What you're looking at in your fucking house shows what you can charge people for entertainment.
I asked about pay-per-views, and then you gave me Ringling Brothers.
But we took all of that. You took the entertainment dollar into consideration.
Where did you take it?
To your house. In your house. We're in your house. I'm going to be singing that shit for weeks now.
So first up, we've got Mark Mero, and he's going to take on Hunter Hearst Helmsley, but Hunter's out first, and he's with a brunette. Who is this lady?
A model. Just a fucking rent a model.
Rent a model.
Just rent a whore.
Did you guys pay her by the hour?
Yeah, it probably did. I don't know. Fuck.
Who's in charge of that? Did you let Cornette handle this?
Oh no, shit. This was during the time that I believe Lisa Wolf was handling the female talent. So yeah.
Who picked this model?
Take a look at her. Probably Lisa Wolf. Yeah, she wasn't. God, man, I saw that and I'm thinking. And then you listen to Lawler fawn all over her. And I'm sure she's a very nice lady and she's an attractive woman, I guess, if you like that. But
whoa, what does that mean? If you like that,
man. Not my type. Let me put it. Let me say it that way. Okay, not my type.
Well, how do you think she feels?
No my yapo.
How do you think she feels about Boar's Head?
You know, hey, we got a shout out from the Boar's Head guy, man. He was happy. I got a shout out from Boar's Head guy on Twitter. Thank us because we said that at least it's at least classy cold cuts.
I had my notes here when I watched this. Mark Merrow comes out first after not the best fucking promo. He is introducing himself as the Wild Man, and he closes with "Welcome to the Jungle." Who's scripting promos here? Because this is just fucking not good.
Well, no, we didn't script promos here. Wow.
What'd you think of that promo?
Fucking awful. As I was watching it, it brought me back to the meeting that we had with Merrow before Merrow came in and talking about what are we going to call him. Vince was enamored with Johnny B. Bad.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to get into because there's rumors out there that he felt like he signed Johnny B. Bad, and Johnny B. Bad was a WCW character, and then Merrow gets there and he has no fucking idea what to do with him. That's what we fans hear. What really happened?
Yeah, pretty much. Vince loved Johnny B. Bad. Thought Johnny B. Bad had a lot of charisma and personality and was larger than life. Mark Merrow, not so much. And I remember being in Vince's, the booking room right outside of Vince's office, and we were meeting with him, and we were trying to come up with a gimmick and trying to come up with a name. And Mark, this is in the infancy of the internet and the infancy of like Prodigy or whatever that, remember that shit?
Yeah.
Where guys would get on like a board and you would talk to people,
right?
And you could actually interact with people all over the world on your screen.
Yeah. Like Twitter.
Something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was new. That was a big thing back then.
Sure.
And Merrow embraced it. And so Merrow went out and asked his fans what his name should be and was reading these. And the one that stuck out to me was, he says, "Oh, I've got a really good one, Vince. How about Marco?" And then the crowd chants, "Merrow." And then they go, "Marco." And then they go, "Merrow." Like that thing, Marco Polo, like you do in the pool. But they, instead of polo, they go, "Marco, Merrow." And I remember sitting there going, "Please take a hard, hot, sharp object and stick it in my eye and my ear so I can just get out of here."
Marco Merrow. That's
no, not Marco Merrow. Marco
Merrow.
Marco
Merrow.
We're going to get just a shitload of tweets on that, which is people sending out to us, Marco
Merrow. On that note.
Exactly. So, man, we went back and forth with just different gimmicks and names and all these different things, just settled on Mark Merrow. But Vince was also infatuated with Sable.
Well, yeah, roll tide.
Absolutely, God. Damn, she was gorgeous. Still is. But, I mean, she was just...
something else.
She was striking. So the idea was to use her and make her a part of that package. But somehow, some way, Merrow was infatuated with the Wild Man. I'll be the Wild Man. Because he thought that was the closest thing to Johnny B. Bad. But Johnny B. Bad was a character, man. He was just flamboyant and character. Wild man, Mark Merrow was not. And welcome to the jungle. It was just terrible. And the wide eyes and the howling and the, opening up his mouth and the looking around like, just, you know what? We need video for this just so people can see what I just did. But
you tried to eat the microphone.
Essentially, yeah.
So it's the promo's not good, and then he comes out first, and Sable is behind him. And even when Hunter is coming to the ring, they're already talking about Sable. It's very apparent when you're watching this in May of '96 that the WWF has decided Sable is the big star here. Would you agree?
Yes, because Merrow had been in the ring before and the bell rang, so we found that out pretty quickly.
I mean, she even comes out after Merrow and has the big entrance, and they make a comment about the way she's dressed. And then, of course, we get to the match, and they had a really, really long match, over 16 minutes. In the end, Hunter goes outside to make Sable turn around and sets Merrow up for the move again, but Merrow reverses it, and this time monkey flips Helmsley into the post. Then when Helmsley falls back, Merrow pins him. We get 3 stars on this from Dave Meltzer. What did you think of this?
Oh, fuck off. I thought, oh my God. See, this is the shit that just astounds me. He gives this fucking abortion of a match 3 stars.
Yeah.
And I cringed watching the damn thing.
Chat me up. Why?
Because it was terrible. Merrow was just absolutely horrible. And Hunter, try as he did, was,
oh my gosh. Well, this is where we throw
and it wasn't. Hey, well, hang on. It wasn't good on Hunter's part either. There were just so many spots where he was just waiting and trying to get in position and feeding and it was painful to watch.
This is the part of the show where we throw to our shovel sponsor, because you have just thoroughly buried Marco Merrow for fucking 10 minutes now.
Well, I'm sorry. Sable looked great.
Still does. Is this loss here to Mark Merrow, even when everybody knows that it's a miss? Is Helmsley losing here just further punishment? I mean, King of the Ring is the next month, where everybody kind of talks about that was supposed to be his time and how everything changed because of this curtain call. Had the curtain call not happened, do you reckon Hunter gets the win over Merrow here?
I don't know if he would have here still, because Vince was still holding out hope that a light bulb was going to turn off and all of a sudden Mark Merrow would become, I don't know what the fuck he expected him to become, but I think that Vince was still holding out hope.
So who is eventually the guy who gets in Vince's ear and finally speaks up and says, man, this Mark Merrow deal just ain't working? Or do you guys just let him continue to beat his head against the wall until he finally just says, okay, fine, it's the Sable show now?
It took a while. It really did, because it was a Vince project and Vince didn't want to give up on him. And Vince felt that he had something there and felt that by God, I'm going to make him a star. And the more that people said, you know what, he's not, it's just not cutting, man. He's not getting over. It's not working. The more determined that he became to prove everybody wrong. And then when Vince Russo came in, and Vince, had an infatuation with Sable, but he also liked Mark. So he tried everything that he could and to try and help Vince McMahon prove his point to everybody else. And it just didn't click.
Does it remind you of anybody else or any other time in the company?
Yeah, probably shitload of them. Ultimate Warrior comes to mind, but yeah, there's probably quite a few.
Ultimate Warrior got over.
Not to the extent Vince saw him totally.
Yeah,
totally replacing Hogan and being the man, and he never did that.
Most everyone listening right now, when you were talking about Vince was going to prove his point and make them love him, they could have very easily just heard you say Roman Reigns. That's what most everyone listening will equate that to.
Yeah, but you know what? I think Roman Reigns is getting over.
Oh God, you're going to kill our show. Let's move on. Well, next up, the power dice. And there's not really a lot online in 2017 about the power outage itself that I could find from our research. So I'm just going to, freestyle here a little bit. Was there ever consideration that something like this could happen, or did you have to get caught with your britches down before you realized, oh fuck, we need to have contingency plans?
Well, we got caught with our britches down. That's for damn sure. And we have backup generators for the truck and for power and all of that good shit. But when you don't have a power source to link it to,
right,
it's a moot point. And the building itself, they lost all their power, and it was a hell of a storm. I mean, good God, you couldn't see. It was as if God was just pouring water down upon everyone, just buckets upon buckets. It wasn't raindrops. It was sheets continuously. And it just never stopped. It never stopped. And then when the power went out, everybody kind of looked at each other like, oh shit. We're dead in the water right now, literally. Because we had nothing. They had auxiliary power in the building, which meant that they had fluorescent lights that came on inside of the building and so on and so forth. So it was crazy. It was crazy to say the least. But we didn't, you think that when that happens, that, okay, the power went out, it'll come back on in a second. It didn't come back on. And shit was blown. And we were scrambling to just try and figure out, okay, what do we do now? So Vince is at ringside. Vince is doing commentary.
That's what I can't wait to hear about, because with Vince there, he's not able to properly freak out the way he would in the back. So I assume he's pressing, and catch everybody up listening, there's a button on his desk. And how does that button work?
Well, he has a button where he can talk directly to the truck. He has a button where he could talk directly to us back at the gorilla position. And
when he does that, it drops his mic from the live feed to where people at home can't hear him.
Correct. And he can talk just to us. But now he can't communicate with anybody. He's dead in the water.
There's no power.
No power. No communication at all. And so I'm running out to the truck to try and find out what the hell is going on. Now, the truck still has power because they have a generator that just feeds them. But like I said, the building has no power source, so the truck can't feed anything into the building.
Amazing.
Because the building, I guess, didn't have a generator or whatever the hell they had. And this had never happened with them before. So, of course, the conspiracy questions start. Oh my God, you WCW, those motherfuckers! They called in this storm and they cut our power, the bastards.
They called in this storm.
Yeah, they called in a storm. I know they did. I know. Eric Bischoff, if you're listening, we know what you did.
So he had a hotline to God. Created a storm.
Yeah.
Took down your power.
And took our power.
Put Bulldog in the main event.
They took it.
Put Mark Merrow on pay-per-view.
Uh-huh. Sent Mark Merrow to us.
Killed half the audience.
Uh-huh.
Stole Bart Gunn's charisma.
Right.
Ruined Chris Candido's life.
No, I don't think he did that. That was Sonny.
See, this is why we're a good team. I was hoping you would go there. We hadn't even talked about that. I teed one up and boom, you hit it right out of there. Yeah. So Vince is freaking out. Does he not?
No, actually, no. Vince didn't freak out at all. So,
well, that's the end of the show. If Vince doesn't freak out, that's the end of the show. Let's just roll the credits.
Oh, well, no, because the fact that he didn't freak out makes it that much funnier to me. because I'm freaking out.
Sure.
And I'm in the back, and I am freaking the fuck out because we got no power. So I'm running from the truck, getting soaking wet, backstage, and I've got to run out to communicate to Vince. So I run out to communicate with Vince, and I'm sitting there, and I have the run sheet in front of me, and I'm looking at what's coming up in the show.
By candlelight.
No, you had auxiliary lights. So you had like little shitty fluorescent lighting that you could see. But
Don't ruin my dream. For the purposes of my story.
I had a candle.
You and Pat Patterson are walking around back with a fucking treasure map and goddamn candlelight.
Pat wasn't there, I don't think. I think it was me and Briscoe. And
how would you know the lights were out? You don't know.
Good point. Jerry Briscoe and I had matches, but we didn't want to use all of them because we were going to need them later. So we were just starting matches and going, okay, make sure we've got at least 3 for later on because so I go running out to the ringside at the desk where Vince is calmly sitting at the desk.
Amazing.
Drinking a cup of coffee. And I'm sitting down, and he's got his headset off, and he's just sitting there. He's got his right elbow on the desk, and he's drinking his coffee in his right hand. This is so fucking vivid to me because it was like a goddamn cartoon out of who knows what. And I'm sitting next to him, and I'm frantic. Okay, all right. Here, if the power comes on here, okay, we'll do Yoko and Vader, and here's what we'll do, blah, 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 blah. The power comes on. Okay, but main thing is working backwards with Shawn and Bulldog. Blah, blah, blah. And Vince never looks at me. He's just sitting there drinking his coffee, and Austin and Savio Vega are having a strap match.
In the dark.
In the dark. And they are beating the living fuck out of each other.
And no one can see it.
Well, they can because they got the candlelight. We've got candles on each of the ring posts. Okay? And they're big. They're like Yankee candles. So there was enough light there.
What kind of smell?
Cinnamon apple.
Okay.
And he just never looks at me and is drinking his coffee. And all of a sudden just goes, God damn, pal. They're having a hell of a match. Damn. We're out of fucking power here, motherfucker. And I'm trying to come up with a plan B and a plan C and a plan D. And you're watching a fucking wrestling match. God damn, they're having a hell of a match here, pal. So I'm trying to get an answer from him. And he just was like, what do you want me to do?
In fairness, what could he do? There's no sense in wigging out because it's not up to him.
I didn't want him to wig out. And I was doing enough wigging out for everybody. But at the same time, I was calm too. I just needed to have a plan A and plan B because we had a lot of things that if we did a finish like in the Undertaker match, revealing mankind and this whole elaborate finish that we had, and it doesn't make air, that we didn't want to do that twice type thing. And it was just, I wanted a plan B.
Yeah.
That's all I want.
I've got questions about that I want to get to, but continue your story.
And he's just not answering me. He's not committing one way or the other. And he says, goddamn, I don't know what you want me to do. And I said, well, I'd like for you to give me some goddamn feedback here and tell me whether you like any of this or not. Because, are we going to stop the show, or are we going to wait until the power comes back on? And goddamn, pal, we got to on with the show. We got lights. They can see. Damn, they're having a hell of a match here. They're entertained. They're not going anywhere. Where are they going to go? We got to entertain them. So I just went back, and I think I got with Cornette, and we looked at the show and decided that, we would do this if this happens, this if this happens, and if the power comes back on, But then you go out and you're having your match and the power goes out in the middle of your match, do this finish. If the power's still on, go into the finish that we have planned. But if the power goes off in the middle of your match again, then do this finish.
Right.
And just coming up with all these different scenarios. And add on to that we've got Mankind underneath the ring.
In the dark.
In the dark, who now has no communication other than all he knows at this point is that his monitor and his headset is not working.
Right.
He doesn't know that we've lost power to the entire building because the matches are still going on.
Right. And it's
So
and it's dark down there like it's supposed to be.
Correct. So I've got to roll under the ring and just kind of tell him, hey, we don't have power.
Help me understand. How does Brother Love just casually climb under the ring in the middle of a fucking show?
I pretended like I was trying to get shit under the ring. And just like was working like, trying to get shit under the ring and talking to him at the same time.
Hey, here's a random question, just way out of turn. You ever hear of a man and a woman expressing their love for one another under a ring?
Probably.
You have a story?
No.
No.
But I mean, it's probably happened.
I feel like it has to have happened, and I need to know the story.
No, I really and truly don't have a story.
Okay. Somebody does, and goddamn it, I want to hear it because
Klondike Bill probably has.
Klondike. I was like, if this was the other show, I'd have a couple ideas I could freestyle. So anyway, you climb under there, not to have sex with Mick, but to inform him, hey man, we lost power. We don't know what the fuck we're doing. And Vince is over there drinking coffee and nobody's sure what the hell to do.
But hang tight, buddy.
Just stay under here.
Well, I couldn't bring him out. What the fuck? All of a sudden, Mankind's going to climb out from underneath the ring?
Well, Brother Love can climb under.
Well, Brother Love was Bruce that night. So, goddamn it. People in South Carolina, they didn't know the difference. Or they knew, well, you know what I mean.
You know.
Stop confusing me. Huh? So, he was under there and just told him, hang tight. If the power comes back on, we'll tell you what to do from the headset. But if the power doesn't come back on and you have no communication, just lay there, stay here. Okay. So we were scrambling for a while and we just went on with the show, waiting for the power to come back miraculously.
So while this is all happening at home, Viewers Choice viewers were told the power was off in the building, while Request viewers were simply told to stand by. After about 25 minutes or so with a blank screen, they air a clip of Vince and Jerry Lawler imploring viewers to stay tuned and that they would attempt to bring them the Undertaker Goldust and Shawn Michaels Davey Boy Smith matches. And then Vince announced that the matches were taking place in the building and that they would air them on the May 28th replay showing. I found this interesting. Quote, it was only due to Memorial Day weekend that the WWF even had a Tuesday night showing for the In Your House show, as they figured the initial buy rate would be down because people were out of town, but that many of them would be hooked into buying a replay a few days later. Meltzer continues, while the pay-per-view broadcast was shut down, they presented the scheduled matches in the arena with battery-operated cameras, a low-power generator, making the matches barely visible to spectators, and none of the traditional ring introductions. The footage was nowhere near broadcast quality, so the decision was made to air the missing 3 matches live from North Charleston, South Carolina during the replay show. As it was, 2 of the 3 matches on the replay were said to be much better than they were originally in Florence, which from our reports spelled the difference between a bad show and a good show. What say you? You saw both of these, the one by candlelight and the one, properly lit.
Well, the one by candlelight obviously sucked. It was guys going out there and kind of going through the motions and trying to get through without getting hurt. And not really knowing, wondering, okay, if the damn power comes on, what do we do? And having A and B finishes.
Right.
So yeah, it was not a good show in the dark.
It draws a 0.45 buy rate, which is 110,000 buys, although that's not taking into account the refunds that had to be factored in from the screwed up power outage. I'm sure a lot of people would complain about that for the next several weeks. Coming out of here, a lot of cable systems offer a full refund, but some others, like DirecTV, only offer $10 refunds to those who complained. And this is all complete, out of control of the WWF. Nobody can plan for a power outage like this, but the lack of a full refund has to leave a bad taste in some people's mouths. Do you remember there being a conversation about the financial impact or the right thing to do as far as, should we issue a refund? Should we see if they complain? Should we do the pay-per-view replay for free? What options do you remember being discussed?
Well, what we did was we offered refunds to those that wanted it, but we also said that we would be redoing the thing on Tuesday, and we offered that to them free if they had paid for the pay-per-view on Sunday, that they would be getting the show on Tuesday for free. So that was the offer, and that was the decision that we had made up front. The whether DirecTV or Viewer's Choice or whoever chose not to honor that, I don't really know. I know what the decision internally was that people who wanted a refund were to get a refund, but they would be given the choice if they wanted to watch the show in its entirety and see the live show of the matches that they missed on Tuesday, that we would offer that to them for free.
So we talked about refunds. Hypothetically speaking, how much do you think this power outage situation cost the company? Just freestyle, I guess.
I don't remember that many people asking for refunds.
Well, not that many people bought it, so that helps.
Yeah, it probably helped a lot, but I think that the majority of the people actually opted for the free, show on Tuesday.
One of the matches that we discussed earlier in the dark, Savio Vega and Steve Austin in a Caribbean strap match. I'm curious, Bruce, would there be any hesitation to work a gimmick match like this? Because the deal in wrestling is it's supposed to look like it hurts, but not actually hurt. Fucking Caribbean strap match is two dudes really wearing each other out. This shit hurts. Any hesitation about being booked in one of these, or does this feel like a crutch, or what's your 2 cents on a Caribbean strap match?
No, I can't remember any hesitation on either guy's part. It was just simply a way to further their issue and continue their story and give Savio a little push along the way.
In your opinion, what makes a strap match a Caribbean strap match?
The strap comes from Caribbean?
Did you just say that like a Mexican?
Chess?
Savio Vega defeats Stone Cold Steve Austin in a strap match that goes more than 15 minutes.
Caribbean strap match.
What did I say?
You just said strap match.
Oh.
There's a big difference in a Caribbean strap match and like an Indian strap match.
Well, let's have you announce Caribbean strap match. Could you just pronounce Caribbean strap match in your announcer voice that you're so proud of?
This next El Macho es un Caribbean strap match con Savio Vega versus Stone Cold Steve Austin. Bien, muy bien. Sí. Oh, I'm sorry, that's El Patron's gimmick.
We're gonna get fucking sued eventually. You know that, right?
Why?
I'm just saying.
For having fun. I'm sorry. Don't mean to offend anybody, for fuck's sake.
Hey, so chat me up here. Austin.
Hashtag Dave Silva.
You kind of have mentioned before, this is the coming out party, at least to Vince. And you referenced it earlier when he's drinking coffee, saying they're having a hell of a match. Do you think this is when Vince officially decides, I'm going to make Austin the king of the ring, or did he know going in? As soon as Hunter did the curtain call, okay, now it's Steve, or does this sway it a little more, or chat me up as to how that goes down?
By this time, we pretty much knew we were going with Steve. But this solidified it by far. This was one of those aha moments of, God damn, the son of a bitch can go. So it was that moment that Vince really felt good about it.
Up next, we've got Yokozuna and Vader. And wow, this is not good. Meltzer would write that Vader looks like he had put on another 15 pounds and that it would work against him in long matches. Yokozuna returns here, having lost by his own account 33 pounds. At his size, it's really hard to notice. This is all commentary from Dave Meltzer. He suffered some sort of calf bruise immediately upon returning, but he's able to work with it. After the pay-per-view, he's supposed to go back to Duke and their weight loss clinic for another 4 weeks. Ultimately, Yokozuna would pin Vader in about 3 minutes with a bonsai drop, said to be not good. Now, of course, we get treated to a rematch here a couple nights later. But if they're just out there for 3 minutes, these guys are just phoning it in, like he said. They're just trying to get in and out of there as quickly as possible, right?
Correct. Yeah. On Sunday night, there was no urgency, and this is terrible to say, but probably these guys were hoping that the lights didn't come back on.
Just because they wanted to get it over with and get the fuck out of there.
They want to get it over with and be done. Yeah.
Not that they didn't enjoy working with each other. It was just, hey, let's get to the next town. I'm fucking done.
Yeah, it was a shitty night, and yeah, they just wanted it to be over.
I think
that's my interpretation. So Leon, and if you want to come back and say no, that wasn't the deal, then okay, say that's my interpretation is guys want to get it the fuck over with and move on.
I think everybody watching wanted to get it over with too. Yoko would be gone after the rematch until late June, and this would start Vader on his build to a SummerSlam match with Shawn Michaels, and we've covered that in the archives where we talked about Vader. Next up, we've got the Intercontinental Champion Goldust with Marlena taking on The Undertaker with Paul Bearer, and it's a casket match. This has to be changed, of course, because it's in the dark. So when do you guys call the audible and say, hey, we're not going to have Mankind pop out of the casket here because nobody will fucking see it?
Well, we just decided that they had an A and B finish. Lights come on and take a bump outside. Make sure that we'll let you know. Somehow, some way, if the lights were to come back on and we could get communication to Mankind that he was good to go, then we would get word to the talent that, go with the original finish. If not, I think we had Taker go over on this one, or we had Goldust escape, but obviously we did not do the finish.
On this one, you had Goldust keep the IC title when he beat the Undertaker in a casket match, when Vader, Bradshaw, Helmsley, Yankum, and Austin all did a run-in and put Undertaker in the casket. Said to be an awful match, according to Dave Meltzer. Obviously, this has changed pretty significantly in the do-over on Tuesday night, but all the heels emptying out to stuff him in the casket, this sounds a lot like Royal Rumble 94.
Well, yeah, if you're going to get Undertaker in a casket, it takes a lot of guys.
Not mad at it. Meltzer would talk
Did you not learn that at 94 Royal Rumble?
We talked a little bit earlier about the sexuality angle with Goldust. Meltzer would write this in the May 20th Observer. The Goldust Undertaker angle was toned down greatly on television. They did a major jump cut when Goldust started licking up Undertaker's right thigh to the point where Undertaker stood up. They also shot the camera angles to not make it look so much like Goldust was pouncing on him, although it still looked that way. And the commentary toned it down a lot by playing it all off as psychological games rather than gay advances. They are hopeful Goldust will be able to work a decent match with Undertaker this weekend, but nothing is certain. It was basically a last day call that he wasn't going to work the weekend house shows. So obviously Goldust is working hurt here with a knee injury. You see that on his knee, especially. It's very prominent on Monday Night Raw. Was there any question as to whether or not he would be able to go for the pay-per-view, or did you know he's a gamer and he's going to sit out the house shows, but he won't miss the big show? And how did Undertaker feel about working with this controversial character at the time?
Well, first of all, Goldust is a gamer, and we knew that if he was rested up enough that he would be able to go for the pay-per-view, and he felt comfortable doing that. So hold him out, get him the rest that he needs, and hopefully he's going to be able to get through the pay-per-view itself. And we knew that we just had to get to the casket spot with Mankind to get to the angle with Taker and Mankind and further that along. The stuff leading up to this, the Intercontinental title, they showed in the package leading up to the match, the mouth-to-mouth resuscitation with Ahmed Johnson, which was also very controversial, where Ahmed Johnson was laid out on a stretcher and Goldust came and gave him mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. And hey, it worked. Ahmed got up off the stretcher and chased Goldust out of the arena. But the overall feeling, Goldust, he's androgynous, damn it, not gay. There was always that push to just try and sell Goldust as controversial and playing mind games. And I think that the audience is going to go where they're going to go. So when you're playing mind games of a man on man and a man sexually making advances to another man, that, as you said, man, it's has gay overtures to it. So
hypothetically,
no matter
speaking,
how much you sell it.
Well, let's talk about the Raw, because you brought it up. The next night on Raw, Ahmed Johnson is involved in a match with Vader, and Owen Hart comes off the top rope with the cast across the back of Ahmed's head. It gives Ahmed his first loss. He's out of the King of the Ring qualifying tournament, and they stretcher Ahmed out. In the back, he gets the mouth-to-mouth, just as you said. But the deal here is you get Vince McMahon during the mouth-to-mouth thing saying, that's the most revolting thing I've ever seen in my life. What exactly was the most revolting thing he'd ever seen in his life?
What was the most revolting? I don't know. I'm sure somebody's seen some revolting things.
No, I'm just saying this is a guy who described once to the Click his first his first homosexual experience, and Razor sharply said, as opposed to your most recent. And now here, Goldust is giving mouth to mouth to Ahmed, and Vince says the most revolting thing I've ever seen in my life. Isn't that a little offensive?
Oh yeah, I think it's probably a lot offensive to a lot of people, but again, that different times, different place, different things, different culture.
I guess I don't understand how you can have it both ways, where you can say it's mind games and then it's the most revolting thing I've ever seen in my life. It feels like it's saying, oh my God, two guys kissing, gross.
I think that's what he was saying. But you're right. Yeah. Definitely talking out of both sides and trying to, be controversial and androgynous on one side. And then, as you said, most revolting thing ever seen on the other. And it was definitely pushing the envelope, and it was uncomfortable at times because it's hard to explain when you're doing both sides of it.
There's no chance that Dustin had any heat on him here. He's doing exactly what Vince is asking him to do. He's considered by the office as being a good soldier for carrying this out, not necessarily somebody who's putting guys in bad positions here, right?
No, definitely he's doing what he was asked to do, but he also had a lot of those suggestions to do a lot of that stuff, to be controversial. Dustin was all for the controversy and pushing the envelope as far as he could.
I can't wait until we get a Goldust episode. Next up, we've got Jake Roberts taking on Justin Bradshaw and his uncle Zebekiah. This is where the lights come on and Jake hits the DDT in like 30 seconds. This wasn't the initial plan, right?
The plan was, if the lights came on, to hit the DDT and go home.
So that happens in like 30 seconds. If the lights hadn't come on, just keep fucking working and killing time.
It depends. It was going to depend basically on where we were time wise, because we had the Sean Bulldog match, and we were trying to push as far as we could to where, all right, I think, we wanted, if we could just get 20 minutes. And then at that point, we were going to say, you know what, this is over, and we're just going to go with plan B. Lights came back on. So as soon as they came back on, man, get out of the ring. Let's go. Let's get the main event in the ring.
So next up, we've got Shawn Michaels and Davey Boy Smith, and we're going to get those guys to the ring. Meltzer says Michael Smith is a good working match on paper, but not a pay-per-view headliner as a draw. So they're throwing in an angle where Smith wants to kill Michaels because he believes Michaels is putting the moves on his wife. On the Raw show, they had a woman in silhouette claiming to have been the ex-wife of a former wrestler, claiming she had an affair with Shawn Michaels, and it was played up throughout the show. The angle seems to be that now Michaels has become a big star. People are coming out of the woodwork to get him. It's overall a clever angle, although the woman in silhouette's acting was atrocious, and if they push too hard about how great Shawn was in bed, a lot of guys will start resenting him. So that's Meltzer's pitch here. Let me just freestyle something. Was there any wink and a nod here to Shawn having a woman on here proclaiming that she was with a former wrestler and Shawn, and meanwhile Sonny's running around the locker room?
No, it was strictly the story with Bulldog and the wife, and just trying to, paint that picture. And it was something that we wanted to paint and get to later on, that Cornette was manipulating all of this shit with the rumors and innuendo to paint Shawn in a bad light, set him up for the heel British Bulldog. And it was going to be revealed at some point that it was all Cornette and Clarence Mason and all these guys that were putting all this stuff out there on Shawn.
Yeah, so leading up to this, we see Cornette cut a hell of a promo in the back with a whole squad of folks: Clarence Mason, Owen Hart, British Bulldog, Diana, the whole crew. And Owen has been granted a 1-day managerial license, which is always fun. So he's going to be ringside for this. And on Shawn's way to the ring, he bumps in to Mr. Perfect, and they get this on camera behind the scenes before he walks through the curtain. What was the plan with Shawn bumping into Mr. Perfect on the way to the ring?
Strictly at that point to do something and kind of see what the reaction was, and see if there was any little buzz, and to gauge the live crowd. We would oftentimes do shit like that just to kind of rub two people up against each other backstage
and just see what happens.
See if there's any chemistry there, which I know that there was chemistry there, because those motherfuckers used to tear the house down when they worked together.
Hey, before I forget, let me ask, who was the chick in the silhouette?
That was Jill, the makeup artist from Stanford.
Any good Jill stories?
No, good girl. I mean, real nice lady. She ended up marrying a guy by the name, I think, Dan Wisniewski or something like that, who also worked in the studio. But she was a long-time employee of the WWE studios. Nice lady.
Next up, we get Clarence Mason coming out to the ring after Shawn's entrance, and he's got his arm in the sling, his neck in a brace. He's walking with a cane, and this is all from a beating he took from Gorilla Monsoon. And he announces that the Smith family has filed a lawsuit against Shawn Michaels for attempting to break up their marriage. And they have some sort of silly, trumped-up charge like alienation of affection or something. And so they serve Michaels. And Meltzer writes, let's just say this wasn't Michael's day. He appeared to be in a bad mood from the start. Apparently a heckling fan got under his skin, and he was unprofessional enough about it that it hurt the match. He kept mouthing things at her to the point that all the ringside fans around her began turning on him, and that only made things worse. If you go to the network about 35 minutes and 20 seconds in, you can hear someone screaming, and at 35 minutes and 50 seconds, you can see fans starting to react to something that is off screen. And then about 40 minutes and 40 seconds in, while Smith has Michaels in a chin lock, it looks like Michaels says something like, "Shut up, you fat cow." Do you remember hearing anything about this interaction with Sean and a fan in the middle of a pay-per-view like this?
No, not this particular incident. No.
Well, I'm not sure that Meltzer got this right. It looks like there were some fans originally cheering for Davey Boy who were going against Sean, but then they're chanting in the direction of the woman off camera. Either way, the heckling in the crowd seems to be drawing more attention than the actual match. And the rumor is this is where Hebner tells them that this match is going to stay and they aren't doing a redo on Tuesday. So catch me up as to what's going on here, because at some point in the match, you can see Sean just casually sitting in the chin lock, and he literally puts his elbows on his knees and just sits there. He even throws his hands in the air like he's upset about something or talking to Hebner. What was the planned finish? It feels like this didn't all go according to plan. Nothing else this night did, though.
No, it didn't. And Sean was very frustrated. Both Davey Boy and Sean were frustrated because I was giving them an A, B, and C plan all the way through. One, that if the power went out in the middle of the match. One, if it stayed on. And there were three different finishes where Sean finally told me, fucking just tell me when I'm out there what finish you want me to do. And that's what we did. So we were afraid. Again, there was the fear of in the middle of the match, the power goes out. We didn't want him to do the finish. And Vince, I think, wanted to throw it out, but we were just kind of playing it by ear. So the whole damn thing, they were getting the information as we went on, and we decided at that point to say, you know what, go with the finish. Go with the original finish and do what we had laid out. And I think both guys were really frustrated and pissed off.
Eventually, Shawn Michaels uses a German suplex, and both guys' shoulders are down. The first ref and the second ref, after Hebner takes a big bump through the ropes earlier in the match, counts, and each guy has a different guy down. They bring out Gorilla Monsoon. He snatches the belt back from Diana, who has it in the aisle, and they announce that Gorilla Monsoon has decided it will be a draw and the belt will not change hands. They do this after doing a dusty finish where they briefly tease that the British Bulldog is the new champion. Sean does get a pop when they announce that the belt won't change hands and play his music. Allegedly, according to Michaels was really furious and had an in-ring temper tantrum at the guy who cues the music. This was edited off the replay, 2.5 stars. Do you remember Sean having a temper tantrum about the music at the end of the show?
I don't. I remember Sean being pissed off in general, but what Sean had a temper tantrum, a perceived temper tantrum, and going back, no, it wasn't a dusty finish. We didn't go off the air with one champion and change it in the middle of the night. The whole idea was something that had not been done before, which normally when you do a double pin, each of the guys gets their shoulders up and they have a legitimate bitch. With this, the idea was that both guys have a legitimate bitch in that both guys' shoulders were completely down. So both guys were pinned. Both guys technically lost. And then being the draw. Hindsight being 2020, fucking shits. Didn't work. But the perceived temper tantrum was Sean being pissed off that they played Bulldog's music instead of his because he thought he had Bulldog pinned and that he won. So as a champion, he's pissed off. What the fuck? I had the guy beat. And they played Bulldog music. So again, it was that people trying to read in, oh, I'm smart. He's really pissed off because they screwed up the music. No, he's working pissed off is a guy that thought he just pinned the guy and that he won. And why are they playing Bulldog's music and announcing him as a champion? Somebody fucked up. And then we were playing Sean's music later on when Earl made the reversal. But that was all part of the show. That was part of Sean's pissed. He thought he had Bulldog beat, and they played Bulldog's music and announced him as champion. How's he supposed to react? So I think that's the, quote, smart fan trying to read too much into something that just wasn't there.
Well, Meltzer would say the Michaels Smith match was a major disappointment and ended the show on a very sour note. There were a lot of people surprised they didn't do a rematch on the replay show after the weak match the two put out the first time. Why didn't they do this match again on the replay?
Because people had gotten it on Sunday night and Vince didn't want to redo it. So it would have been, you could have done a rematch, but he wanted the controversy of both guys being beat because he wanted to get to a return at some point. So he felt that it was fine and that it accomplished what he wanted to accomplish on Sunday night. And no, it wasn't their best outing. It wasn't as good as either one of them could be. And both guys were out there pissed off, not under ideal circumstances or situation, not knowing, what finish they're going to do, if the damn lights are going to come back on, what's going to make air, what isn't, or, do they go into the damn finish and the lights go out again? So there was a lot of frustration on talent's part, and you just got to deal with it sometimes and move the fuck on.
So I didn't know this until I did research here, but in my notes, I have it that by TV the very next day, there was a lot of question about Davey Boy's position in the company. Meltzer would write, by television on 5/28, McMahon had gotten word that Smith had given his 90-day notice to the WWF, allowing him to leave the company when his contract expired at the end of August. Unlike previous notices with Hall, Nash, and DiBiase, this wasn't the case of another performer giving notice as a prelude to signing a contract with WCW. According to the different versions of the story we received, Smith and the Hart family members were under the impression that the conclusion of the angle was going to be that it was Deanna Smith who had come on to Michaels, that he rebuffed her, and that she was making up the story and filing a suit as a way to get revenge out of being turned down. And they were under the impression that the conclusion of the story in exonerating Michaels in the lawsuit would be that there would be surveillance camera tape, which would air supposedly taped at a pay-per-view show in Omaha where this all started, that would show Diana coming on to him physically and aggressively in a darkened backstage area. And allegedly there's real pushback from the Hart family. Stu and Helen Hart and Bret Hart were all upset that they believed Diana was being portrayed in the angle as, well, the other version of the story was the entire situation was a misunderstanding, and that the idea was the angle would never end up that way, and that when it was completed, the real heat would be put on Cornette and Mason, not on her, and that nothing stronger than what had already aired would be done involving her. But there was talk during the week that Owen, who was also scheduled for a major push, would be moved to more of a headline status, but he was also interested in leaving. But he didn't give his notice like Bulldog did. So what happened here? Did he try to give his notice? Did they take this shit too seriously? What was the pushback from the Hart family? What's real? What's rumor? What's innuendo?
First of all, the original whole angle and everything was basically what you had described, at first, that it was Diana that had come on to Shawn. We wanted to get Cornette involved, but it was simply Cornette who was orchestrating it, sending Diana to try and set Shawn up. But when Shawn rebuffed her, it was, oh my God, hurt feelings. And she's kind of playing both parts in that, well, how dare he rebuff my advances type shit. You know what I mean? It's like, it's one thing to go set him up, but you go set him up and you expect him to bite on the bait.
Right.
And then he doesn't bite. Now she's more pissed off that he didn't bite on the bait and he rebuffed her. And so there's that personal pissed offness in it as well. But yes, the Harts did take it too seriously. And Davey and Diana were completely on board from day one. And somewhere along the line, they got on board and didn't like it. But we did, again, because you're dealing with real people who have real children, who have real lives. It's a real name. It's really husband and wife with real children, all that shit that you want to take into consideration. And you have to consider all that stuff when you're doing angles like that, because some people take it seriously and don't take it as entertainment. So we wanted to make sure that everybody was on board, and they were at first. Then as it got on and it got more in depth, and people are referring to, Davey's wife and the mother of his children as a whore because she's being portrayed as that on television for trying to seduce Shawn Michaels. And then we're trying to say, and then we're going to show tape of her trying to seduce Shawn Michaels. And yeah, later on, you're going to see that Cornette was behind it, but the Diana was legitimately pissed. And Davey was unhappy. Davey did express, at one point, fuck this, I'm going to quit. But he didn't quit, and everything got worked out. But it got homogenized quickly after that.
So after that, we get our dark matches. And I use that term loosely because of what I'm about to say here. Ahmed Johnson would pin Jerry Lawler in about 7 minutes, and he would use what they called a spine breaker, which is a variation of the spine buster that Arn used. And prior to the match, Lawler would call the black woman in the audience Sambo. And he would also say to Ahmed,
oh my God, did he really?
That if the lights hadn't come on, he'd have to smile so Lawler could see him. So he's going for heat, but he's going for cheap heat. And, there's probably some jokes to be made about it being a dark match, but thank God this wasn't on pay-per-view. Lawler knew how to get heat, and he was fucking getting it here. Do you remember this match?
I don't. I was probably at this point so damn relieved that the last match was out of the ring and the pay-per-view window was over that I just wanted to get the hell out of there. I don't remember it. I don't remember any of that because that's, that's not just cheap heat. That's just tasteless heat. And
well, in fairness, Lawler's probably happy to get out of the match uninjured. He does a 7-minute stall job here, but against Ahmed, he's probably just trying to do whatever he can to get heat without actually having to use any sort of physicality. Next up, Owen Hart and the Ultimate Warrior. Why does this happen to Owen Hart? One of the best in-ring performers of all time, and he's paired with Owen Hart. If he's not asked to make chicken salad here, I don't know who would.
Yeah, poor Owen. He was the curse of being a great worker. They went out. Warrior did his time, did his shit. Splash, shoulder tackle, splash, 1, 2, 3, and get the hell out of Dodge. And I think Owen was in the same boat that Lawler was, that he was happy to get the hell out of there and not be injured.
Is there any talk about giving the Warrior a different finisher besides the fucking shoulder block and a splash?
Like what?
I don't know. Fucking anything else.
Like the press slam that he couldn't do, that he grabbed people's balls and pressed and he couldn't actually do if you were over 180 pounds.
So did he grab your balls?
Yeah, he tried. Yeah.
How would you describe that experience?
Painful.
Show me on the doll. Show me on the Wrestling Buddy where he touched you. Oh, right there. Got it. Okay. So in the business here, you got a lot of stuff going on. It's important to remember that we are knee deep in the Monday Night Wars. So when In Your House, Beware a Dog goes off the air Memorial Day weekend on Sunday, the next day is Monday Night Raw, May 27th. This is also the day that WCW is expanding to 2 hours. So both shows are trying to come out guns a-blazing. So Raw the next day starts with Goldust in the ring, and he is going to be defending his Intercontinental title against the Ultimate Warrior. So they keep the Warrior off the pay-per-view and instead decide to go head-to-head and start Raw, which is only 1 hour at the time, but Nitro is going to 2. They want to start hot and get the Ultimate Warrior on. The theory here is, let's try to do whatever we can to counteract the big show that WCW undoubtedly has planned. Let's put Warrior on TV, right?
Without a doubt. Start hot. Hook them and keep them.
And it's worth mentioning that this is happening in Fayetteville, North Carolina. There's a lot of fun stuff going on here because this is also where the Hardy Boys have a tryout match. Do you remember anything about the Hardy Boys tryout match? They're taking on the Overlords.
No, I mean, the Hardys had been with us for years, and they had been extras and enhancement talent for so many years. but had also been away for a little bit from doing that. And this was their opportunity to come in and see if we could actually do something with them as stars. I don't remember this particular night, but that was the whole idea behind the Hardys and bringing those guys in and giving a young team an opportunity.
Here in Fayetteville, they draw 4,200 fans for a $51,000 gate, about 5,000 fans there total. Here's why this is interesting to me. On the other channel, Scott Hall is debuting by walking through the audience, and this is where they start the genesis of the NWO angle. So there's a lot going on in the business right here. On the May 28th pay-per-view, the replay show, we'll call it Beware of Dog 2. Meltzer says there was no interest because people hated the main event, thought it had a poor finish, and rather than get the replay and have to pay for it, they could just call and ask for a refund for the $20. He does another poll with his readers. This time we get a 64% thumbs up and a 26% thumbs down. So a great swing by, actually being able to see the fucking show. A lot happens here in 48 hours. Catch me up. Was the DiBiase angle where he's going to leave the company, was that always supposed to be the plan, or did something change from Sunday to Tuesday besides the weather, and the weather just pushed it off?
No, it was not always the plan. Ted was at a point where I think his contract was coming up. He was unhappy where he was and wanted out. So sometime like Sunday, Monday, I remember him coming and talking to me on Monday and telling me that he wanted to leave, that he was done. He wanted to give his notice, and that Vince had told him if he was ever unhappy and wanted to leave, to just let us know. So sent him in, talked to Vince, and we decided, okay, then you can finish up tomorrow.
That's pretty much
Stipulation came up.
That's pretty much how Meltzer has it. He says that he only gave a couple days notice, and he said that he would be leaving for WCW when his contract expired, which would be in August. He was accepting a 3-year deal there worth $225, $250, and $275 over 3 years. He was 42 at the time and had just had a Lloyd's of London disability deal that was about to pay a major lump sum after a career-ending neck injury. So he's on his way out, and they redo the match here with Austin doing a TV interview over the weekend saying that he wasn't trying hard to beat Savio Vega in the strap match because he was happy to get rid of DiBiase as excess baggage. The interview made no sense since it was such a heated match, and the way the match was laid out, it's not like he wasn't trying to win. That kind of made no sense. So Bruce, let's talk a little bit about Savio Vega, probably one of the more underrated in-ring performers, and he's had a heck of a long career outside of the U.S. Catch me up. Who would have brought him in? Who was a big supporter of his backstage? And do you have any fun Savio Vega stories you can share with us?
Well, he had already been in as Kwang. Fuck, damn hillbilly. Kwang. He'd already been in as Kwang and proved himself to be a great performer. Vince was looking for that Hispanic audience, and Razor brought up Juan Savio about bringing him in, and we had all worked with him before. I had worked with him as El Casario in the Mid-South Territory, plus as Kwang up in the WWE. So the thought was, hell yeah, it'd be great. Take the mask off of him, and let's bring him in as a Puerto Rican babyface. And and again, man, it's crazy how shit comes up. There was a Puerto Rican parade in New York, and Vince thought how great it would be to have a Puerto Rican to be able to represent at the Puerto Rican parade.
Bruce, give me one of those Puerto Ricans.
God damn, we need a Puerto Rican for the parade.
It's funny how shit comes up, and Savio's name came up, and we made him Savio Vega, a Puerto Rican superstar, is a friend of Razor Ramon's, and ba-boom, Savio was born. But you'd be hard pressed to find somebody who was not a Savio supporter, because he's a great guy, great worker, easy to work with, and all of his shit was so damn believable. He could cut a good promo, and guys, he was one of those guys that people wanted to work with. So to bring him in and give him this opportunity was kind of a no-brainer.
What credit, if any, do you think Steve Austin gives to Savio for his big push that he got right after this? If this is really the feud where Vince says, damn, we could do something with Steve, I wonder how much credit, if any, Austin would give Savio for that.
I think Steve will give Savio a ton of credit. And you fast forward to the pay-per-view, it was like in September or October. I want to say it might have even been in Houston, where we had Savio be the mystery partner for Shawn when Shawn got hurt or something like that. I don't know. It was a weird situation. And Steve was one of the first guys to step up and say, put Savio in that spot. So I would bet money that Steve would credit Savio an awful lot for him being noticed and him getting the attention that he got and giving him those great matches that he gave him. Because he could work his ass off, man. I think you could still put Savio in the ring with his messed up neck today, and he could probably be better than half of the guys out there working on a regular basis.
Their finish to the match on part 2 was pretty hot. At the end of the match, when Austin loses and DiBiase's WWF career is over, the entire crowd gets in on the act, and you guys actually play the song over the PA. Hey, hey, hey. Goodbye. Whose idea is that?
Who do you think?
Vince McMahon.
God damn, I love it. Let's do the na 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 song. What? Na 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 na. Goodbye. And we'll start it, and they'll play it, and then they'll start singing na 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 na. Hey, hey, hey. Goodbye. And then they just start chanting, and you sing it, and you get them going along with it.
That was Vince. Yeah, he loves that. That's why, every time you notice when somebody goes away,
and we do the na-na-na song, gotta get that in there.
Crowd's preconditioned to it, man. They go right to it. He loved that shit.
I was really, really hoping that you would sing that for me, and it was even better than I hoped. So thank you for that. With DiBiase being on his way out here, does this feel a little bit like the end of an era? I mean, he was there when it really got hot, when you were there, the 87, 88, 89, 90, 91. He took a little bit of a break in there for a little bit, but then he's back in a different capacity, no longer in ring, but he's still a part of the company. And when he left, he never really went to WCW. And now here, he's clearly going to WCW. Does this feel a little bit like he's abandoning you, and maybe that's the reason they wanted to do the big send-off? Or is it just good business? Or is there a little bit of, man, I hate that, I thought he'd be here forever, or it's a shame to see him put on another jersey, or any of that?
For me personally, yes. Every fucking thing you just said. For me personally, because when I started in the WWE, and you can go back and listen in the archives, Teddy was one of the guys that came with me. And Ted and I were friends going way back. We've been friends for over 30 years. And for me personally, it hurt. I understood it. I didn't like it, but it was sad. It was more sad than anything else that Ted was leaving. It was an end of a period for me, because I started to look and go, wow, Teddy's going to leave. Who else is going to leave? And then they, more followed after that. But yeah, it sucked, and it was emotional, because it happened so fast, and it was a case of be careful what you wish for, because you may get it. Where Ted, wanted to give his notice, and then said, okay, fine, you're unhappy, and he always told him that. If you're unhappy and you want to leave, just let me know, and you've been great this whole time. And Vince was quick to say, okay, I understand. And it happened that fast. There wasn't a whole lot of time to mourn, to think, or do anything else. And you had to do what was right for business on our end and do the big send-off and get something out of it.
So no hurt feelings really on the WWF's end, just understanding that, hey, you had a long run, it's time to go.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if hurt feelings is the right way, but I was sad. I think Vince was sad, but it was business, and business is business. And the personal side of that was Ted was good business the entire time that he was there. And it was the least Vince felt he could do. Was he had run his course, and truthfully, there wasn't a whole lot left for Ted DiBiase in the WWE at that point as a manager and as a spokesman. He wasn't a good color guy, and he wasn't ready to hang it up yet either.
And then Vader Yokozuna ends with a different finish. This time we get Yokozuna winning in Florence, but here Vader wins in Charleston. What's the reason for the switch here? Is this because Yoko is going to be going away to Duke for 4 weeks, and since it's going to be televised, might as well give Vader the win as opposed to being in the dark?
All of the finishes that took place in the dark were different finishes than what we originally had planned. So
Sure.
The ones that we did on Tuesday are what we originally had planned. The stuff that we did in the dark was to get through it, and that was it. So yeah, it was a different finish, and that way people couldn't say, oh, they did that same finish on Sunday night. Just redid the match. It was just simply to make it different.
And then of course, in the main event, on the replay, we've got, the Undertaker Goldust match. And of course, most importantly, we see Mankind come out of the casket, and put a mandible claw on the Undertaker, puts him in the casket. Smoke starts to come out from all around the casket. The heels, run off to the back. Paul Bearer goes over, opens the casket, and the Undertaker's gone. Paul Bearer shocked. Carry me through how this all comes together, because obviously Mankind and Undertaker are about to do big business for an extended period of time. Who puts them together? When do you guys know it's a natural fit? Whose idea is this angle? How did Goldust enjoy working with Undertaker, vice versa? What do you got?
All the above. I think, I'll work backwards. Goldust loved working with Undertaker and vice versa. They were a natural pair and worked very well together. And the dichotomy in those two gimmicks worked well storytelling wise. As far as Mankind, that was also always the plan, to be able to bring Mick Foley in as Mankind to be a natural foe for the Undertaker. Big guy, kind of scary gimmick, unique, and felt that they would have great chemistry in the ring, which they did, obviously. But this was a way to kind of get that going and do a unique deal. The crazy thing about it, and I had forgotten this until I watched this today. I forgot that I half-assed remembered it, but it was confirmed. I forgot that the casket broke in the middle of the match.
Yeah, the lid will not stay on.
Well, no, they broke it right off. Undertaker flips the damn thing up and pushes it so hard to get Goldust in. When they took the bump into the casket, the damn top came off. And everybody was just shitting bricks, because you got to have the damn casket closed to make the switch and everything in the underneath, and so on and so forth. So we were panicking and trying to get as many referees as we could, and not to shoot the damn thing, because it wasn't stable and it was broken. So that was kind of iffy. On Sunday night, you had the lights go out. Now, in the middle of the casket match, with a switch in the middle of the match, you got a casket that breaks. So that wasn't good.
Is this whole fucking show snake bit?
Essentially, yes.
It's kind of hard to argue that. Let's talk a little bit about, Austin coming out of this. Do you remember Vince having some sort of sit down with him and talking about what the plans were going to be, or how he was going to be making moves?
No, I don't think anybody talked to him at that point. I don't think Vince really had a forward moving talk with Steve until at the King of the Ring. And we had made the decision, which was slow in its progression, to move from that ringmaster stuff to, Stone Cold Steve Austin. And that was a gradual just turn in commentary, and Jim Ross subtly talking about how, ice runs through this man's veins and he's just, stone cold. And it was a slow transition to where eventually we just started calling him Stone Cold Steve Austin. And when we got to the King of the Ring, the idea still was to bring Brett back and do something with Brett and Steve as a heel for Brett's return. So that was the idea, to build Steve at that point in time.
How excited do you think? Obviously, he's a respectful guy, appreciates the business and all the sacrifice, but on some level, Austin has to be kind of excited that DiBiase's gone, right?
I think so, because now he's got the spotlight.
Yeah, exactly.
I think, I think Steve felt saddled with Ted.
Right.
And didn't like having a manager, and specifically didn't like having somebody do his talking for him. Ted felt saddled with Steve because he felt that Steve should have been on his own and that he didn't enhance Steve any, and felt that he was just kind of spinning his wheels with Steve Austin because he didn't feel that Steve really needed a manager and thought that he could have done something else.
All right, let's run through a couple quick things here. I had notes about the gold casket. Is that something you guys have somebody gimmick up? Who makes the gold casket?
Richie Posner, Magic.
Ross and Perfect do the commentary on the replay. That's not the original team, though. The original team is Lawler and McMahon. Why the change in commentators from night 1 to night 2?
I don't really remember, to tell you the truth. I think that it was just to change it up.
Talking about Raw in between, we saw Harvey Whippleman in the aisle taking notes. What's up with that?
We were going to be making the transition to Harvey being a manager. Not a manager, I beg your pardon, a referee. So he was taking notes about the referees and sending all that back to Gorilla Monsoon so that he could then become a troubleshooting referee.
On the Raw in between, we see Vince McMahon doing commentary when Goldust has him in a chin lock, and he talks about how a warrior lives his life through distrosity or whatever.
Distrosity.
Explain to everybody again what distrosity is.
The most fucked up bullshit I'd ever heard in my life. Each letter stood for some other kind of bullshit. That's one that we would need to get Jim Cornette on the show to actually explain.
On Warriors Ask Me, you see across his tights it says Warrior University. What type of degrees do they offer at Warrior University? What can you tell us about Warrior University?
You can get a degree in idiotness, shitty work.
Did you ever know anybody who graduated from Warrior University?
I don't know anybody that actually ever went to Warrior University. He opened this, oh my God, let me tell you, man, he had this gym outside of Phoenix in Scottsdale that was absolutely one of the most incredible gyms I'd ever seen in my life. He had several hundred people that joined the gym and paid their dues and all this shit. And the gym ran for maybe a month or two. And then one day he went in and just shut it all down. For no reason other than he's Warrior.
On the desk in the middle of commentary, we see a Warrior comic book on Vince's table in front of him. Can you give us anything about the Warrior comic book and the placement here on the Raw announcer desk?
Yeah, we were selling the damn. Well, actually, no, we weren't selling the damn things. They were a freebie with the WWF magazine. So when you purchase your WWF magazine in the newsstands, the Warrior comic book was a freebie as a part of that. And the idea was to distribute at some point and sell those Warrior comic books.
When Ahmed Johnson comes to the ring that night to take on Vader, Vince references him as the first annual Kuwaiti Cup winner. Who was the second annual Kuwaiti Cup winner?
Well, that tournament and that championship has been put in limbo. They're going to have a tournament in Rio de Janeiro to crown the number one contender for that Kuwaiti championship. Roughly, I think the date is set for 2021.
February 30th.
Yes, exactly.
On Raw, when he's hunting down Goldust, Bulldog eventually gets to Goldust's locker room, sees a guy guarding the door for Goldust, and then just bulldozes him through the door. Who is that guy?
I have absolutely no idea.
They ran a King of the Ring commercial inside of the pay-per-view, and the commercial had Jerry Lawler, kind of messing with kids, not that kind, and then choking and going to heaven where there were all these other kings. And then eventually he gets sent to hell with a Vince McMahon-like character with horns on his head where he's laughing as he drives.
That's the guy that was in the car on the Sikorsky Bridge.
Did you shoot that? That feels like a Bruce Prichard commercial that you would have produced.
I was there for it. Yeah. But that was, it might've been a Sahadi production, as a matter of fact. I was there for all that being shot. We shot a lot of Lawler stuff at,
like Elvis
medieval times.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, man, that Elvis guy was great. I've got pictures with him. But yeah, all the kings and stuff, and we had him sitting around the table eating the turkey leg.
Yeah, that's right.
And then Vince, Devil Vince. We just had him take his makeup off for that shot.
Do you have any fun Marlena Goldust stories that you can share about this weekend?
Oh God, it's funny you ask that, because during the lights are out and Goldust is out working with the Undertaker, and I'm at ringside now talking with Vince, trying to say, okay, well, show's pretty well fucked. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do that. Marlena's gimmick was to smoke a cigar.
Right.
Okay. And she's at ringside. She's smoking the cigar, and there's this one motherfucker right behind us, an old guy, looked like he was about 65, 70 years old. And all he did was he kept tapping me on the shoulder and tapping Vince on the shoulder, going, there's no smoking indoors. She's going to have to put that out. There's no smoking in here, sir. Sir, hey, can you guys do something? There's no smoking in here. And just irritated the living fuck out of us. And finally we had security throw him out. But no, it was just all the shit's breaking down around you. And I'm at ringside in the dark trying to talk to Vince, and this old motherfucker is telling me that Marlena can't smoke indoors. Just, again, one of those moments that vividly stays in your head.
We'll see you next week right here on Something to Wrestle With.
What about BrucePritchard.com?
Oh yeah, t-shirts over there right now. BrucePritchard.com. Bruce Prichard.
You know. You get the chicken, you get the walnut, chop them up, and then maybe some gravy, some mayonnaise, just mix it up, maybe some chicken salad, maybe that'd be good, There was that time.
Radio never stops.
Hey, it's Conrad Thompson, and you're listening to Something to Wrestle with Bruce Prichard. Bruce, what's going on, man? How are you?
I'm a grumpy sourpuss motherfucker in the morning with no shirt on and Gatorades and Diet Pepsis in front of me. That's what I am. How are you? What are you?
Well, I'm fine, and I'm glad to be here. We're going to be talking about International Incident from 1996. You know, I love 1996. It's one of my favorite years to talk about. And of course, we're going to be talking about it all today. I gave you two choices today, Bruce. I said, do you want to talk about Trish Stratus or do you want to talk about International Incident? Because we have both on the schedule. I got notes for both. I'm ready to go. And you picked In Your House. So Trish is still coming your way. Don't worry.
Where else would I be, Conrad? I am in my house.
Exactly.
Not in your house.
Why did you pick, I'm curious, why did you pick International Incident 96 instead of Trish? Is it just based on your availability today? Or are you really excited about this topic?
It's more chosen on my grumpiness.
Okay.
Than anything else because I really like Trish.
I see.
And I don't want to disservice Trish. In Your House in 1996, I'll disservice that.
Well, that's hurtful. That's rude.
Why?
It just is. It hurts my feelings.
Inside where it counts?
Inside where it counts. Listen, let's get into it.
How's Mama doing?
Mama's great.
Okay.
How's your mama?
Dead.
Oh man. I was hoping she was going to make a big comeback.
No. Deader than Kelsey's nuts.
What was the finish on her?
Platter and plate full of piss.
Okay. I don't want to keep talking about your mom. International Incident, 1996. The show is probably more notable for who doesn't appear, the Ultimate Warrior. Now we've covered that in the archives, but you and I haven't really spoken since everyone was treated to Ultimate Warrior Week earlier this summer. They had a Dark Side of the Ring and they had an A&E. Did you see the A&E biography on Ultimate Warrior that you guys did?
No, didn't watch it.
I'm not surprised. It's not like you got a lot of free time.
Yeah, it's in between my Leave It to Beaver reruns. I don't have a whole lot of time.
I do want to mention, this is such a fascinating time, 1996. 25 years ago, it feels like wrestling changed forever, really within just a couple of weeks. Stone Cold Steve Austin cuts his famous promo at King of the Ring. Austin 316 is born. The Warrior and the WWF relationship is going to come to an end. And oh, by the way, on the other channel, Scott Hall, Kevin Nash, and Hulk Hogan have formed the NWO. And it's all happening within a few weeks. This is a crazy time in the company, in the business, right?
Turmoil. I guess tumultuous would be a really good descriptor for it, because I think that WCW at the time had, that magic bullet, if you will, of a feeling of danger and a feeling of what's going to happen next there. And I don't think we had that same curiosity at the time.
It's interesting to me to look back, because we've spent a lot of time talking about 1990 and sort of the passing of the torch from Hulk Hogan to the Ultimate Warrior. And now here we are 6 years later. And while Warrior seems to be fizzling out here in the WWF, as you like to say, Hulk Hogan's getting a fresh paint of coat on the other channel. And you and I haven't talked about that a ton. What was the internal office reaction? And by that, I guess I really mean Vince, Bruce, and Pat, to Hulk Hogan turning heel.
I think more than anything, it was, personally, I wish we had done it. I wish that we had done it a while ago. And it was more of their positioning of like it was WWE versus WCW with those talent. Without, finally they had to come out and say, hey, you guys don't represent WWE, even though that the commentary tried to drive you that way all the time. And so you're looking at it through business eyes and not necessarily a fan's eyes a lot of times. And to the audience, it was it was Hulk Hogan. It was something that they were familiar with, and I dare say that a lot of people, were ready for him to turn. They wanted to boo him. They had been booing him. So you had the perfect storm, and no matter what, anybody says, I think that the pivotal moment was Hulk turning heel for WCW. I think that was what made the turn. That's what, when they did that, they made the turn and didn't look back for 83 weeks.
I'm curious from your perspective, do you think, I mean, this is all hypothetical, of course, but if you guys had turned Hogan heel in 93, which I think is the time you're talking about, is that right? You were thinking 93 maybe be the time to turn?
Yeah.
So had you done it 3 years prior, the NWO clearly doesn't have nearly the effect that it does, but had the NWO not really turned the volume up, maybe you guys wouldn't have been at your best. I mean, iron sort of sharpens iron. In hindsight, it's probably better that you didn't turn him heel. It wound up actually helping your business, which I don't think a lot of people from the outside would maybe initially put together.
Sure. Because as you said, iron sharpens iron, and you're being challenged now, and that gets you on your toes. So yes, it was a completely different feeling. And as you say, thankful that we didn't turn Hulk when we wanted to, or at least I wanted to, back in 93. So I think it was an exciting time to be a fan of the product in general, both.
What's Vince saying about it? Hogan turning?
Not a whole lot, other than there was so much resistance from Hulk way back when, Hulk and Vince saw Hulk Hogan and the real American character as beyond reproach, and that, you couldn't fuck with that formula. And it was proven wrong.
I'm just, I don't know, the parallels that Warrior and Hogan's career sort of ran here. Is there a commentary on, hey, when things started to get stale for Hogan, he turned heel, and when things started to get rough for Warrior, he just went home? I mean, would Warrior as a heel have worked in a different time or place? Or is he one of those characters that could only be that crazy babyface?
No, I think Warrior would have been a hell of a heel. It was backstage, and I think that you could take that and put that on camera, and easy to hate.
It's so fascinating, this, like 6-week time period in 96. Let's just run through it again. Kurt Angle wins the gold medal with a broken freaking neck. The Austin 316 promo happens. Hulk Hogan turns heel. The Warrior's leaving. That's all in a 6-week period. We're shaping professional wrestling for the next decade or decades here in just 6 weeks.
Yeah, I just thought it was a bad month and a half.
It's weird though. I mean, with the benefit of hindsight, when these things are happening, it's probably hard to put them all together because you're just trying to get to another day. But when you look back, it's pretty remarkable all that happened in 6 weeks?
Yeah, I mean, shit was happening in general, and I think that it was a moment in time where there was so much adjusting and so many different things taking place that you really had to put your head down. You really had to focus on your own business. And that's why, man, I can't tell you, with the exception of Bash at the Beach, I can't tell you what WCW did during that time on television on Nitro. I have no clue, other than, guys showing up. We were worried about our business, and that's what I was focused on. So to have the time, to have the wherewithal, I just didn't. And we were looking at what we were doing. We were hearing what they were doing from other people. And again, it's like, oh my God,
Does Finkel monitor that?
Fink did. Fink watched everything. Yeah.
And
Fink watched everything and let us know what was going on.
When you say he let you know, he just pops by the office, or does he type up a memo?
He would do both. He would let us know. He would either just give us a synopsis of what was going on, or he'd usually just stop in and let us know.
You and Vince never had their show maybe on a VHS just playing in the background in the office just so you could keep up?
I probably did. Vince, I know, didn't. Please. I don't know. He's ever turned his TV on.
Well, it makes sense.
And I guarantee you he wouldn't have had WCW on in the background.
Well, let's watch this Steinfeld together.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's jump into it. The Raw taping after the King of the Ring really sets the stage for International Incident. Ahmed Johnson's going to make his first defense as Intercontinental Champion over Triple H, and Sunny is going to claim she's bringing in a superstar who is ultimately going to be Ron Simmons. And go ahead.
Farouk Assad.
Yeah, sorry about that. And The Undertaker is going to defeat Steve Austin in the main event, which is a match we'll see many times in the coming years. And I think as the story goes, as the legend goes, I guess at this point, once Austin cuts the Austin 316 promo, within a few days, JR is going to rip up his current contract and give him a new one on the spot, and we're off to the races. Did you know immediately after the Austin 316 promo we got something, or is it more when you see all the fans with signs that say Austin 316 the next day?
I think everybody, that were fans of Austin, I think everybody saw Austin as that guy. Not the guy, but as a top guy. And especially when you were looking at nasty heels, Steve fit that bill. And Steve came out of the show with, the Austin 316 says, I just whipped your ass. Well, it was done. I mean, a blind man could see it.
Let's keep going here. At the Raw show, you guys are going to tape into the future. Of course, this is the era where you do a live show and then tape the next week. And it includes a Warrior versus Owen Hart match, which comes to an end when Bulldog and Vader come to help leave the Warrior laying. It is curious. When did you feel like this whole Warrior thing is coming to a head? Did you know in advance of the ultimate impasse? I mean, or was it just right away? Like, buddy, this is like writing with my left hand. This ain't going to work.
I got to tell you, from WrestleMania on, I just didn't see how it was going to work. It didn't have, that panache of oh boy, it's Warrior again, and can't wait to see him. It was more of oh God, the hell are we going to do with this again? So there was trepidation. It wasn't a mesh. It wasn't a good feeling. It wasn't like, you can have people that are difficult to deal with, and you learn how to deal with them, and you'll deal with it because of the results. There were no results, and it was just difficult to deal with.
Well, the idea behind International Incident, again, this is the 9th In Your House. It's going to be a Canadian show from Vancouver. And the thought was, well, let's have quote unquote Camp Cornette. So British Bulldog, Owen Hart, and Vader on one side. And so you've got the Canadian influence there with Owen Hart. And then across the ring, it'll be Ahmed Johnson, Shawn Michaels, and the Ultimate Warrior. How about that for an odd pairing?
Yeah, a little bit, but it was basically taking
the top baby faces.
Take your top baby faces, throw them in a clump, and let's go. The other thing that was really unique was doing a pay-per-view in Vancouver, because Canada was difficult at times to do business in.
How so?
For getting your trucks across the borders and back and forth, and traveling, going across the border. It's easier to get in Afghanistan than it is Canada at times.
Well, who wants to go to Afghanistan?
Who wants to go to Canada?
Okay. Well, you just alienated half the audience, but go ahead.
I did not, because they know I love Canada. It's a beautiful, beautiful country. And I really do, because for so many reasons. Vancouver in particular, where they had Blunt Brothers Cafe, but that's a whole nother story that I think I've already told before.
And you said that they had some of the best shoe shows around, right?
In Vancouver, possibly.
I've heard that rumor.
Well, there you go. So does Anchorage, Alaska.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Yeah. They actually it's more like a pedicure show.
So
show them tootsies off.
Pedicure show.
Show
Okay.
them tootsies off. Show them tootsies off.
How?
Show me, show them tootsies off. It just comes out like that. See how I just right there, boom, spending my days working hard on the go. But the hands on the clock keep spinning too slow. I can't wait to. Anyway.
It's magic. You're magic today.
This was just what I do at 3 o'clock in the morning.
We are recording very, very early just to accommodate your schedule and get our show out on time. But let's talk about Canada in 96. You know, it's been said a lot of times that whenever your wrestling business is down domestically, and this was even the case for Impact a few years ago, where they may be struggling here stateside, internationally, they're doing great business. Canada has always been a feather in the cap for WWF. How important was the Canadian business in 1996?
I think Canadian business was always important, and at this time, they were there. I remember every frigging Boxing Day to you Canadians. The day after Christmas is Boxing Day in Canada. To this day, I'm not really sure what Boxing Day is, but it's a holiday and it's celebrated on December 26th. And for many, many years, no matter where I was on December 25th in the world, doing what, with who, I could usually count on being in Toronto, Canada on Boxing Day on December 26th. So I had a very fond love for Canada. And Vancouver was absolutely, without a doubt, one of the most beautiful cities in all of Canada. I mean, I love Vancouver. It was fun. There was a clean crispness in the air in Vancouver, on the other side of the country, man. But it was, I know you think I'm bullshit, but Vancouver is fucking fabulous.
Talk to me a little bit about the Ultimate Warrior. I know that we've covered this in long form. It's in the archives at somethingtowrestle.com, but I do want you to just briefly remind everybody what the situation is here with Warrior missing some shows and how maybe he and Vince didn't see eye to eye on all that.
Yeah, well, this was during a time where Warrior, I believe this was a time where his father passed.
That's right.
So we had Warrior booked all across the country in different live events, and he wasn't showing up, wasn't answering any phone calls. And when he finally did, he talked about, his dad, whom he did not have a relationship with, or at least an estranged relationship at best, that his dad was dying, and then his dad died. And, I've got empathy for that. And there's, you want to believe him. But there were too many other things that didn't add up, like, demanding that we purchase a bunch of his comic books, and every month an astronomical amount of money and an astronomical ask for the number of pieces that I don't think, Superman or Spider-Man or any other comic book in the world was selling the kind of numbers that Warrior was demanding that we buy to sell. So there were ulterior motives, and I think Jim may have overextended himself a little bit on the comic book side of things. It was a cool comic book.
You mean
it really was beautiful artwork.
You mean financially, it was a dog, and he was trying to push it off on y'all?
Well, it was his project, and I think he saw that as soon as I get back on WWE TV, I'm going to sell millions of these things.
Yeah.
And that just wasn't the case with periodicals.
Yeah.
So, he looked at it like, well, he's getting screwed because he should be selling all these comic books because he's the Ultimate Warrior. Audience felt different.
So he no-shows some shows because his dad passed away and he needed to attend the funeral. And I think, and I'm not saying this to be cute, you and Vince maybe took issue with that, saying, wait a minute, you told us you hated your dad and had no relationship with him. How dare you take off to go to your
No.
dad's funeral?
No, no one ever said that. The rub, if there was a rub there, was not communicating,
Okay.
and not communicating until long after, where he wouldn't speak to anybody, wouldn't take anyone's phone call. And then afterwards, that was his excuse. And it's like, come on, all the things personally that have gone on in your life and you have come to Vince about and different things and this. And then it all kind of came back to financial and all came back to, well, you need to buy my comic book. So, bye-bye.
Do you know, does Vince have a tell when you know just his demeanor, you've been around him enough where it's like, okay, he's out, he's done, he's finished? Because I have to believe at times Vince can be a patient man, but eventually that's enough.
Yeah, but there's not a tell, man. You never really know. It's the same as,
He never lets you see him sell. He's not going to sell.
no, never.
So you've told
Good
us,
times and bad. He's not going to sell when it's good either.
yeah, he never gets too high. He never gets too low. He's just even keel.
Kind of like me. I'm easy like Sunday morning.
Well,
I've been too high. I've been too low. It's just kind of like to keep it slow.
so you've told us before here on the show that your old school promoter mentality is if for whatever reason you can't deliver a match that you've promoted, the replacement has to be bigger. Well, literally, Sid is bigger. Sid is going to be the guy who gets the call, but he's also a guy who's been around the block with y'all before. And for whatever reason, it came to an end. Who else is discussed before you land on Sid? Is there another idea that could have been a fun what if?
Wow. You know, when you go back and you look at the time and the timing of everything with WCW and Hogan and Nash and Hall, what have you, I don't know that there was a whole lot out there to choose from. So, you know, Sid was available, and Sid was somebody that I think, you know, Sid is a lot like Luger in many respects, and that Sid had a hell of a career on potential. A look that people would kill for.
Yeah.
A natural physique that he worked out like, and man, Sid was the kind of guy that got up at 4:00 in the morning and would have 2 workouts before most people were out of bed. And then he would work out in the afternoon. And he was a health freak. I mean, Sid worked his ass off to have that fucking crazy ass look. And again, he was a guy that, you know, had intensity in his eyes. There was something special about Sid. You know, Psycho Sid was so easy because that's what he looked like. He looked like a psycho. Easy to sell. And there was charisma oozing out of Sid just walking out through that curtain.
Were there any Were there any hurt feelings after his first run? Because he had been here before, main evented a WrestleMania, the whole deal. And well, he didn't stick around. And I think a lot of people started to sort of poke fun at the softball stuff and missing shows and all that. Do you remember bringing him back here? There being, okay, now listen, it's got to be different this time, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, it really there wasn't much dwelling on the past at all.
Good.
You know, when Sid came back as a replacement in a spot where we needed someone.
So when he comes back, are you taking more of a wait and see approach? I mean, I know that sounds funny and I know it's not the plan at this point, but things are going to change. And the next WrestleMania, he's in the main event against The Undertaker. He's the world champion.
Right.
But based on his reliability or perhaps lack thereof, it doesn't feel like that would have been the original plan. So are you just like, hey man, we got our ass in a sling with this Warrior thing. Let's bring Sid in, just see what happens.
Well, again, with, you know, the lack of Warrior, you look at it and you go, okay, let's go with what we do have. Right. And Sid was playing nice at the time, and he was probably one of the biggest stars that we had.
Hypothetically, if Sid was not available, Warrior's out, you got to deliver something big. Bret Hart was on the bench. He's on hiatus at this time. Would he have been a backup plan, perhaps?
Quite possibly, but I don't think that Bret was available due to, I think I said due to his schedule and doing whatever it was, Sinbad or Lonesome Dove or whatever at the time.
It was reported in the Observer that Barry Windham had a meeting with Vince, and of course we know he's eventually going to return as the Stalker. Are you reaching out to Barry, or is Barry calling you?
Barry was calling us, and it was also, one of those. I always thought Barry Windham was an incredible talent, man. Just another guy that had charisma oozing out the ass, and in a very. If you ever meet Barry, man, you walk away feeling like he'll remember you forever. And just Barry has that way with people. Barry is one of the most likable humans I've ever had the pleasure to be around. But yeah, I think it was a little bit of both. I think it was, hey, they got anything? It's like, hey, Barry, you interested? Yeah, come on in. Let's talk.
Are you having, what's the context of those conversations with a guy like Barry Windham? Is it all about, the money and the number of dates? Is it more about creative? Do you have a goals type conversation? What's that look like for a guy like Barry?
Really, man, in these years at this time, there never was a, hey, this is how much money you're going to make. That didn't take place. That was, wanted to come to work. Hey, I'd like to come into the territory, if you will, but I'd like to come work for your company. And the guys understood. Business made money. The talent made money. And that's how it worked. For a guy like Barry, it was, come on in. What do you want to do? How do you see yourself? I think that both Barry and us, we both thought that, hey, bringing Barry Windham back, I don't know how special that is and how much that's going to mean. So what kind of character, how could we put a fresh paint of coat on Barry?
Right. And you land on the Stalker. And I think you've told us before that came from just a meeting where Vince is trying to get to know Barry. What do you like to do type of thing, right?
Barry was living out on this compound with his then wife, I believe. May still be married for all I know. I don't know. But this just 300 acres or whatever of Florida, Georgia land. And you go out there and all Barry did was hunt and fish. That's all he was doing. But he would talk about like stalking the animals and, like, oh my God, I got this boar on my land and this sumbitch is eating my deer. It's eating this, it's doing that. And he would stalk animals and he would go out and hunt. He liked to hunt the very basics, bow and arrow and knife. And, he hunted with, it's funny, while he did that, he always had a couple guns on his hip just to make sure for the snakes and everything else that was around. But it was a cool place. And the more we started talking and we started thinking about different things and came up with ideas for these vignettes with this camo paint, and you put him in situations out in the wild where you can't see him and he appears out of nowhere and you think you're looking at him, but it's really a reflection in the water. Just different concept shit that became the Stalker.
Let's talk about Sean Waltman. He's also going to have a meeting with Vince, and it's written in the newsletters at the time that no decision was made about his future, but not too terribly long after this, he's going to wind up leaving and going to WCW. Why was it time for Sean to go learn a new hold here?
I think he'd run his course. He'd really just run his course at that time. And there was, 1, 2, 3 Kid was not a big draw. And he was a great worker, excellent worker. But I think it took him going away and coming back to get that attitude and get the 1, 2, 3 Kid off of him.
The character had grown stale.
Yes.
Well, so has Basil DeVito. Let's talk about that. The Observer would write, Basil DeVito, longtime vice president with Titan Sports, who left a few years back, was hired back as a consultant when it comes to business development. In a sense, he'll be replacing Lisa Wolf, who was another company VP in charge of business development and human resources. Talk to us about Basil DeVito, not a guy we've spent a lot of time talking about.
Okay, well, Basil DeVito replacing Lisa Wolf. Trying to think of a good analogy here, is like taking one of the greatest business people to replace a McDonald's order taker.
Not a big fan of Lisa, huh?
No, I'm not. I thought she was vindictive and not a nice person and not very good at her job. And her job was not business development. Her job was human resources.
And a lot of people, Kevin Nash and whatnot, have had a little fun talking about Lisa Wolf, that she really didn't get professional wrestling.
No, see, I don't have fun talking about Lisa. I have PTSD talking about Lisa, and it's, yeah, she was out of her bailiwick with us. Definitely a different world and a different feel than anything she thought she'd ever been in before.
You think one day there's enough meat on the bone for us to do a Lisa Wolf episode?
I think that so much of the Lisa memory with me personally is suppressed. I don't know that I could get it all out. There are, Lisa Wolf was really maybe the only person that ever made me quit.
Wow.
And I just couldn't take it anymore. I couldn't deal with it.
Now, look, I don't hate to do a timeout here, but I want to make sure I've got the time frame right. JJ Dillon is helping run talent relations. Lisa Wolf was doing human resources. Did they have to interface a lot?
Yes.
How was that relationship?
I think JJ would tell you it was horrible.
He hated working with her too?
Oh yeah. There wasn't anybody that liked working with her.
She just had a way of...
I challenge you to find a person that enjoyed working with her.
I've never heard one nice thing spoken of her.
Yeah.
Which makes me wonder, why was she here? Was she a Vince hire? Was she a Linda hire? Somebody made the decision that even though nobody gets along with her, she has value.
She was a necessary hire from the standpoint of restructuring the company and, looking at it from a complete outsider looking in from a business point of view and a personnel point of view. So she, as far as putting people in place in the right jobs and all that, she came highly recommended. I just think that she had her Rolodex and that was it. And Lisa Wolf was the person that told me that no one should ever stay at a job longer than 2 years.
Mm.
You need to move on. Build your resume. I said, but isn't a good resume that you've been at a job for a long time? And you've gone up the ranks there? Oh, no. You got to have multiple jobs. But every time that you leave, you got to go to a better job. That's how you build your resume. That's called success in life.
Okay.
Yeah, and she was from New York and had the New York accent. She's from Boston. And allegedly had a boyfriend named Bobby. Okay. And
wait. Why'd you flip me?
No. So
why'd you flip me off?
I didn't flip you off.
Yes, you did.
So it was
okay.
Yeah, there were a lot of imaginary people in that world. And her brother, here's another great. My brother and Steven Aerosmith, they're best friends and all this shit, right? So Aerosmith was coming to the Meadowlands, And I said, well, shit, they're such good friends, man. Can you get me? He can get you any tickets you need anywhere, ever. Now, in our business, when someone says that, like, okay, hey, great, man. I hate asking for tickets. Hate asking for tickets. I hate being asked for tickets. But this offer was made, and I'm a big fan of Aerosmith. So I said, hey, shit, yeah, man. They're coming to the Meadowlands. I'd love to see Aerosmith. And you think you can get me 4 tickets? One of these people that like gets him on the phone right there. And she says, I've got Bruce Prichard here and blah, blah, blah. He'd like Aerosmith tickets. And he goes, yeah, hey, shit, yeah, man. What do you need? What do you need, bud? I said, anyway, you get 4, done. Holy shit. I said, look, man, I'm happy to pay for them. Whatever and everything. Just like, oh my God, thank you. I said, yeah, just give me your credit card. Whip out my credit card, give him the credit card number. I don't know how much those tickets cost.
I do.
$1,800.
Well, you got the hookup.
You know how much people sitting next to us paid for their tickets?
How much?
$21.
Oh my goodness. It was a ticket broker.
Uh-huh.
Well.
Yeah. Yeah. I can get you whatever you need, man. Sure.
I love it.
I didn't even ask like an idiot.
Yeah.
I didn't ask how much.
Right.
But I always offer to pay to buy them. I'm not going to ask you for comps. They just didn't know that the fucking $21 tickets were going to cost me $429 more than everybody else.
It's a lot.
Uh-huh. And he threw in a fee in there too.
Of course.
Of course.
So let's talk about Basil DeVito. He's back. He left a few years prior. Why did he leave? Why is he coming back? Is Vince calling him? Is he calling back? And what can you tell us about Basil? It's a name we hear occasionally, but most of us don't really know much about him.
Basil was head of promotions when I first started there. I think Basil was from Indiana, or hell, he might be from up here. His dad owns an oil delivery service. So, see Conrad up here in the Northeast, you got these oil things in your house for heating. And the oil truck backs up to the oil spigot, and they put oil in your oil thing, and then when it gets cold, the oil heats up your house. So you got oil heat. See, down in Alabama and Texas, we just turn on the goddamn heat and the air conditioner.
Yep.
Yeah, no. No. You got to have propane. You got to have oil.
Oil.
Okay. Like you put in your car.
Got it.
Yeah, Pennzoil.
You gonna tell me about Basil, or are we just gonna keep doing this oil bit?
So Basil had gone to help his dad with his oil business.
Okay.
And then he came back. Basil's a smart guy, man. Basil worked with NBA and loved horse racing. So he was involved with the folks with Kentucky Derby and Preakness and all that. He was an avid fan of that, but also really loved to work with them on the promotion of it. So Basil came from a lot of experience and was one of those people that had a way with Vince that Vince trusted and had proven very successful over the years. For many years, Basil and Bob Collins were a tag team.
So he reaches out to Vince, or you guys reach out to Basil?
I don't really remember. I don't remember. It was just like, hey, Basil's coming back, but he's going to come back and help us with some of our, new business ventures, and we'll take it from there. See if he comes on full time. I don't even remember if Basil ever really did ever come back as a full-time employee. I know he's been back many times to consult on a lot of different business ventures through the years, but
is there something that we fans who are watching at home maybe we saw on TV or we heard about or read about that you could sort of point to and say, that was Basil. Basil did that, whatever it may be?
As far as Basil, I think Basil may have been the one that brought up the 3 different locations. That may have been Vince, but I know Basil ran Chicago and things of that nature. If you want to see Basil and Ed Cohen, 2 people that were very instrumental. If you go to the Wrestling Classic on Peacock and check out the Wrestling Classic, Basil and Ed Cohen are the ones that are holding the fishbowl for the guys to draw their names in the Wrestling Classic tournament.
That's cool.
Yeah, Basil's a big tall one, Ed Cohen's a short one with the mustache. But Bob Collins was more of a promoter. Bob Collins was more of Ringling Brothers and things like that. So, Bob did the bus. Bob did the blimp. Basil was more along the lines of strategic things, where to run, and let's have this press conference at the Harley Davidson Cafe. Let's, those kind of Lawrence Taylor workouts.
Yeah.
Shit like that.
Got it.
That was Basil DeVito's thinking and type of promotion.
What about Mark Henry? And this is the era where he's going to be sponsored by the WWF in his Olympic run. How does he come on your radar? And would that have been a Basil initiative, perhaps?
No, that was a dunking championship initiative. Terry Todd, who was Mark Henry's manager and mentor, great guy. Terry was a rider and a power lifter. Austin, Texas, University of Texas, God bless Texas. Terry had done an article for SI about Andre the Giant many years before that and had become friendly with Vince. So from time to time, if Terry Todd would come across talent he thought would be good for the business, he'd call Vince and get him in touch. And that's what he did with Mark Henry, saying, look, this kid's going to the Olympics. He's got a ton of personality. Check him out on this NBA dunk challenge. And there was Mark Henry dunking a basketball. So he had a lot of charisma and athleticism.
It'd be crazy to think too, that both Mark Henry and Kurt Angle are both competing in those 96 Olympics. And here they are, WWE Hall of Famers.
Yeah.
It's reported in the Observer, quote, McMahon is making an effort to sign a lot of the key guys to 5-year deals as he apparently wants to avoid more Hall and Nash situations. Do you remember there being a paradigm shift to that regard? Like, hey, wait a minute now. We've invested all this time, effort, energy, and cash in building these characters, and then they're taking what we've built and using it against us. We need to lock these guys up.
Yeah, it was. And the conundrum there was, how do you guarantee any kind of money beyond the whatever $25 for TV that we had guaranteed in there? And it caused everybody to take a whole brand new look at the business and the way that we've run the business traditionally for so many years, that, all right, you got to time up for a longer period of time. And in order to do that, you need to give them something, more substantial, when you're hearing all these rumors about what WCW is doing and allegedly giving to everybody.
You mentioned earlier, sometimes travel to Canada could be difficult. Do you remember your travel for this show? Anything stick out?
God, I don't know. Unless it was, I have no idea. Unless this was the Blunt Brothers Cafe. I think the Blunt Brothers Cafe came a little bit later.
All right, Bruce, we're finally here. It's time to get to the pay-per-view. General Motors Place.
Did I tell you what's coming my way here shortly?
What's coming your way, Bruce?
Some homemade Cinnamelt things.
What is a Cinnamelt?
McDonald's used to have little bites of cinnamon, they're basically like a little round donut hole type thing of a cinnamon roll.
Okay.
With gooey, yummy cinnamon sugar and shit and icing on top of it.
And you're eating that for breakfast?
I will be if they bring it into me.
What do you think if Vince were here and saw you eating cinnamon swirlies for breakfast? What would he say?
He would say, "Goddamn, I'm proud of you, pal."
Okay.
What are you having for breakfast?
I won't be having breakfast today. I'm recording a
No?
podcast with you and then one with Jeff Jarrett.
Oh, well, you can eat. I'm gonna eat during this. I'm gonna pretend. I'm gonna make you pretend like you're doing Ric Flair.
So I was just gonna say this is the Ric Flair show all of a sudden, which maybe is one of the funniest moments in my entire podcast run here, where he's talking. We're having a conversation about some sort of headlock on hunger type campaign where we're feeding hungry people, and he's just eating kimchi into the microphone. It's tremendous.
Well, where'd you want him to eat it?
I don't know, downstairs before we got on the air. And I'm like, Rick, they can hear you eating. No, they can't. No, the mic's not picking that up. It's fine. Okay.
Well, I'll make sure you hear me.
Oh yeah. I'm looking forward to it. I wish we were recording video of this because we would see a shirtless, cinnamon covered Bruce Prichard momentarily.
Drinking his fourth Gatorade of the last 2 hours.
Yeah. Do you want to tell everybody what you got going on?
I got poopies going on. It's
yeah.
like runny poopies, and it's not very pleasant. And I'm
a lot this morning, apparently.
Huh?
It's a lot this morning, apparently.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was up all night, all morning, and you're fucking calling me and beeping me and doodly doo 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 doodly doo 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 doo.
Hey.
And I can't answer it because I'm indisposed.
I don't want to hear that. You said this past week, I can't record on Saturday. I got out of town guests, but we could do Sunday night. Okay. Crickets. I get a call Monday. Hey, let's do tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning. Crickets.
I got double crossed.
And then you said, I'll be done at the end of the day. I'll be ready at 5. 6:30. I just say, hey, this ain't looking so good, huh? Then you say, we'll do it tomorrow morning. And then yesterday morning, you just sleep. And now this morning,
I didn't sleep long.
you said, listen, I'm sorry. This is my fault. I'll be ready tomorrow morning at 7.
I did. I slept my ass off because I thought somebody was going to wake me up early, and they didn't.
Well, I called 182 times.
Huh?
I called 182 times because you won't respond to text messages. You got your ringer off, but the phone will ring and wake your big ass up. And now here you are spiking the ball on me saying, oh yeah, my wife's in there making me, Cinna-sticks.
Buns.
Cinnabon stick, roll.
Melts.
Swirly holes.
It's more like a melty thing. It's like the center of a cinnamon roll in every bite.
You're pretty excited about this.
I love cinnamon. Cinnamon's my favorite.
Well, let's jump into the show here. July 21st, 1996. The gate was $214,985 Canadian, which is roughly $87 American. There's 14,804 fans.
Now
there.
you're making fun of Canada.
You had nearly 12,000 paying fans here, Bruce. 11,955. It feels like business is doing pretty well here.
It was, yeah, it was, and that's what people always kind of forget about in the Monday Night Wars. Business was doing well for everyone, and in particular WCW, because they had never experienced business like that before, so they heralded that. But business was starting to pick up pretty much everywhere.
On the pre-show, Jim Cornette and Jose Lothario are going to get into it, and Cornette does a money back guarantee where he says, if my team doesn't win the main event, I'll refund every ticket and every pay-per-view. How old school Southern is that, dude?
Goddamn. They believe it. Cause look at him. He's got a nice cowboy shirt on. Motherfucker.
So our very
Fuck
first,
you, motherfucker.
when was the last time you talked to Jim?
It's been a while since he started hating me.
You think y'all will ever be friends again?
Look, man.
I mean, I know you consider him a friend.
I have absolutely zero animosity towards Jim Cornette for anything in any way, shape, or form.
Well, good. I'm glad to hear that.
No, I never have.
Well, I didn't say you had. I mean, I know he's upset with you. What's that?
You applied it.
No.
Okay.
I asked if y'all could be friends again. I'd like that. Yeah. Let's talk about the match. We got Body Donnas working with Smoking Guns. That's a very 1996 matchup. They go 13 minutes and 5 seconds. And Meltzer would write this: before the match, the Body Donnas did an interview clumsily explaining why Cloudy wasn't there. They've dumped the character. It appears the WWF has gotten sensitive about the charges of too many transvestite / lesbian / perverted type characters, although the Cloudy deal clearly wasn't working at all. We've talked about it before, but catch everybody up on Jimmy Shoulders, aka Cloudy, and why this was even a thing.
Oh God. It was terrible. It was absolutely terrible. It was a way to get Sunny away from the Body Donnas and kind of out on her own. And I think the idea came from Skip, from Chris Candido, with the old Jimmy Shoulders, to have them in their corner. And instead of sunny, it's not going to be a sunny day. It'll be a cloudy day. What's the opposite of sunny? Cloudy. Yeah.
You proud of that?
No.
Yeah. I think maybe
I'd say it was good.
I think my favorite Cloudy story I've ever heard is Tracy Smothers. Have you heard Tracy Smothers tell his Cloudy story?
Oh, I can hardly wait.
Supposedly, when Tracy comes in as Freddie Joe Floyd, this is around the same era, Cloudy's there, and he had been friendly with Mark Calloway back into the WCW days, but now he's working here in the WWF. And of course, Mr. Calloway is the Undertaker, so he's a top guy. So Tracy's hanging around, and Mr. Calloway sees the Cloudy persona and makes some sort of comment to his circle of friends at the time in that group. Man, some people will do anything for a job around here, won't they? And supposedly Tracy said, I know, man, you've been dead for 6 years, right? Which is just a great Cloudy line. The match itself is not that bad. I actually watched it this week and I kind of dug it, but apparently it was not well received by Mr. Meltzer. He gave it 3/4 of a star. He says all four worked hard, but it just didn't click. Fans still aren't into the Body Donnas as baby faces. There was a Buns of Steel chant, obviously directed at Sonny, who comes across as the only star of the tag team division. At one point, Sonny did a fainting spot and Skip acted concerned while Zip tried to talk him out of being concerned. And then he got by Sonny, she slapped him, and the Guns jumped him. So Sonny is heavily involved in the match. Do you think that's to the detriment of the tag team division? Like, was there too much of a focus on her? Did she sort of overshadow the in-ring action at times, or?
I think that she may have been one of the few reasons that people would have watched those matches.
I agree.
So I don't think she overshadowed it at all. I thought she brought attention to it.
What was it about Sonny? She just had a presence.
I'm sure she did. Sonny she had charisma and she had personality. Until you met her. No, she had a lot of personality.
What'd you think of the match? And what'd you think of the Body Donnas as a baby face? I mean, just them as a baby face, as a concept, that didn't really make sense, right?
I mean, that's kind of like me being a baby face.
It's impossible.
Right. And the Guns as heels didn't work.
Yeah, people want to like the Smoking Guns and they want to boo the Body Donnas, but it feels like we've just got everybody sort of out of sorts.
Yeah, it just, to me, it was a good match. It was a really good match, but it just was not a whole lot of feeling from it.
What was your relationship like with Tom in this era? Was he frustrated? And if he was he able to express that to you? Or are y'all, is it sort of boys and office at that point?
No, I think everybody on that side was pretty frustrated. I think Tom was frustrated with the whole Body Donna gimmick and with the whole drama of Sonny and Skip and everybody involved. I think it was a lot. I think he would have been happier just, wrestling somewhere, anywhere, and not have to deal with the drama and the gaga. The gaga at a base.
Did you think when you look at these four guys, well, maybe not you, did Vince think there was a breakout star here? I mean, once upon a time, he plucked Bret Hart out of a tag team and Shawn Michaels out of a tag team. With the Body Donnas and the Smoking Guns, if Vince had to bet, would he have put his money on Billy Gunn as being the breakout star?
Absolutely. Billy and Bart both. It just, they had the size, they had the looks, were good workers. I just think for whatever reason, sometimes that personality, getting it out of them, which you got backstage, and then what you got on camera were two different things.
Was Candido just a little undersized for Vince's taste? Would that keep him from being viewed in that way? Because personality wise, he had it. Everybody loves talking about, I mean, I don't know. There's a lot of people who had a bad thing to say about him, and his matches were great. So what was it that kept Candido from moving up in Vince's mind?
Maybe, I think part of it was his attitude. Chris always had a chip on his shoulder. And, he wasn't the biggest guy in the world. Yeah. But had to, I don't want to say he argued about everything, but kind of always had a comment and a better way to do it. In his mind, that was very, I think Chris would have been great in the 60s. Chris would have been a top guy in the 60s.
How so?
That was the era that he loved. That was the era and the style that he truly loved. And he could have fit in that era, being that wrestling heel. He would have been great in the 60s and 70s.
Next up is supposed to be Mankind versus Jake Roberts, but supposedly Roberts goes AWOL and no shows. What do you remember about what's going on here? Because Jake eventually does return, but he's just not here for this show. Did he have trouble getting across?
I believe that Jake was not welcome in Canada at the time.
Got it. Did you not know that when you booked it and you found out after the fact?
No, it was there. You work on paperwork. What the fuck's it called? A minister's permit. And for people to get in that sometimes may have trouble getting in. And I just don't think that everything got done in time.
Got it.
It was supposed to be done on time, but
whose lap would that fall on? Is that a JJ Dillon thing?
Yeah, that's a combination of a few different. You've got the folks in Stanford, then you've got the folks in Canada, and then you were at the mercy
of the government
of Canada.
So next up, instead of getting, and man, that could have been fun when you think about it. Mankind versus Jake Roberts. We get Mankind versus Henry Godwinn. They go
pretty close.
They go just under 7 minutes. Mankind at one point took the mats from the floor and gave Godwinn a neck breaker. And later he took a slam off the apron and splats on the concrete floor. The finish would see Godwinn try the slop drop, but Mankind's going to hold on to the ropes and then quickly use the mandible claw. And that's all she wrote. Star and a quarter. Obviously not the level of matches Foley's going to go on to have in his pay-per-view career. But this is a last minute sort of thrown together match, but it still showcases what Foley can do, right?
Yeah, I think that at this time in his career, I think Mankind was showing everybody that he was a player. He wasn't Cactus Jack Foley and he wasn't, just doing crazy shit. It was, man, there was some psychology there and some nice perverted twistedness to the Mankind character that people could identify with. And he was coming into his own. I think you could put Mick up against anybody at this time and Mick would have shined and made his opponent look 1,000 times better as well.
Let's talk about the next match. It's Steve Austin and Mark Mero. This is a rematch from King of the Ring. Mero. They're going to go 10 minutes.
I always think when you say Marco to me, you want me to answer back.
I do.
You just want me to answer in general.
Yeah, just any response. I might actually post a screen grab of mine in your text conversation because it's just me texting you over and over and over with no reply.
That's not, yeah, but okay, that's not fair. Cause like today it's, okay, it is a whole page, but it's, they're all in a row. That's not fair. I mean, I could text you a bunch of I'm up, called no answer, tried Skype and phone. Come on, baby. Wakey, wakey, eggs and bakey.
Well, Jesus Christ, man, you set the time, you set the day, and then you no show
Did
over
I?
and over and over. I got shit to do, man.
I'm sorry.
But I mean, you're excited about your goddamn cinnamon melts and your little poo-poos and your Gatorades.
Yeah,
Can we talk about Mark Mero?
I thought I was.
They're really pushing the accident from King of the Ring where Mero kicked Austin in the mouth. That's where, of course, where he had those stitches. Oh, Bruce is getting his delivery.
What? Ooh, look at that, Amber. I'm on TV, on radio. They can't see you. He can see you, but they can't hear you. So if you want to say hi, I could only be the only one to hear you.
That's not true. Conrad can hear me.
I can hear you just fine.
Yeah. Hi, Conrad.
Hey, Amber.
Okay, baby, go.
Okay, have fun.
You're really eating on the show now. This is where we are. We're eating on the show.
Oh, fuck. Well, you can't tell.
What was that?
You can't tell.
Oh, right. That's right, Mr. Flair. You're exactly right.
They can't hear this.
No,
Mm.
this is fucking gross. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm looking at a shirtless Bruce Prichard with bed head and a gallon of Gatorade, and his lights are off in his office, and it's just a monitor glow as he tries to see how big a piece of cinnamon bread he can fit in his mouth. You had to really stretch on that one. You went in at an angle to get it in.
But you couldn't hear it.
No, you couldn't hear it. I'm giving play by play though, so they can have the same Bruce Prichard experience that I am right now.
God damn, that's heaven.
So this is a good match. Meltzer would say nowhere close to as good as their King of the Ring match though. 3 stars. Did Austin and Mero have chemistry or not so much?
No, they didn't. Steve didn't like working with Mark. Mark wasn't really good. And, Mark gets a bad rap. And I think that Mark mistakes sometimes his talent in the ring, which Johnny B. Bad character was over and he played very well. Mark wasn't a great worker, and Mark didn't have a lot of charisma on his own. Mark Mero, the human being, I think is a really nice guy and a good person. But I think that he just, was fucked up in the head a little bit from this point going forward.
The momentum is really starting to turn on Austin. I mean, the crowd's really behind him as a babyface in this match. You guys are taking notice that even though he's booked as a heel, fans don't want it. They want to cheer this guy.
In Canada.
Yeah.
They're loving him. So it's funny when you look at this and then you think through a year or two and Steve's coming out and it's all anti-America and anti-Steve Austin because he's working with Brett.
Let's jump into the little story that's happening here in the match. Marlena and the Usher, of course, this is part of the Gold Dust presentation, come out apparently to give a gift to Sable, but instead they give an envelope to Lawler, who hands it to McMahon, and it's never referred to again. Meltzer would say the timing of this was bad as she distracted the crowd with her entrance as the guys were building up a string of hot moves. What was this supposed to be? What's the thinking here? Do you recall?
I don't fucking remember at all. But I will say this. You ever seen the Wizard of Oz?
Yeah.
You remember when the flying monkeys were flying and it looked like they were all in old school movie theater outfits?
Yep.
That's what Richie Posner looked like here.
I agree.
Yeah, he looked like the old school monkey from the Wizard of Oz. I don't remember what the fuck the letter was.
Huh.
Getting old.
You are. Next up, we got Undertaker working with Gold Dust. They go 12 minutes and 7 seconds. Meltzer would say the first 3 minutes and 15 seconds was all stalling. Of course, eventually they get going, and wouldn't you know it, Mankind's here. He's going to come out from under the ring and put the claw on the Undertaker for the DQ. And then he drags him under the ring, and a bunch of smoke comes from under the ring, and fans are chanting rest in peace. Finally, Undertaker pops up from under the ring and chases Mankind to the back. The two theoretically continue to brawl backstage. and they are shown a poorly lit clip of the two apparently fighting in a boiler room. Of course, we know this is going to be used to set up the boiler room match at SummerSlam. Man, Undertaker and Foley had great chemistry. What'd you think about Undertaker and Goldust, though? How did they click?
I think they missed. For whatever reason, two great workers, they missed. I don't think they really had good chemistry. And it was oftentimes a chore to pull that out of them. The Undertaker, to the contrary, Undertaker and Mankind, just without even talking, had great chemistry and were able to pull out everything under the sun. And this was during time, we're getting to the Boiler Room Brawl in Cleveland, which damn near killed the Undertaker with staph infection. But it was an interesting time and a lot of interesting. You're telling multiple stories in every damn match in every show, with multiple characters involved, with not just one foe, a lot of different things.
Let's talk about the Goldust push, if you will, the almighty push, as JR talks about. Does it feel like from this point on, the character is maybe losing a little steam? I mean, I think you could even say when he dropped the belt to Ahmed, he never really got that momentum back.
I think the character had a limited shelf life. And what I mean by that is that you could use the character in spurts. Over the long haul, he needed rest. He needed rest periods. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
To continue that controversial type of character for too long, you have to have built-in breaks. And he had been on as Goldust, the androgynous, and very controversial. I think that there was such a yearning, especially on Dustin's part. What's next? What do we do next? And I think the answer should have been, this is hindsight. The answer should have been, go away, learn a new hold, and come back. Whether, it was for us or somebody, but give that character a rest. I think that really would have helped the longevity of the Goldust character as it was.
Now it's time for a main event. We got Vader, Davey Boy, and Owen Hart on one side. Of course, Jim Cornette is their manager. How did Owen and Davey like working with Vader?
Owen drove Vader nuts.
How so?
Ribbing him.
Oh, I love that. You got?
Do you remember the Slammies where Owen accidentally dumped the whole tray of food on Vader?
Yes.
Yeah. And Vader just held that against Owen forever. And Owen loved it. But Owen loved to fuck with Leon. He loved to rib him and just, God, was it Owen that did that? Might have been, I don't even know who did it, whether it was Owen or Davey Boy. Somebody cut Vader's laces on his boots. So Leon was lacing up his boots, and he saw, well, they're unlaced, and he gets up and he gets them all the way to the top, and they're just, maybe a half-inch short on each side. So there's no way he could tie his boots up and everything, would have to unlace shit like that. I don't think Leon was ever used to, Leon was always the big dog in the dressing room, and ooh, I'm Big Van Vader and all this bullshit. That Leon had that intimidation factor, and there was no intimidation factor
right
when Leon came here. So, and Leon would sell. So Owen loved when people sold. But overall, I think they got along pretty good. I don't think Owen and Davey were crazy about working with Leon, because sometimes he would touch him and then you'd get Vadered.
On the other side, it's Shawn Michaels, Ahmed Johnson, and Psycho Sid. Boy, I'm curious to hear what Shawn thought of his tag team partners here, Ahmed Johnson and Psycho Sid. How did they get along?
They got along fine. Shawn and Sid got along real well. And Shawn, had used Sid as his bodyguard. And one of the just, I don't want to say funny, cute, different things was before the WrestleMania 11 press conference. We were in the back, and there was Sid basically dressing Shawn and tying Shawn's tie for him and getting him, getting his hair put everywhere just right. And it was just, here's this giant monster of a man. And he's tying Shawn's tie and getting everything just right. It was kind of funny, but they got along good. They had a good relationship.
What about Ahmed?
Ahmed, I think everyone saw the potential in Ahmed, and I think that Shawn saw the potential in Ahmed, definitely. But it was, Ahmed was his own man, and pretty much as hard as he would try, it still didn't necessarily click with anybody, really.
What'd you think of the match? This feels like a rather thrown together main event. Just here's our top baby faces and here's 3 of our top heels. What'd you think of the chemistry and the way they pulled it off?
Actually, I thought they pulled it off well. Oh, it was a damn good match. You look at the guys involved, and you better have a damn good match out of it. I'm going to leave Ahmed out of that equation, but probably better than it deserved to be based on who was in it and kind of the hodgepodgeness of putting it all together.
What do you remember about the fan who tried to hop the rail, and he even makes it all the way to the ring apron before security gets him? In these situations, it's live TV.
Stupid.
Yeah.
Stupid. It's, people forget, first of all, it's a show.
Yeah.
Would you go, run up in the middle of Garth Brooks concert
or a show on Broadway or something like that,
or a show on Broadway or whatever? The other thing about it is they also forget that they're jumping in on highly trained and skilled athletes that train to, a lot of them, train to hurt people.
Yeah.
That are, so I've never understood that. I think it's just really, really bad. I've never seen one that has been good for the person doing the jumping.
This is a great moment, though, of all the fan jumping the rail situations. Go watch this one, because when Ahmed Johnson realizes a fan is trying to jump in the ring, all it takes is the fan to get one good look at Ahmed looking at him, and he just voluntarily jumps back.
So would I.
Yeah.
Yeah, so would I. It's all of a sudden reality hits, man.
I didn't think this through. I'm going to go ahead and get back.
They don't look as big on TV.
So either way, Shawn's going to set up the super kick. Jim Cornette's going to grab his ankle. Vader's going to charge the corner and give Michaels a big body block. Hits him with a Vader bomb, and that's the pin. After the match, Sid is going to powerbomb Owen Hart and Davey Boy Smith, and then he goes to powerbomb Vader, but of course Smith and Hart pull Vader out of the ring. Michaels then does the running tope over the top onto Vader. He gets 3 3/4 stars in the Observer, and now we're all set. We're going to have Vader challenging for the world title at SummerSlam. What could have been, man? Could have been a hell of a finish to the year for Vader. Huh?
Okay.
You don't think so? If the original plan had happened and it's SummerSlam and then it's Survivor Series and then it's Royal Rumble, Vader is WWF champ, that would have been cool, man.
Yeah, I just don't think that the WWE audience bought Vader. Just really don't think they bought him.
Why did y'all drop the ball why did you drop
we didn't drop the ball.
What does that mean? He was a monster in WCW. How could they do it and you couldn't?
Because we didn't have the same guy that was in WCW. We had a guy that got beaten up by a flip-flop. We got a guy that had come in and had lost all of his self-confidence. We had a guy that came in grossly overweight. We didn't have the same guy.
You got to get hot about it.
Attitude-wise, look-wise, weight-wise, ability-wise. We didn't drop the ball for shit. We're not the ones that kept, saying, hey, gosh, man, here, eat some more.
Did you know of any issues that Shawn and Vader had at this point, or do they not really come out until SummerSlam?
No, not really at this point. At this point, I think everybody was still pretty high on Leon and hoping to get, to get that out of him and put him in a position to do it. But once he was put in that position and wasn't able to keep up, well, that's when you realize, uh-oh, I got something other than what I thought I had.
In hindsight, how much better was this match because the Ultimate Warrior wasn't in it and Sid was? I mean, a 6-man tag.
Definitely longer.
Yeah, 24 minutes. My goodness. No way you could do a Warrior match in 24 minutes.
Yeah, no, it was definitely longer, and I just think every participant in that match probably felt better having Sid in there.
There's a couple of ugly looking suplexes here that Ahmed's going to throw on Owen. Was there any heat or concern about Ahmed as far as him being quote unquote dangerous in the ring? Him and Owen really traded some unpleasant moments together.
I think that with Owen, I wouldn't be surprised at all if Owen called it to look that way.
Okay.
You know what I mean? I think that Owen was the kind of guy. Owen always loved to paint his own pictures, and Owen always loved to be different and do these unique things that other people didn't do, where you would look like, oh, it made him stand out. That was one of the things that was so special about Owen, how he worked.
So the show overall gets a mixed bag, according to the readers of the Wrestling Observer. It got 38.7% thumbs up, 31.9% thumbs in the middle, and 29.4% thumbs down. You watched it for the first time in 25 years this week, Bruce. What'd you think? Thumbs up, thumbs down, thumbs in the middle?
I thought it was thumbs up. It was a good show. Was it a great show? No, it wasn't a great show, but it was a good show. And I think that overall, told the stories and took some unfortunate situations and made the best out of them. But at the end of it, you felt good and you had a good 2-hour show.
This to me felt like No Way Out would a few years later. It's sort of the lame duck show to bridge the gap between Royal Rumble and WrestleMania, because it feels like so much of this show was really designed just to set up SummerSlam, right?
That was the whole reason for the show. You got committed into these monthly pay-per-views. And so, yeah, it was one set up the next one.
The show is down in buy rate compared to Beware of Dog. You went from a 0.45 to a 0.37. Do you think the Warrior coming off the card hurt the buy rate? Is it more of an indicator that WCW is just a hotter product? Or are fans not really going to buy a 6-man main event as a heated issue?
Well, and again, not having the official numbers in front of me and going back and looking at official, like real numbers and what business actually was, and listening to what a dirt sheet writer in California writes down as numbers. I can't take a lot of credence in that. Because I don't think that he knew the numbers at all either. I think that he was calling few people at pay-per-view companies and things of that nature. And hey, how'd this do? That's how he got his information. Make no mistake about it. He didn't have real numbers. He doesn't have access to our real business numbers. So I really don't even know how to even respond to that, because when I know that 99% of his stuff is false, it's hard to react to that.
Okay. Well, as a point of reference, King of the Ring got a 0.60 buy rate. SummerSlam.
But you're reading Meltzer stuff.
Nope, I'm not.
You're reading our financials?
Yes.
Okay. If you're reading our financials, I don't have them in front of me.
Let's jump to some questions. Now that I know you're cantankerous, I can tell that now you need a nap after your cinnamon slams.
They're melts. They're like the people that ever went to McDonald's got Cinemelts. That's what these are, but they're homemade.
Neil Wagner writes, with the loss of the Ultimate Warrior before the show and the addition of Sid, does Bruce remember any potential SummerSlam storylines lost from Warrior or gained by Sid? He did face Bulldog at SummerSlam, but was that a plan made by this show? So let's break that down piece by piece. What would the Warrior have done at SummerSlam?
God, I don't even remember. I want to say I want to say Warrior. I want to say Vader, but we were going with
Shawn and Vader.
Vader and Shawn.
So what would that have been? Well, Bulldog?
God, I don't even remember. Owen? It would have
had to be Bulldog, right?
Yeah. It would have either been Bulldog or Owen.
Well, it feels like the Owen Ahmed thing was a thing. And Bulldog did wind up wrestling Sid at SummerSlam. So perhaps that was it, but
yeah, that may have been it. You know, one of the things with Owen though and Warrior was that we did talk about and did want to do was to get Warrior to have a match.
A regular match.
Yes.
Yeah. What about Sid? When Sid comes back on the scene, obviously he's viewed as an upgrade, within the office. But fan wise, opponent wise, matchup wise, what matches are you excited about for Sid? Of course, we know he's going to wind up working with Shawn towards the end of the year and become world champ. But that wasn't the original spot. That was supposed to be Vader's spot. Sid's rise here is just right place, right time, right?
It really and truly is. It was filling a void and Sid coming in and I think doing what Sid does. You know, Sid comes in and Sid will get over, man. People believe in this crazy bastard. Great look, great intensity, and they believed.
Instagram, a wrestling historian, wants to know, would the main event have played out the same way if Ultimate Warrior had stayed? Meaning, would the heels have gone over? Would Vader have still pinned Shawn?
Probably. Because that was the story. That was where we were going. That was the big story to come out of everything.
Sangravasi says, I would like to know, did Vince promise Sid a title run to fill in for Warrior? We know 4 months later, he's the champ at Survivor Series.
Absolutely not.
Colby wants to know, what was the process for naming each In Your House show? Did you have a single meeting to plan out several themes in a row, or do you plan each show individually? What's that look like?
No, they're individually. Usually at this time, they were based on
location,
story, and whatever we were doing at the time.
GJ Refill says, previously you said there was a point where Austin and Sable looked at each other and there seemed to be chemistry, professionally, not romantically, just in that brief look. Is this the event where it happened? I think there's a couple of times where you've remarked, but why don't you think that ever became a thing on camera? I'm not saying real life.
Steve didn't feel it, man. Steve did not feel, working with Sable at that time, he thinks would have brought him down. You're splitting the spotlight there. Because Sable was over.
Oh, yeah.
And Steve was over like Rover. So you split that spotlight, and now it's less of a focus on Steve.
Well, we're going to be focused on Trish Stratus next week. That's going to bring this week's episode to a close. In Your House 9 International Incident. We'll be back next week to talk all things Trish, and then we'll wrap up the month of July with, are you ready for this, Bruce? Ask Bruce anything.
What?
I love those.
Don't ask me shit.
Okay.
Sick of your questions.
In August, we're going to cover some interesting stuff. We're going to cover SummerSlam 06. We're also going to cover Farouk and his run through the company. We're even going to take a look at an old Monday Night Raw, which will be a lot of fun. And I'm going to make you sit through Hog Wild 1996. I know you're excited.
The hell is that?
Exactly. It's the Sturgis motorcycle rally with wrestling.
Why?
Because I want to punish you.
That's mean.
But you made me watch it. I'm a fat guy, right? And you just ate cinnamon melty swirly Dunkaroos in front of me.
You want some?
I mean, how are you going to get it here from Connecticut? I'm in Abilama, as you call it.
Abilama.
Yeah.
Sweet home
Abilama. No.
Well, yeah.
How excited are you that fans are going to be back tonight on SmackDown?
You have no idea.
And how about this? They're coming back in Houston. What about that?
They are.
The first.
That's pretty damn cool. You know, Houston was really the last huge live event we had with Royal Rumble. So yeah, it's pretty big. Pretty big. I'm excited. I think that there's nothing like a live audience.
How fun is it too that the first SmackDown after 9/11 was in Houston, and now the first SmackDown with fans after the pandemic, Houston.
Houston's the spot.
It's going to be fun, man. I'm excited. I haven't seen SmackDown
it's going to be fun
with fans in a while. So stay tuned tonight on Fox. Fans are back. Then you got the big pay-per-view this weekend, Money in the Bank. And then Monday you guys are in Dallas, right?
Absolutely. It's a Texas run, by God. It'll be like my old weekends back in the day with Mid-South. The only thing replacing it would be Fort Worth on Friday night at Billy Bob's, and then Sunday in Tulsa and Oak City.
What about the fam? Are they going with you to this run?
No.
Oh, okay.
Gotta work.
Well, I thought they might want to hang out with friends and family while you're there.
No, I have no friends. I have no family.
Not you. I know you don't.
Oh, okay.
Them.
Oh.
Your family has friends and family. You don't.
Okay.
You got Bill Gray and me and JP Shellnut. You got some weird friends now that I think about it.
Yeah, I do. God, especially when you say it out loud. That's kind of weird.
It is weird, but it's weird that we're on time this week. It only took 4 tries, but I appreciate you blocking off some time for me this morning in between bites.
Can I turn my phone back on now?
You can turn your phone back on and be sure to hit the subscribe button. Tell everybody about Something to Wrestle. If you haven't already, go subscribe to our YouTube channel. We're hitting a milestone, or so they tell me. Steve Kaufman's doing a great job over there. So if you're trying to introduce the show to a friend of yours, maybe the best way to do it is through YouTube. You can see clips there. And of course, you get all of our shows early and ad-free over at adfreeshows.com. And we'll be back next week to talk about Trish Stratus. Easy for me to say. Until next week, he is at Bruce Prichard. I am at Hey, it's Conrad. And we hope you watch SmackDown tonight with fans. Come on, get you some of that. We'll see you next week right here on Something to Wrestle with Bruce Prichard.
Love you all. Rock on.
Is that your new thing? You're going to say love you all?
No.
Okay.
I just felt like it today.
All right. You got to get hot about it.
I do love them.
Are you going to poop again?
They listen to our stuff. I love them. You don't love them?
Oh, of course I do.
Are you going to go poop again?
Nope. I'm all pooped out.
It's gurgling. Dude, at one point you could hear it over the microphone. I just didn't bring attention to it.
You could hear your stomach rumble?
Yeah.
What do you think it is? You think it's your diet? See you next week, guys.
Bye.